Good morning and a very warm welcome to our coverage here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app, where day 3 is set to start on time. There is some slightly murky cloud down towards the southwest. Viewers across Lancs TV will see a few of those clouds and potential little bits of rain here and there. We think we might get a bit at some stage today, but we thought that yesterday, and in the end we managed to, I think just 10 overs were lost across the day, so we managed to dodge quite a bit of the weather yesterday. Fingers crossed, if there's any showers around, we'll duck out of those. The play due to start at 11 o'clock, a slightly extended day today, so we're making up a little bit of time lost yesterday. I mentioned those 10 overs lost, so we've got 104 overs to be bowled today. Starting at 11, lunch at 10 past 1, teas at 4, scheduled close of plays at 6:30. Derbyshire 235 for 3 and trail by 116 runs. That is the match summary. The Lancashire first innings, that excellent score by Marcus Harrison, 125, his first appearance of the season. Josh Bohannon 73, the 4 wickets for Shoaib Bashir as well. Lancashire 3-5-1 all out. And Derbyshire's reply, well, the bedrock of it has been Harry Kane's 83, really well supported by Matthew Montgomery. Those two put on a terrific partnership. It's only Caleb Jewell who's missed out so far. That was in the back end of the first day, in the final over of the first day, when he was bowled by Mitchell Stanley. So the two not-out batters are Brooke Guest on 60 and Martin Anderson on 37. It was pretty hard going for Lancashire's bowlers on what looked like a reasonably flat pitch, but we'll see how today unfolds. But Anderson's 1 for 33 and Stanley's 2 for 67. The only wicket takers there. Paul Coughlin sent down 11 overs for 55 and should have had a wicket. He had a chance dropped as well, but yeah, Lancashire using Anderson, Stanley, Bailey, Coughlin, Hartley and Singh as they try and chip away at this Derbyshire batting lineup. Scott Reed, Dave Fletcher, Phoebe Graham and Callum Flynn with you today. Good morning, Dave Fletcher, you well?
Good morning, Scott Reed. Yes, very well. I've got nothing to say now. You pretty much said it all.
Oh, sorry.
What I will say is, you mentioned... I don't want to start off on a point of disagreement, but only 72 overs were bowled yesterday.
Right.
So we
lost more than
24.
Did we? Oh, I got my maths all wrong.
Total. I only know that because Derbyshire's innings is 74 overs old, and they had 2 overs at the end of day 1, didn't they?
That's a good spot from you.
That's the only way I knew it.
You're here for checks and balances.
Well, that is a concern.
To make sure that things are accurate.
That is a concern. It looks like it's chucking it down the way to the west, doesn't it? So I don't know how far we'll get into this early stage of day 3, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if the lights weren't on sooner rather than later as well, because they've been warming up the players, and this is what infuriates me about county cricket. Why not start at 10:30? We started at 10:30 in September. Start at 10:30 the whole season. That half hour makes no difference at all, and we'd have already had half an hour's cricket this morning. No question we'd have had half an hour's cricket because they've been warming up in the sunshine.
You and your radical views.
I don't think it's that radical.
Coming in, ripping up the rules and regulations.
I'm not sure that I'm the only one who thinks like that, but I don't know.
Kind of a wasted half an hour.
Well, we have.
Yeah. We've enjoyed a nice little chat, haven't we?
I was here at 8 o'clock this morning. They could have started then for me.
It will be Paul Coughlin to get us underway from the Sir James Anderson end, and yeah, he was a touch unlucky. Was Paul Coughlin yesterday? He had Harry Kane dropped a couple of drop chances actually in the morning, which kind of was the story of Lancashire's morning. They bowled pretty well. I'm not so sure they could have done much more as a bowling unit in that first session yesterday. It was a very, very tricky first session for Derbyshire to try and get through, and they did, to Harry Kane and Matthew Montgomery's credit. It was pretty hard fought morning yesterday, and then it seemed to get a little easier as the day went on, but we are starting under pretty thick cloud cover. Floodlights aren't on at the minute, but here we go. First ball of the third day, and it's sent down to Brooke Guest, who's trying to work it out towards the leg side. But yeah, we've been quite bright this morning, but the clouds have rumbled across. But I think that might well be the story of the day. We did see... oh, it's raining already, is it? A little bit of rain around already. Okay. Right. Yeah, it might just be that type of morning. Might get a bit lucky and maybe dodge the worst of it as we did yesterday, but just some little bit of light rain falling as it stands. Here's Coghlan bowling again to Brooke Guest. That's worked off his hip down towards the fine leg boundary. Tom Bailey down there fielding for Lancashire, so the first run of the day down to fine leg. Umpire Jack Shantry, who's at square leg, is looking over his shoulder towards where the weather's coming from. And hopefully whatever, I think it is only very kind of light drizzle, certainly not enough for the umpires to get too concerned at the minute. Martin Anderson, fresh from that magnificent double century in the opening round for Derbyshire against Worcestershire a week ago, and he looked in fine fettle yesterday, played some lovely shots for his 37. He's on strike for the first time, and in his usual kind of trademark fashion, just on the walk down the pitch. In fact, oh dear, yeah, I think that's going to be it. The drizzle I mentioned has got a bit heavier. So you can hear the rumbling of the hover cover. Sue Redfern just uprooting the stumps and handing Paul Coghlan his jumper. And having a chat to Lancashire's vice-captain Josh Bohannon. Paul Coghlan removing his sunglasses from the back of Sue's hat as well. So yeah, I'm afraid we're heading off. Just a couple of balls, or is it 3? Yeah, 3 deliveries into the third day. But this little drizzle, this little bit of shower that was knocking around has just got heavier. In fact, members are scattering to various parts of the ground. So a little bit of a delay, I'm afraid. The players are heading off with rain around, the cover's coming on. It does look brighter there in the distance. That's where the weather's coming from. Our viewers on Lancs TV, that's encouraging. That is the direction of the weather, and it does look a little bit brighter, the sky. So hopefully we're just kind of catching the edge of a bit of a shower, but it has got quite heavy. So the ground staff have run out the hover cover, and it is falling pretty heavily now. So I suspect they're going to go and retreat towards the edge of the boundary rope and pick up the extra sheets to cover the bowlers' run-ups. But I'm encouraged by what we can see there. That does look a lot brighter, so hopefully just a short little time with the weather affecting things. What do you reckon, Dave? That does look a little bit more optimistic, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I think we're going to be subjected to this for much of the day, like we were to a degree yesterday. I think we got away with it, as Scott said a little bit earlier. I refer everybody back to my suggestion that we start at 10:30. We'd have got half an hour in, but we didn't. And now it is absolutely hosing it down. What they're not doing out there is, they're bringing on the sheets to cover the bowlers' run-ups. So that makes perfect sense at this point of proceedings. Although this shower, if we look across to the west and the southwest, you can see the front, and you can see this side of the front, lots of blue sky. There's just a dirty grey cloud has gone across us, and Manchester city centre is starting to disappear as it did at one point yesterday afternoon. No rainbow yet, but it's only a matter of time because the sun is still shining. And that's hugely disappointing. I just referred everybody back, Scott, to my idea that if we started at 10:30, we'd have had half an hour's cricket before we went off, rather than starting at 11 and having 3 deliveries.
You and your radical ways, he's coming in, causing chaos to the rules and regulations of our great game. By altering the play. I
certainly wouldn't have introduced substitutes. By the time they've got the bowlers' run-ups covered, they've been pretty well saturated, and now it's easing off, and you can see by the flags on top of the pavilion at the far end. It'll pass through, and it'll pass through quite quickly. And as we saw yesterday, there's not an issue with the outfield. There's not an issue with the square. Nowhere do you ever see standing water, and if there is, it's soon mopped up, isn't it? So I don't think it'll be long before we get some play. It might, of course, mean that lunch, which is set in stone, might no longer be set in stone, but we'll have to wait and see on that one.
Yes, that'll be a TBC. Right, well, at the minute we're off. 2:36 for 3. Derbyshire trail by 1:15, and hopefully back with you for more live coverage shortly.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Guys, make way for the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Pass the Pringles!
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
There we go.
Go on. Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, where we've had 3 deliveries today. We started on time at 11 o'clock, but it got very dark, and then it absolutely chucked it down. So we're going to get back underway now. It doesn't appear, according to the numbers on the screen, that we've lost any overs yet, which means we'll probably finish about 10:10 tonight. The official close of play is 6:30, but we can ignore that. Dave Fletcher with you, along with Phoebe Graham. Phoebe, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, looking forward to watching some cricket today. I think we'll be on and off throughout the day with showers, but the sun's shining again at Emirates Old Trafford.
But whenever the sun's shining, we just look at it over there. That's to the north of us. That's at my house in Bolton. That the roof stands up to it. It was very wet when I got home last night, but perfectly fine here. If not a little cold, I have to say. It was a bit chilly, wasn't it? 3 balls, well, they haven't put the stumps in yet. 3 balls of the Paul Coghlan over remain. Derbyshire have added 1 to their overnight score of 235 for 3. When I spoke to Harry Kane last night, he was very bullish, which is unlike Harry, really. He's quite a sensible human being, but he was talking about batting for a long, which is obviously going to be the plan, batting for a long time today and getting in front, getting ahead of Lancashire, which is, for Derbyshire, untold riches, really.
Yeah, well, they've had a brilliant start to the season with bat in hand, and Martin Anderson, who's at the crease now, obviously had the double century in the previous game, and they've shown that they can bat long and that they can post big totals in the first game, so I'm not surprised that's his mindset going into this game against Lancashire.
Should be, shouldn't it? It's good to hear. It's good to hear. Derbyshire expectations have been raised. If you haven't been with us for the season so far, but expectations have been raised with the signing of Mohammed Abbas and Shoaib Bashir and Matthew Montgomery, who's obviously got first division experience with Nottinghamshire, as well as the large core of the players who were with them as they finished 3rd in the 2nd division last season. Paul Coghlan set off then and decided against it. And Sue Redfern looks like she's been dripped on. I don't know where from. There is plenty of blue sky away to our left, which is good news. Coghlan comes in, arm bowls, and that one is driven for 4 by Martin Anderson. Pretty much starting as he finished off yesterday. He hits the ball very, very hard indeed. It's remarkable. Start of last season, when he became a full-time Derbyshire player, he hadn't scored a first-class century, and now he's got 3 of those and a double, and he came as a bowling all-rounder. I've no idea what's happened to him, but long may it continue. That was a fine shot.
Yeah, wonderful shot to get off the mark there after the rain delay. Bit full from Coughlin. He'll be disappointed with that. A freebie with no mid-off in place, trying to get him to drive, but over-pitched, and Martin Anderson takes full advantage of that. And always had oodles of talent, has Martin Anderson. Came from Middlesex, but it's at Derbyshire that he's really shone through, and like you say, talented with the bat and ball as well, so a great signing. That's what Derbyshire seem to have done well over the last couple of years with Mickey Arthur in charge.
Yeah, he can attract a player, can Mickey? Coghlan is in again, and that one is clipped away backward, a square on the leg side. There are two fielders out there. It's Tom Bailey who'll get there first and keep it down to a single, which is good work as Anderson moves on to 42. Derbyshire to 241 for 3, and having said that we hadn't lost any overs, we now appear to have lost 6. So 6 overs lost due to the half, which makes perfect sense, to the half-hour rain delay. So it might only be 20 past 9 when we finish, rather than 9:45.
It'll be a long Sunday, but a nice long listen for everyone that's tuned in.
Final ball of the first over of the day is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest, who picks up a single and pinches the strike. And at the end of the 75th over of Derbyshire's innings, they're 242 for 3, 62 now to Brooke Guest, 42 to Martin Anderson, and Derbyshire now trail by 109 runs with a full day's play to go from here. 96 overs. How about that? Who'd have thought? Derbyshire women in action today. I'll try and keep you across that as best I can. They're playing Middlesex in the One Day Cup, and they are 50 for 2 after 17 overs. Nice solid start. They've made a lot of signings over the winter of Derbyshire's women, so tough first season for them. Very steep learning curve, I think, for a lot of the young players who they had in their squad. So they brought 1 or 2 in.
Yeah, it feels like the full cricket season has started now with the Women's Metro Bank starting yesterday. Lancashire obviously got off to a flying start.
Apologies.
They did indeed.
Oh dear, I put my foot in it now. Harry Singh's having a bowl, is he?
So yeah, Derbyshire women playing in the Tier 2 of the competition, and the Tier 1 games all started yesterday with Lancashire winning, Hampshire winning and Surrey winning. And Somerset as well, they got a first win on the board against Yorkshire.
Singh's second delivery is pushed back to him by Martin Anderson. To get a single off the first ball, they must have done. Anderson waits, just guides this out into the offside. I hesitated there, Phoebes. You do the top end, I'll do the bottom end, yeah?
Okay, fabulous.
Yeah,
Sounds good to me.
I don't want to... nobody wants to hear me sing bowls. It's clipped down the ground by Anderson, who hasn't used his feet to Harry Singh so far in this over. Of course, the other thing is that we're just 4 overs and 2 balls away from the second new ball, which may explain why Harry Singh's bowling and Paul Coghlan at the other end. They're keeping Mitch Stanley and his Rockets for the new ball. Brooke Guest pushes the latest delivery from Singh straight back to him.
Yeah, I think they'll want to get through this period as quick as possible to give their bowling attack the new ball.
Defended again by Brooke Guest to end the over. So it may well... Oh, it is Paul Coghlan. He's removed his cap already. Let's hope he has got his shirt on. We know that. Didn't have his shirt on yesterday when he came on to bowl one spell. Too much hilarity out in the middle. Just removed his sweater and just had the vest with his GPS in underneath it. And I've no idea how he didn't realise he didn't have his shirt, because it was freezing cold yesterday. But he didn't. 244 for 3 after 76.
And was Mitch Stanley bowling as quick as everyone was talking about?
We're very fortunate to have a speed gun on there, and he was getting very close to 90 miles an hour yesterday.
Coghlan in, defended by Anderson. Much better area there from Coghlan.
So he was a little more expensive than the other bowlers, but bowling like the speed of light, it was ridiculous. Got picked up 2 for 67, but then the odd ball takes an edge and goes to the boundary, and that's just a sort of occupational hazard, isn't it? But 2.3 for Jimmy Anderson, 1.8 Tom Bailey, 2.3 Tom Hartley, 2 and over Harry Singh. There just weren't many scoring opportunities.
Defended again by Anderson. Looks to go for the single, but turns it down.
Derbyshire in their first game against Worcestershire, they were going at more than 4 and over as they made that 625 for 8, which put them in a really good position. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the last 3 wickets, which would have given them victory, but certainly a lot slower batting, a lot tougher batting against Lancashire.
Coghlan in and driven by Anderson. Out to mid-off, they take a quick single. He works James Anderson round to his left.
I was looking at the record 4th wicket stand for Derbyshire. It was set on this ground. Scott might have been here. 1896. It's been a while.
Coghlan in and defended again. This time by Guest. Bowling in really nice length now is Coghlan.
During that game, that was it was over 300 the stand, and as part of that stand, George Davidson scored his 274, which remains Derbyshire's highest score in first-class cricket. It was his only century.
And he doubled up. There you go.
He doubled up, almost got to 300. Nobody's made 300 for Derbyshire. We're still waiting.
Coghlan in and defended again. Big cheers from the slip cordon. They're happy with those areas. Harry Singh in first slip. We've got a gully in Tom Hartley, and all much happier with this area that Coghlan's bowling.
I'm going to enjoy Sunday. No football to worry me today. I was a nervous wreck yesterday.
In and defended again. Look for the single. Guess sends Anderson back. No silly running here at Emirates Old Trafford, and that's 1 from the over. Much better areas there from Coghlan. And the score goes up to 245 for 3.
You're talking about good signings. I think Coghlan's a good signing, isn't he? He went down to Notts and then suffered some terrible injuries down there, and then went back to Durham. But I think he's a really good player. I've seen him a fair bit up at Durham. I do like the look of him. Singh bowls to Martin Anderson, who goes for the expansive drive and misses. Taken behind the stumps by Matty Hurst, who kept exceptionally well yesterday.
Yeah, he's one of these players that's been almost riddled with injuries throughout his career.
That one's pushed into the offside where Coghlan does the fielding.
I think he's around mid-30s, maybe 32, 33 now, so got a good 3-4 years in him.
A mere youngster, as this one is clipped this time to Bohannon by Anderson. Yeah, no, I do like him. We'll open the relevant page in a minute. That one's turned into the leg side. They haven't started on time, incidentally, at Canterbury, where it's... well, it doesn't say why they haven't. I assume it's rain. Northamptonshire looking to force home their superiority. That one was into the leg side, as is this one, a little squarer. Singh, oh no, I was going to say races through another over. He's got a ball left.
He's rattling through this, isn't it?
It is. It's
hard to keep up.
It's almost jogging back to his mark, and it's not that far behind umpire Chantry. Now he has finished the over, and it's a maiden over for Harry Singh. Doing a good job for his captain, Jimmy Anderson. There's Lancashire close in on that second new ball.
Yeah, not only has he got through the over quickly, no runs scored from it, bowled a nice tight line there.
You must have played in games where you've thought, well, this is going, we'll just shake hands on the next 5 overs. You can have 15 runs. We won't put any extra work into the bowler's legs, and we'll move on. It's a bit like that.
We've always had quite a few spinners at Lancashire, so they're always good to rattle through the overs. Hannah Jones, Fee Morris. Defended again by Guest.
Was there somebody called Hartley?
Alex Hartley, absolutely.
A vague recollection.
All the left-handers, left-arm
Yes.
spin.
Yeah.
Sophie Morris produced a lot here at Lancashire. Sophie Eccleston as well.
That's good from you, by the way. He's 33, exactly what you said. Didn't you?
There you go.
Yeah.
It's like I've done a bit of research, potentially.
Well, I haven't.
Coughlin in and driven lovely to mid-on for no run.
That's where you and I, well, there's many differences, but that's where you and I differ wildly, because I've done absolutely none. And my listeners wouldn't expect me to have.
I was thinking, I know majority of the Lancashire players, but Coughlin being a new signing.
So you specifically looked him up?
So I thought
That's
I'll
very
have a little
impressive.
bit of look at his
Very,
career, and
very
that's where I saw the moves between Durham, Notts, back to Durham, and then now at Lancashire. In and defended again. On debut today is Coughlin. So from the northeast, I think he's played a little bit of under-19 England cricket, Lions cricket.
Look at his tash.
A lovely tash
it's
as well.
Absolute belter. Mop of hair, moustache. It's the look.
In and defended into mid-wicket. There's a little bit of movement off the pitch there, does Coughlin. Just nips in late.
I think it's a good pitch for 4-day cricket. There's enough in it for the bowlers. Derbyshire picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, which is a good effort. His best figures in domestic first-class cricket.
In nips in again and worked a square leg for a single. Bowling a really challenging length there and getting a little bit of wobble off the seam is Coughlin.
So they're going to start, well, they're going to inspect about now at Canterbury. Gloucestershire, unsurprisingly, have been asked to follow on against Durham. Remember, they put Durham into bat. I don't know if we mentioned that over the first 2 days. Durham making 605 for 5 declared.
In and defended comfortably by Anderson. Just one off that over. Lancashire, Derbyshire, 246 for 3.
So that was their first mistake. And then Gloucestershire made 175. So the rotor's already gone out the window, and it's only been in place for 25 minutes. They're 31 without loss in their second innings, so going slightly better than they did first time around. And Worcestershire are now 251 ahead of Middlesex at Lords, 7 down, 243 for 7 in their second innings. Could be a good one, that. Harry Singh from the Statham end bowls to Brooke Guest, who punches it down the ground. Singh dives to his right, gets a hand on it, but can't stop it. Marcus Harris does the fielding down below us. Just the one slip for the final over, we imagine, with the old ball. And that one is also punched, this time by Martin Anderson, down the ground to Harris. And Anderson moves on to 45. 248 for 3. The Knight of the Realms warming up.
Yeah, we can see James Anderson going through the motions.
I wonder how many times he's done that in his career, blimey. Singh around the wicket to Guest, who pushes it out into the offside.
The difference here is that with him being captain, you almost know for certain that he's coming on, rather than signalling to the captain saying, "Get me on with the new ball."
Oh, it's pushed into the offside. He's given himself the nod. Wicketless so far.
Yeah, I'd love to see him partnered with Stanley with the new ball.
It's genuinely frightening. That one's pushed out into the offside by Kame. We are 1 ball away from that potential partnership. And we will be looking to our right at the speed gun. Singh bowls. It's a little bit shorter and flatter. It's pulled into the leg side. It's a really nice stop by Luke Wells, though, at mid-wicket. And it's 2 off the over. 248 for 3 then. 80 overs up. Paul Coughlin is no longer removing any sweaters I don't think Harry Singh can take his time as well. Who's it going to be? Yes, he's going to bowl from his own end, by the look of it, which is the end he bowled from yesterday. Presumably, which is why they decided that was the end that they'd name after him. Oh. He bowls a couple of practice deliveries.
Huge change in field now with the new ball being taken by James Anderson from the James Anderson end. Got 2 slips in place and a gully. Everyone moves into the ring. As James Anderson takes the new ball and it's defended into mid-wicket. Very uncomfortable length for Anderson. He just shovels it off his body.
The good thing for Derbyshire is that Lewis Rees is due in next, and he's been opening the batting for most of his career at Derbyshire. So at least the same thing happened against Worcestershire as well. When the second new ball became available, Rees was out there, and he's used to facing the new ball. Not necessarily the same for these two.
Anderson in. Anderson approaches that, walks down the crease. Could have easily been a leading edge, but mitigating the spin is Martin Anderson by walking down the track.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. We had it yesterday. James Anderson from the James Anderson end bowling to Martin Anderson is not what we need in our lives. But we've got it.
Anderson in and left by Martin Anderson. It's a nice bit of shape away there. Does James Anderson?
Can take a ball or two, kind of, to get one side how you like it, or both sides how you like them, really.
Yeah, it's normally you see it starting to shape more in the 3rd, 4th, 5th over.
Yeah.
You don't always reap the benefits, but they have put an extra slip in there, so there's 3 slips, gully, Anderson in and driven off the back foot. It's a bit short there from James Anderson. So he works the ball out into the deep for a single.
It's good sprinkling of spectators, and I still can't understand the ones who are sitting in the shade, because you'd want to get every bit of heat out of the sun that you can, but underneath the point there are people in the shade.
Not many on the hotel balconies either. You often see a few mega fans out there. Guest drives, brilliant delivery there from Anderson. Tempts Guest. Manages to pull away from the what looked like was going to be an expansive drive last minute. Some nice carry as well there, did James Anderson from the pitch.
Been like that. There's a Shoaib Bashir said there were some little bald patches on it that just made the ball do a bit. That was after day 1.
Driven, fuller delivery from Anderson. Hartley, I think, out in the deep, fumbles and they come back for 2. Just pushes down where he goes off the floor. Looks like there might have been a little bit of a bobble out there. Always good to blame the footprints in the pitch.
Just feeling on that little bit of the square that they're sort of extending it, aren't they, to our right towards the hotel, and it just looks a bit rough, doesn't it? As they try and get a few more pitches out of this Old Trafford square. Derbyshire pick up another of those pointless bonus points for getting past 250. Make no difference at all come the end of the season. 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw. Thanks for coming. Just make it nice and simple. But no. And it's Tom Bailey. Well, it's not. I mean, no offence to Tom Bailey, because he's a very fine bowler, but I wanted to see Mitch Stanley, really. Bailey bowls. That one's wide of the off stump and allowed to go through by Martin Anderson. It was I think most people I spoke to, and I obviously don't watch Lancashire regularly, but thought it was a surprise that Mick Stanley took the new ball. They only had 2 overs at the end of day 1, but it worked because he dismissed Caleb Jewell with the 3rd ball that he bowled. And obviously he came back, bowled 3 more balls the next day and carried on that spell. So, but Bailey's usually the man who takes the new ball, as I gather it. Oh, and it strikes the pad. Umpire Chantry not interested. Did he just get outside the line? The cameras, one of the cameras at Derby is a bit low and you can't see leg before wickets because you're looking through the umpire's head. Here at Old Trafford, the cameras are nice and high.
It looked a reasonable call, but I think it might have been going down.
And comes Bailey again and bowls. That one is driven and driven hard by Anderson. He does drive the ball very hard indeed. The chase is on from Harris, who gets there. It's one of those, and they'll come back for 3, and everybody will agree that it's absolutely fine. So a nice sliding stop by Harris as Anderson moves to 49, and the 100 partnership is up from 171 balls. Derbyshire now 97 runs behind.
Good piece of work there from Harris, chasing it and then having to rub the ball down after as it was sodden.
You don't want to be sliding, do you, in this?
He's never going to stop.
Here's Bailey, pushed into the offside, just gently backward of square by Guest, who picks up another single to move to 68, 255, 4-3. The horrible weather that I only know this because I was listening to Scott. If you can see it from where we're sitting, it is going to pass to the north. The stuff that we can't see unless we lean forward looks horrible. Sorry, I looked as Bailey bowls to Anderson, just goes back and pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run, but that wind that we had on the first 2 days appears to have dropped a bit. Not much, but a bit. The old pavilion front looks magnificent down at the far end, framed by very grey clouds. Bailey's in again, and oh, that one just moves away from Anderson. He has a real little fish at that. It was too far away from his body, the bat, really, wasn't it? And it goes through to the keeper, Matty Hurst. 255 for 3 at the end of the over. 49 to Anderson, 68 to Guest.
Yeah, a little shake of the head there from Martin Anderson. He wafted at that. It was way outside the off stump, was shaping away. A little bit of a lazy waft, which could have got him in trouble, but still there. 49 off 78. Keeps adding to his great start to the season. James Anderson takes the ball from the James Anderson end. Bowls and driven. Or he goes to drive, and it goes all the way through to the keeper. Making Guest play everything at the moment.
We were looking forward to the James Anderson versus Mohammed Abbas battle. Abbas not quite at his best in the first innings.
Works that through to short third for a single. Looked to go back for 2, but good work in the deep there from Luke Wells. Makes his way from deep backward point. The ball was just worked off the back foot there through third. Martin Anderson back on strike, who's on 49. Anderson in and comfortably left by Martin Anderson. Derbyshire 256 for 3.
Solid start so far, I would say. They'll be pleased. Lewis Reese a bit padded up. Anish Dal probably padded up as well down below. Then they're into Zach Chappell, Ben Aitchison and the 10 and 11.
Anderson bowls a lovely line there. Martin Anderson goes forward for the defence and just misses the outside edge of his bat. Covers all his stumps, the shape of the ball away.
I've got my first correction of the day because James Anderson got Harry Kane yesterday. So when I said he was wicketless, that was entirely incorrect, and I apologise.
Be looking for his second here. He's bowling a threatening line. In and defended off the front foot by Martin Anderson. He's batting about a yard out of his crease here is Martin Anderson, trying to mitigate the swing of James Anderson. So many Andersons.
Too many, really.
No relation that we know of. Different spelling of names gives it away, I think. In again, lovely pressing line from James Anderson there. He finishes his over, 1 from it. Causing some challenges here for both Anderson and Guest as he bowls that pressing line.
It's tough, isn't it? It's tough out there for the Derbyshire batters at the moment.
Starting to see more movement with the ball as well, so I think these next 5 or 6 overs will prove tricky.
Yes, it's not going to get any easier. Here's Bailey, left alone by Brooke Guest. It's his first half century of the season. He didn't really miss out. He made 38 against Worcestershire. But in the context of the match, whether the 3 half centuries and a century and a double century, he probably felt like he'd missed out. He won't let it bother him. He'll just come in at 7:30 in the morning and get to work as he always does. As Bailey's in, and that's left alone again by Brooke Guest, hardest working man at Derbyshire by a country mile. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How much work he does. Has the same routine every day. He's in sort of 7:30, 7:45, goes for a net, comes out and starts doing all his keeping drills. Bailey's in once again, and bowls. That's left alone by Brooke Guest. And there's no run. I'm going to make way for Callum as I go and be ignored by Radio Derby's newsreader for the second time today.
Derbyshire 256 for 3 with Guest on strike. Bailey in and defended by Guest. Looked like he wanted to play a big shot there as Callum joins me.
Afternoon, Phoebe. Oh, starting to look a little bit dull out there now, isn't it?
I was just thinking that. We've managed half an hour of play. Started 30 minutes late due to a huge downpour of rain after 3 balls were bowled. But there's scatterings of dark grey clouds across Manchester at the moment. Bailey bowls that to the leg side and worked for a single through to mid-wicket. Nice piece of fielding there from Luke Wells, who's tumbling to his left and keeps rolling and throws the ball into Hurst.
It's followed him around a little bit this morning, hasn't it, Luke Wells? Always seems to do that, doesn't it, after a missed field. Ball always seems to follow you.
He's often in that slip cordon. He's found himself out at deep point and now in at mid-wicket. Bailey in, big swipe off the back foot. And Anderson brings up his 50 off 82 deliveries. That half century adds to his phenomenal start to the season. Got a double century in his first game against Worcestershire. And he continues his form here at Emirates Old Trafford with half a century. More to his name.
Yeah, brilliant knock from Anderson. He came in yesterday in the afternoon, in the evening session, and he just looked like he was going to hit everything for 4. He was timing it so well. 50 off 83 deliveries. Been excellent from Derbyshire so far, trailing now by 93. 258 for 3. Anderson's going to continue. 2 slips and a gullet. That one's full of a length and driven nice through mid-on. He's going to pick up another 4 is Martin Anderson. Shot of the morning so far.
Yeah, you can see how poised he is. In his stance, in his position, so balanced. And just worked that beautifully through mid-on. I think when you see on drives like that, you know batters are in form.
Yeah, it's certainly such a confident shot. Anderson responds back on that probing length on the off stump. Martin Anderson defending to mid-off. Could do with a breakthrough pretty early here. Lancashire with this new ball, 4 overs into it. Could do with probably going back to back as well. Anderson in, and there it is. There's the breakthrough, off stump, out of the ground from James Anderson. It's a beautiful delivery. Martin Anderson just trying to work that into the leg side. The promising knock from Martin Anderson from his double century last week. But it's a beautiful delivery from James Anderson.
Beautiful delivery that. Just straightens on Anderson. Previous deliveries have been angling in. He goes to play that through mid-wicket. But that one straightens on him and off stump, out of the ground. No better feeling. Big celebration from James Anderson. They've got the breakthrough they wanted. Derbyshire, 262 for 4.
Talks about the on-drive being the batter's dream. That's got to be the bowler's dream, hasn't it? Seeing the off-stump cartwheeling.
Yeah, he squared him up a couple of times with this new ball as James Anderson. That time, too good for Martin Anderson. And he is dismissed as Rees comes out to the crease.
Yeah, Lewis Rees in at 6. As Dave Fletcher was saying, he's used to facing the new ball. Spent a majority of his career opening the batting. Left-hander as well, so James Anderson has had a lot of success over the years to left-handers. He's going to come round the wicket straight away. 3 slips in a gully. That slip cordon being strengthened for the new batter. Now the gully's going to come out now to a leg slip. So Tom Hartley in a leg slip. Paul Coughlin moves from 3rd slip to gully. Just a little bit of rain just starting to fall here. James Anderson in to Rees, attacking the stump straight away. Lewis Rees again across the stumps, covering all 3. And I think Sue Redfern has decided to take the players off. It's going to be another rain break here at Emirates Old Trafford. Hopefully it's just a passing shower, but a much needed wicket for Lancashire just before that rain.
Yeah, they've got the breakthrough they wanted in Martin Anderson. Off stump, cartwheeling out the ground from James Anderson. You can hear the hovercraft coming onto the wickets now. I think it's going to be a day of on-off rain. We can actually see a little bit of blue sky in the air, but we can also see those horrible dark clouds. So that gives some indication of the kind of day that we're going to have, and frustrating for the players. I think they'll be pleased with Lancashire that they got that breakthrough wicket, but Derbyshire are really encroaching on this total.
Yeah, 6 wickets still in hand, trailing by only 89 now. Brooke Guest still in there, 70 not out. Lewis Rees has just joined him after that wicket. So we're going to be in for a short little break now, and we'll be back with you pretty soon, hopefully.
Well, some encouraging news from Emirates Old Trafford. As we can see, the two umpires are out, getting things ready in the middle. Sue Redfern and Jack Chantry, and the players will be joining them pretty shortly. In fact, they're heading out now, the Lancashire players and the two batters. Lancashire being led by Captain James Anderson, heading out to the middle. We've got a little kind of mini session here. Lunch has been pushed back to 1:15 now. So a 1:15 lunch. Tea's been moved back 5 minutes to 4:05. We've got 77.2 overs remaining in the day. So quite a niggly little session for the two batters here, Callum. Lewis Rees, who's only faced one delivery, and Brooke Guest, who's 70 not out, but just a little over half an hour until that lunch break. 35-minute session. Could be tricky.
Yeah, it certainly could be. It could fall into Lancashire's favours the way the timings have gone, because obviously they've just taken the new ball, so after lunch as well it'll be still relatively new as well, so you know they still might get two sort of sessions in with the new ball in a way, and making Derbyshire sort of reset and get back into it, like you say, for half an hour and then a lunch break and then coming back out and restarting again. So hopefully Lancashire will be thinking that can fall into their favour and they can try and grab a few wickets with this new ball.
I think it was kind of half the idea with regards to the fact, I think, because I spoke to Marcus Harris on the first day and they said had Lancashire won the toss, they would have batted first as Anderson comes in to get us back underway. Lewis Rees will just clip it away off his hip out towards mid-wicket for no run. And I think Marcus was saying that with the idea of maybe some rain around Saturday and Sunday, you're better off batting on the day that you knew it was going to be dry, get runs on the board, and then it could be a bit awkward going on and off. But we didn't actually see much on and off yesterday, did we? Not as much as we thought.
No, it was off for that. What was just short of 2 hour period around tea. But like you say, it wasn't very stop-starty. Like the forecast was saying. I think it could be a bit more like that today, but I think Marcus Harris's logic's probably bang on, isn't it? Like, you don't really want to be interrupted too much when you're batting in your full flow.
Here's Anderson around the wicket, ball into Lewis Rees, that's left, and taken by Matthew Hurst. So a couple of balls sent down to complete that Anderson over. He didn't take the new ball straight away. He bowled a couple of balls with the older ball, and then 2 balls, or the third ball of the over, he took the second new ball. But we're into it now. But as you say, they're going to have a couple of little bites at it, aren't they, with Anderson and with Bailey. And at some stage we'll see Coughlin and Mitchell Stanley.
Yeah, I think the message before coming out will be let's have Derbyshire 5 down at lunch, maybe even try and get 6 with this new ball. So that'll be the message for Lancashire. Tricky little period for Derbyshire, especially with Lewis Rees just trying to get himself in. Faced 3 balls so far after that wicket of Anderson. Bailey in down the leg side, and Guess plays at that one, but goes through to Mathieu for no run.
And gone with Bailey with the second new ball. The start of the innings it was Mitchell Stanley who took the new ball, but the familiar combination of Bailey and Anderson in tandem here for Lancashire.
2 slips and roughly about 4th slip, not a gully. That one's played at from Brooke Guest, goes through to Matthias, and a nice little bit of shape away from Tom Bailey, which is his natural shape away to the right-hander. He has got the one that can come back in as well.
A little bit of sawdust being required here. It's Marcus Harris who scooped up some sawdust, just a little bit soft. Clearly the landing marks there for Tom Bailey.
Going back to the Mitchell Stanley opening the ball,
yep.
I think it was an excellent decision, that, especially because it was 2 overs, wasn't it, at the end of day 2,
yep.
And it was just the extra pace. You know, let's see what can happen. And he restarted again on day 2, but I think, you know, Bailey's still going to continue taking the new ball, I would assume, for Lancashire. He certainly has done it. As in it comes, that one's punched nicely through the offside by Guest. Gets a single out to the deep point boundary.
Yeah, the spell after the following day, the Anderson-Stanley spells, this was the start of yesterday, was absolutely terrific cricket to watch. With Harry Kame and Matthew Montgomery batting for Derbyshire, and it was a wonderful kind of contradiction almost, wasn't it? He had the skill of Anderson at one end and almost kind of the brute force of Stanley's pace at the other. It was a brilliant couple of hours of cricket yesterday morning.
Bailey round the wicket to Lewis Rees. He shapes that one away from the left-hander towards his 2 slips and a gullet. Yeah, the 2 completely different bowlers, aren't they? You've got the brute speed and strength of Mitchell Stanley, who hasn't quite got the accuracy that Jimmy Anderson's built his career off. So as a batter, it's 2 completely different challenges, and I think that could be a nice little combination for Lancashire throughout this year. You've got Ajit Singh Dale and Stanley with the extra pace, as Bailey's in, again shaping it away to his slip cord, and Lewis Rees allows that one through.
He was pushing up to 90 miles an hour, wasn't it? The speed on the monitor was, I think, maybe 87, 88 he got it to, I think, at one stage. Brilliant to watch.
Yeah, it's crazy what pace does as well. You know, there's not too many 85 plus miles per hour bowlers around on the county circuit. So when it does, it's always a nice test for the batters. Bailey in, Lewis Rees coming forward, allowing that through to Matty Hurst. 263 for 4. Derbyshire trailing just by 88 now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Lancashire kind of use Mitchell Stanley. It does feel like it will be a selection that's kind of based on conditions, or maybe even on the venue. Obviously, how he feels. He's just not been able to kind of keep fit enough to be able to play regularly enough. He played at the end of last season. He got 11 wickets in a match at Canterbury, then picked up an injury and didn't play again for the following couple of games in that campaign. So I guess getting fit, staying fit, but I just don't see them using him kind of week in, week out.
No, I think it's too much of a risk, isn't it, with his injuries that he's had throughout his career.
Here's Anderson bowling to Brooke Guest. That's clipped down towards fine leg. Races away for 4. Just kind of helps it on its way as Anderson speared that one a little leg side. He shake of the head from Jimmy. Guest moves to 75, 267 for 4.
Yeah, it's not often Jimmy Anderson missing his line, misses his length. Brooke Guest taking advantage. Certainly got to do that with a bowler of Jimmy Anderson's class.
I think every county probably look to try and rest a bowler at some stage in this opening couple of months. Can't play every game. Derbyshire have a break anyway after this match. Anderson's in to Guess. It's right back on the money. Defends. Lancashire have got 4 games on the spin, so Derbyshire have got 2 on the spin, then they have a rest week and then come back. Lancashire playing 4 on the bounce and then their rest week. So already Ajit Singh Dale and George Balderson, who played last week, are not playing this week. Be interesting to see how many of the opening 4 that James Anderson is able to play. He said at media day, kind of his biggest challenge is making sure he's nice and fit and able to play as many as he can. Dropped into the offside for no run, but will he play 4 on the spin? That's a lot, isn't it?
It is, and as captain, you're taking that leadership on. Is that a sign of him wanting to play sort of every game and committing as captain as well, saying, you know, I do want to play every county championship game? Like you say, it's going to be a tough ask. The signing of Paul Coughlin as well will be a good help for Lancashire. I think they've got a much better balance to the seam attack. They probably missed that extra bit of pace last season.
267 for 4. Here's Anderson over the wicket and balls down the leg side to Brooke Guest, taken by Matthew Hurst.
Seen Saqib Mahmood yesterday having a few ball throughs on the square at lunch, so I don't know if he plans to play any red ball cricket for Lancashire.
I'm not sure he is. Luke Wood's definitely playing just white ball cricket this year for Lancashire. Saqib Mahmood last year had a white ball contract and then was available for red ball cricket, but he wasn't ever committed to red ball cricket last year. It's deflected away into the offside for no run. It was kind of on an ad hoc basis with Saqib last year, so whether that's the same again this year, I'm not sure. But the Blast starts in a few weeks, doesn't it? So I guess these bowlers will be nice and fresh and ready for the T20 starting in a couple of months. Part of the game, though, isn't it? Kind of So Anderson comes in to complete the overs, defended by Guest. And there's no run where players, more and more players are just saying, well, I'm just going to sign a white ball deal and play white ball cricket, and you can absolutely understand that.
Yeah, you certainly can. The way the game of cricket's going, the more franchise leagues are being set up, and these sort of short 6 to 8 week sort of tournaments. Obviously got the IPL going now, which seems like it goes on forever, to be honest.
Is it still going on?
Yeah.
It does go on a long time, doesn't it? Yeah,
it does.
Lengthy competition.
Bailey to continue, round the wicket to Rees. He just finds that one going down the leg side.
Yes, I'm not sure how much will...
Even the games go on forever. They're like
well,
4 to 5 hour
do,
games now.
Advertisement breaks in it on this.
Yeah, and 10 awards out at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's a T20 game that lasts the same distance as a 50 over match.
2 slips and a gullet to Lewis Rees, the left-hander. Bailey in round the wicket onto the pads of Lewis Rees. You can see he's just trying to shape it away to Lewis Rees. He's just starting that a little bit too far down the leg side. He helps himself to a single.
But yeah, I suspect for red ball cricket, you know, the Lancashire's bowling resources, like so, obviously what we've got in this game here, and then you add Ajit Singh Dale and George Balderson and Jack Blatherwick, Luke Hands maybe might be in and around it as well.
Bailey to Guest, it's an appeal, hitting the pad, but it looks a little bit high initially. Brooke Guest just trying to work that into the leg side. Appeal from more behind the stumps than anything. Yeah, I think they certainly have a better balance to it. They probably missed a little bit of extra pace last year, did Lancashire, especially on wickets where there isn't too much help from the seam movement. Bailey in, Brooke Guest playing that into the offside, gets a quick single. Just squared up a little bit with the movement of Bailey. Obviously, Mitch Perry obviously got his spell cut with his injury, which was a shame for Lancashire, because I think he had a real breakthrough year in the Sheffield Shield as well. Bailey and Rees forward behind his defence.
Yeah, I spoke to Stephen Croft a week or so back about that and asked him what the situation was, whether or not they would look to try and replace Mitch Perry. But I mean, at this stage, so late on, one, it's pretty difficult. There's not many players around, and he said he was happy at the minute, at least, to look at what they've got and use the bowlers that are already here.
Bailey in, oversteps. They take a quick single into the leg side. Lewis Rees just turning that into square leg region. Josh Bohannon doing the fielding. Was always gonna get there.
Pretty difficult.
Yeah,
trying to find recruitment from overseas at the best of times.
Yeah, because you've got the IPL going on. You've got the Pakistan Super League as well going on. Obviously, the Sheffield Shield's just finished, and a lot of the Aussies and South Africans have already been signed as well. So Bailey into Guest, just beats him on the outside edge. Brooke Guest just lunging forward, playing defensively, just signalling to his partner a little bit of movement away off the seam. It's a good delivery and a good end to the over from Tom Bailey. Derbyshire 272 for 4, Brooke Guest 76 and Lewis Rees 2.
Probably got, well, they're in a better, I think, position in terms of the resources this year than last year, with the addition of Ajit Singh Dale and with Paul Coughlin. Even without Mitch Perry coming, you know, they look well stocked in their bowling lineup, and there's a couple of lads that have not been in squads yet that will be thinking that they can try and force their way in. Anderson from around the wicket bowling to Lewis Rees, bat and pad going forward together. off the bat first, deflecting into the offside. And there's no run. So I think for the time being, Lancashire just looking to hold back with that second overseas. Obviously Marcus Harris playing in this game and through the course of the summer, but they do have that second overseas option for red ball cricket. But Stephen Croft suggesting that happy just to hold back at the minute. Again, Rees on the front foot defending. Pushed away to the offside for no run. A couple of T20 overseas recruitments on the way with Ben McDermott and Chris Green as well.
Yeah, Chris Green was an excellent signing, wasn't he, last year? Really enjoyed his time here.
He's great.
At Lancashire.
Great to watch, isn't he?
Yeah.
Proper cricketer. He just clearly loves it, doesn't he? And it's so good when Lancashire can get a couple of red ball games out of him as well, which he clearly enjoys playing. 272 for 4. Anderson to Rees, defending off the inner half of the bat. Deflects out to mid-wicket, no run.
Was it him and Tom Hartley at Gloucestershire last year? Was it when he got that 100? Was it Tom Hartley as well?
He was. I think it was Derbyshire, I think.
I think it was
against Derbyshire. Yeah. Green got back-to-back centuries, which may have been against Gloucestershire and then Derbyshire, something like that. But yeah, they both had a real purple patch in red ball cricket together. Anderson to Rees again. Defends. He's not. I mean, it could have been Gloucestershire. Last season, I can barely remember last week at North End. Last season, but yeah.
Will he be here for the start of the Blast as well? Do we know that
so.
yet? Yeah.
He's
He's in Pakistan Super League, I think, at the moment.
These things are always I's to be dotted and T's crossed type thing, isn't it? With these things, but I think so. Lancashire started their T20 campaign at Surrey.
Yeah, it's different this year, isn't it?
Both men's and women's sides. Anderson to Rees, flicked away towards the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket. And there's no run. And there's a T20 double-header at the Oval to get the Blast underway for both Thunder and Lightning this year. There's this kind of random fixture where you play two random. So they're into 3 regional groups now, the North and the kind of Midlands and the South group, but then each county plays 2 games against one other side from
the other groups.
Yeah. So I think Glamorgan are playing Lancashire at Blackpool in the T20 match.
Right.
Final ball of the over. Anderson to Rees. That's through to Hurst. Completes the 89th over. 79 behind Derbyshire. 272 for 4. Guest has 76 and Rees unbeaten on 2.
That'll be good fun, a T20 Blast game at Blackpool.
Yeah. We had Joss Butler at Blackpool a few years ago in a T20 match. That was quite good fun. Butler does Blackpool. Really? Carry on film, isn't it?
Can you imagine if you landed in Stanley Park that day?
Yeah. Yeah, T20 cricket at Blackpool would be good fun.
Yeah. Especially if you get the weather.
Be a good crowd.
Yeah. Always nice going to the outgrounds. Jimmy Anderson and the vice captain Josh Bohannon just having a lengthy chat as Tom Bailey is removed from the attack and Mitch Stanley is going to replace him. First time we've seen Mitch Stanley on day 3. Bowled some quick spells yesterday. The ball is only 9 overs old, so should be able to put it through. 272 for 4 Derbyshire. 2 slips and a gully. Stanley's in. But yes, just turning that away into the leg side. Look to try and shape it away. Got a little bit of movement late in day 1 and early in day 2.
Yeah, he got into his spell really nicely yesterday morning, didn't he? He's really in a good groove, and a couple of deliveries obviously to get him going, but then when he got going, God, he was good to watch, wasn't he? Setting it down mid to late 80s. Real feisty spell from Stanley yesterday.
And he comes to Guest, who allows that one through. So Matty Hurst, there's still plenty of carry there to the Lancashire wicketkeeper. Yeah, he got hit for 6, didn't he, against Montgomery. Followed it up with a real quick delivery and found the outside edge.
Yeah, it's a good catch, wasn't it? Gully by Coughlin.
Brilliant catch.
Went pretty quickly to it.
Two slips in a gullet and a deep point. And Stanley cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg where Brooke Guest finds a single. His natural length probably will be more back of a length with his height and his pace, so he might just have to be urged to go a little bit fuller with this new ball.
He did that, I thought, yesterday quite well for Stanley, didn't he? He's not shy of pushing it full.
Yeah, I think we spoke about it yesterday, didn't we? He's going to concede runs, maybe, you know, he might go up 4, 5 and over every now and again, but that's what extra pace brings, but also brings opportunities to take wickets. So I think you've got to accept sometimes that he could leak some runs. He's into Rees, he beats the outside edge. Lewis Rees just playing at that one, just indicating it, lifting a little bit with this new ball. Carries through nicely again to Matty Hurst.
I mean, Rees is batting at 6, but he's an opening batter, isn't he? He's opened the batting for years, so in terms of the challenge of facing a new ball, not unfamiliar for Lewis Rees.
Yeah, it fell quite nicely for Derbyshire. Did that. Lewis Rees coming in just as the new ball was taken. As this time he decides to allow that one through. Similar kind of delivery, similar length. Mitchell Stanley just getting into his rhythm. Just asking Jack Chantry if his front foot's okay. How is he on the line? Stanley in, fuller of a length. That one's clipped off Lewis Rees's pads. Nicely down to fine leg for a single. He keeps the strike. 274 for 4. Derbyshire just trailing by 77 now.
Yeah, lunch is 1:15, so it's been pushed back by, well, it was pushed back by 10 minutes because we were making up time for loss yesterday. Now it's been pushed back by an extra 5 minutes. So 1:15 is the lunch break. Just you stay where you are, Callum. I'll bring Phoebe in to join you.
No worries. Yeah, Jimmy Anderson is going to continue, which is no surprise after picking up the wicket of Anderson with 2 S's. Jimmy Anderson beating the outside edge of Lewis Rees. 2 slips in a gullet, deep square and a long leg.
It's absolutely squared him up there. And Rees just pulls his bat away last minute as it shapes away. Looks in all sorts of trouble here, does Rees. 3 off 20 deliveries.
One of them as a bat away, just say he was playing down the wrong line. Pretend you was leaving it. Anderson in. Lewis Rees this time getting way across his stumps. Batting outside his crease as well. Leaves that one through. So Matty Hurst. There's some nice carry with this new ball. There's still a little bit of pace in this pitch.
Yeah, it's not done loads as the new ball, but it's done enough to ask a few questions. Lancashire would have wanted to get more than just that one breakthrough wicket with the new ball. 10 overs old now.
Anderson attacking the stumps. Lewis Rees playing back past the bowler. Yeah, they probably they'd hope for 1 or 2 more, wouldn't they, in quick succession. They only picked up 2 wickets in day 2. They've got an early one in day 3. Can they try and get 1 or 2 more? They'd like 1 more certainly before lunch. Anderson outside the line of off stump. Lewis Rees allowing that one through.
So the last 4 deliveries all shaping away from Rees, so I think we'll see one nip back in at some point, whether it's this ball or the previous or the next delivery.
He's walking right across all his stumps as well, isn't he, Lewis Rees? He's sort of batting on middle and off, taking a little bit of a step across and down the pitch. This one's tighter line off stump, back towards Jimmy Anderson, who shows his footballing skills.
Wind's dropped as well here. There's big gusty wind going across the ground, but it seems to have calmed down.
Anderson, final ball is over. This one's pushed away into the onside. It's a good over from Jimmy Anderson, certainly asking questions of Derbyshire's Lewis Rees.
Yeah, those last two deliveries, wobble seam, angling in. And the first four just beating the outside edge. Moving it both ways, as expected, but not managing to take another wicket here. Derbyshire 274 for 4. They trail by 77. And Stanley, the express pace of Stanley continues. He bowled 6 overs of rockets yesterday. He's coming in for his second over here. He fires it short and wide. So has a little bit of a jump after his delivery, and he has a play around with the footmarks. The outfield's wet, so there's a lot of mud coming off his boots as he scrapes that front line. Sort of plays around with his boot to get rid of all the mud.
I'd be jumping at the other end if it was me. Batting, it wouldn't be me batting, of course, in any world.
Stanley in. Fires it short, caught, drops short, I think, of Harris in slip. Got an outside edge there from Guest, but it just didn't quite carry.
It hit some part of his body after it hit his bat or something, because it did drop short. You're absolutely right. You get a little touch on from his bat onto his thigh pad, which just took a bit of pace off it, because you'd expect it to go all the way through to the slip cordon, wouldn't you? The umpires are taking them off. It's raining. Super. How disappointing. Welcome to listeners to Sports Extra. I don't think you're going to be with us for very long, I'm afraid, because it has just started raining again at Old Trafford. The noise in the background, there you go. The familiar noise in the background, I'm afraid, of the hover cover being, I was going to say wheeled on, but it doesn't have wheels, pushed on from down below us. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they didn't take lunch, which had been pushed back to 12:15. 1 wicket to fall this morning. Martin Anderson was bowled by James Anderson for 54, and the next delivery was faced and negotiated by Lewis Rees, and they went off for rain. They have been back since, well, for about half an hour, that kind of area. Derbyshire have moved on to 274 for 4. Lewis Rees on 3, Brooke Guest on 77. If they go for lunch, we won't lose any more overs, but we have lost a few already today. 70 left in the day, and there'll be more cricket at Old Trafford, I've no doubt. I don't think Mitch Stanley, Phoebe, has got up to his full pace yet. I was looking at the numbers on the screen. It was about 83, 84. I mean, it's quick enough, but he's got a bit more to come. But as you say, it must be difficult. What is it like when the outfield's damp and you're very wary, I imagine, of your run-up?
Yeah, I think it's whether you do slip on the crease line, which you saw after his third delivery in that, or the second delivery in that over. He just went to the footmark, scraped it. It clearly wasn't gripping as he'd like. And as soon as you have that doubt in your mind, you're not able to express your full pace and your full self. So you can see where that holding back slightly there from what we saw yesterday. which was and sounded like express pace, but he can definitely get up to the 90-mile-an-hour mark, and Stanley, which is exciting. I think he's another one that's knocking on that door for England.
Yes. Yeah, he's had some Lions experience, I think. And we're not going to see him for a while, though. The hover cover is out. They're not putting the full covers over the whole of the square. The umpires are writing things down in their notebooks and looking like very purposeful as they stride off the pitch. Sue Redfern and Jack Shantry. And that's where we'll wrap it up for now, I think. 274 for 4. Derbyshire, they are still 77 runs in arrears. Brooke Guest on 77. Lewis Rees on 3. It might be lunch, it might not. We'll get told in the fullness of time. It is lunch. They have gone to lunch, so we'll be back in, hopefully, in 40 minutes' time.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Guys, make way for the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Pass the Pringles.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. The afternoon session is about to get underway with Mitch Stanley bowling the last 4 balls of the over that was interrupted by the shower that forced him to leave the field. And he's in and bowls to Brooke Guest. That one jags back at him. Strikes the pad too high. Callum, how are you?
Yeah, good, you?
Yeah, splendid.
Nice lunch?
Splendid, yes, absolutely. Went back for seconds.
Curry,
Curry, yes, yeah.
Gnocchi look good, though.
Well, no, not really.
No, not for you?
Even in my new
regime,
yogurt and bananas lifestyle, gnocchi's a step too far. I don't know what it is for a start. Yeah. It's got a G at the start of it, for goodness sake. In comes Stanley again. That one's pushed out into the offside, fielded by Bohannon. No run. I couldn't trouble you, Scott, could I? Just to move that water bottle out of the way, because oh, thanks very much. See the screen now. He's got a 10-gallon water bottle to keep himself hydrated. It's all that gnocchi. Looks okay for the time being. There will almost certainly be another shower at some point, you would have thought, given the way the day's gone so far. Stanley bowls, left alone by Brooke Guest immediately. We both turned. What speed was that? 84.8. He's getting into his stride now, is Mitch Stanley. He was sort of hovering around the 82, 83 mark, so he's upped it by a couple of miles an hour.
He started well here. After lunch. A couple of balls just to finish the over, which started prior to lunch.
It even rained in Derby, though, so it must be everywhere. In fact, it's still raining in Derby, I think. As Stanley bowls, that strikes the pad. That's going down, isn't it? Certainly Jack Shantry shook his head pretty quickly. And the appeal was stifled. So that over, which started, I don't know, a couple of days ago, has come to an end. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's going down. Going down. 274 for 4. We've played 92 overs of this Derbyshire innings. Brooke Guest has 77. Lewis Rees, who had a tricky little spell in between the showers after Martin Anderson was out to the penultimate ball before the first shower. Was that the second shower? I can't remember. He's going to face. Shouldn't have started that.
Jimmy Anderson continuing from his own end. That one's allowed through from Rees to Matthias with the gloves.
We made it onto Sports Extra for 2 minutes, which was very exciting. I think it was the main Sports Extra channel, although I always think Sports Extra 3 is the one you want to aim for. 3 is a much higher number, isn't it? It's the higher the number, the more important the station, I always think. Nobody listens to Radio 1, do they? But Radio 4, well...
2 slips and a gullet for Anderson, who, what was it, leg side. Lewis Rees just tucking that off his hip, gets a single, thinks about a second, but Marcus Harris does the fielding.
I've got to stop saying that. I don't think Kevin Hells likes me when I say that. Sort of more exclusive as well, 2 and 3, because you can only get them on BBC Sounds as opposed to on your smart speaker. I think they're very much internet-based radio stations.
Brooke Guest, 2 slips and a gully as well. Jimmy Anderson finds the inside edge. Brooke Guest coming forward, just playing a defensive shot. One coming back into the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. Finds the inside edge, and that takes him into the 80s. Brooke Guest 81.
He had to play it, didn't he? And it did, as you say, kind of jag back.
Yeah, he's batting on off stump as well, so knows where his off stump certainly is. Like I say, it's just the angle, and then a little bit off the wicket as well, coming back into the Brooke Guest. Oh, and that one's beating him on the outside edge.
Beautiful.
Jimmy Anderson throwing his hands up, asking what more he needs to do to find the wicket of Brooke Guest. It's brilliant bowling. 1 in, 1 away. It's what we've been used to seeing for many years now. as England fans.
What do you do as a batter? You've got no idea which way it's going to go, and you've just got to sort of try and protect your stumps as best you can, and hope to goodness it doesn't take the edge, really.
That's it. You've just got to hope. There's not been many bad balls at all from James Anderson. That one back of a length, Brooke Guest. Just indicating it should bounce a little bit extra. We've seen a little bit of that yesterday. There's a little bit of an area where Jimmy Anderson, as he so often does, was hitting persistently. And just a little bit of extra bounce. New ball as well. It's only 12 overs old. So, being still in good condition. Anderson finds the outside edge of Brooke Guest. It won't run away for 4. The outfield did slow up. Going to think about a third, but Michael Jones quickly does the fielding. It's a good over from James Anderson. The runs coming off it won't suggest that, but doesn't quite tell the story of how dominant he was in that over. 281 for 4. Lewis Rees on 4 and Brooke Guest on 83.
We talk about what we've seen from James Anderson over the years, and we've seen it at the very top level, of course. I wonder how many times he's been frustrated. I'd love to see a record of that. We know how many, 1,100 and plenty first-class wickets over the course of his career. How many times has he been frustrated? Because he was frustrated
more than 1,100, I reckon.
Stanley begins a new over from the Statham end, and it's turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees, fielded by Josh Bohannon, who's a mid-wicket. Paul Coughlin's just keeping himself loose there. He's at gully, 2 slips and a gully, a point cover mid-off. Mid-on is a little bit wide, or wider than a regular mid-off. That's James Anderson. Mid-wicket and a long leg down underneath the point. As Stanley bowls, that's dabbed into the offside. Lewis Rees has this little habit of just looking, took a step there, and as soon as he took that step, it triggered Brooke Guest, and he was almost in full flow. When the shout of no came from the other end.
It's quite a natural habit now for batters, isn't it? Especially in the white ball game. They kind of hit and run a little bit in that.
Yes.
In that cricket these days.
Well, unusually for a player of such ability, Lewis Rees didn't play any white ball cricket last summer. Didn't play in the T20 side, didn't play any one-day cup matches. He is carrying an injury at the moment, and that's we're presuming why he's not able to bowl as Stanley bowls to him, and that one is beating the outside edge comfortably. That was a quick one. It felt like a quick one.
Yeah, Lewis Rees just with a little bit of a smile and a chuckle to himself.
There's not much you can do with that,
no,
is there?
Just squared up a little bit, just showing signs of a little bit of movement away from the bat, off the pitch.
It was quick in the slow motion replay.
Yeah, you can tell by his face, can't you now?
Uh-oh. What on earth? Stanley then halfway through his 17th over, 2 for 69, bowls to Rees. That one's wide enough for Rees to let it go. And goes through to Matty Hurst behind the stumps. A busy old written media box today. The great and the good in there. No, they're not so good. But the great and the good. No. It's a good box, this one. All enjoying their lunch and talking about various things.
Like a pub quiz question, weren't they, from Griff?
We quite often get that. Stanley is in, and now he'll tell you he played inside the line of that one, Lewis Rees. I'm not entirely sure that he did. He certainly pulled his bat inside the line at some point. And that goes down and just taps the pitch halfway down. I'm not sure that'll make a huge amount of difference either. He's got to tough it out here. Four off 32. He started, by his own admission, a little bit slowly before going on to make a century against Worcestershire. As Stanley's in, that one's on the pads. It's hit him, but it's pitched outside leg for a start. and they go through for a leg bye. I'm not sure it would have hit the stumps either. 282 for 4 with that leg bye, so it's a maiden over for Mitch Stanley. 17 overs, 2 for 69 now.
Yeah, he's coming in a little bit of a tricky period, hasn't he, with the new ball, Jimmy Anderson and Mitch Stanley. He's obviously faced a spell just before lunch. The new ball actually fell quite well for Lancashire just before lunch, so it's going to allow James Anderson to kind of have 2 spells at it. Same with Mitchell Stanley, they'll probably both bowl maybe 5 or 6 overs after lunch here. 2 slips and a gullet for Anderson, who finds Lewis Rees hitting him in the pads. Too high for any appeal, batting just a little bit down the pitch, batting on half stump as well, so he's trying to get across, trying to cover all these stumps, so as a batter you know what you can and you can't leave a little bit easier. This time Anderson changing up the angle, coming back over. It's the first time to Lewis Rees that he's come over the wicket. Went straight around the stumps to him. He's in. Lewis Rees solid in behind his forward defence. Goes into the onside for no run.
Quite useful for Derbyshire, the left-hander and the right-hander in as well, just to James Anderson will be used to it, of course, from international cricket, but just to try and put the bowlers off their line.
Yeah, it certainly helps, doesn't it? No matter how much you're used to it as a bowler, nothing more infuriating than having to keep moving your field, keep changing your angles. Anderson in, finding the outside half of the bat from Lewis Rees, plays it safely enough down into the ground. Backward point. It is Tom Bailey, does the fielding.
Derbyshire's record of maximum bonus points is going to end at some point in the next couple of hours, because they're already in the 95th over and they've only got 1 batting bonus point.
Is it 110?
110 overs, yeah. To get to 300, they'll pick another one up.
Anderson in, driving Lewis Rees, aerial through the slip cordon. This time he wasn't in control of that one. It runs away for 4. And add another one onto the James Anderson frustration number.
He'll have a frustration column. He'll have a moral victory column. And they won't count for anything other than to make him angry. No, you can't really do much about that, can you? He flashed at it, flashed hard, and just to the right of Paul Coughlin at Gully.
Yeah, if you're going to flash, you may as well flash hard like that, 'cause it flew at some pace. At a tricky height as well to catch it, but there was never any chance of any of the cordon catching that one. James Anderson responds, just squaring Lewis Rees up a little bit, hitting him on the fire guard. Just a little bit of a kick of the footholes as he walks back to his mark.
So it wasn't far short of 80 miles an hour. Not bad for an old boy.
Yeah, it was coming up at 76, 77, wasn't it, yesterday, but it certainly looked like it was a little bit quicker than that.
Yeah.
He's certainly, when he was in his test career, he was around the 33, 34 mark. 83, 84. That one's driven, flashed again. This time it beats Gully and Point. Not in control of it, but Lewis Rees flashing hard, and he gets a reward for it. He picks up another 4, 8 off Jimmy Anderson's over. Just a few little words from Sir Jimmy Anderson.
I think there was a smile on the face. There was certainly a smile on Lewis Rees's face. There would be, wouldn't there? He's just got 2 boundaries down the third man off the edge of the bat. But they'll know each other because obviously Lewis and Brooke Guest, 2 former Lancashire players out there together at the moment. Lewis Rees, of the 3, including Ben Aitchison, obviously the one who had a greater impact here at Old Trafford when he was here than the other 2. But he was born in Manchester, Brooke Guest. So it's a nice homecoming for him. As Mitch Stanley runs away from us and bowls to him, and he leaves alone outside the off stump. Lewis Rees was born down in Somerset somewhere, but he was brought up here in the northwest. He went to school in Preston, Chorley rather, and of course Ben Aitchison from Formby. The county's just too big, really. He said of a county that's very long and thin, Derbyshire. The north of Derbyshire is a long, long way away from the south of Derbyshire. That's this next delivery from Stanley. It's just dabbed into the ground, backward a square. Very reminiscent of the shots that Harry Kane was playing yesterday. And it's well stopped by Coghlan, just scrambling away to his right. Guest is now, what, 17 away from the magical three figures. He's equalled Harry Kane's 83. How long did it take Harry to get there? A little bit quicker. That's a very straight ball, and he does well to dig it out. Full one from Mitch Stanley, who fields off his own bowling.
He batted well, hasn't he, Brooke Guest? Chanceless. Can't really feel of any chances that is given to Lancashire.
I think the only bowler who's suffered from chances going down has been Paul Coghlan, who had two dropped off him yesterday.
Both Harry Kane as well. First one on 16, which did end up proving costly.
He'll claim, we'll say, he made the most of his opportunity, which he pretty much did as Stanley bowls, and that's defended by Brooke Guest. Although he did admit to me last night, I asked him if he thought the ball that got him eventually, he played it on, but it came off the bottom end of his bat. If it had kept a bit low, he said, but that was what I felt, but I could have played the shot better. So he was a bit disappointed to get out in the early 80s, but really happy with the way his team has performed here at Old Trafford, and he's every right to be. They're currently 61 behind with 6 second innings wickets left. Now that has hit the pad and he's been given. He drops his head, Brooke Guest. He goes for 83 as well. And Mitch Stanley picks up another wicket. His third. 290 for 5 now. Guest out for 83.
Yeah, it looks like an absolute beauty from Mitchell Stanley. High pace, swinging away from Brooke Guest, who just finds himself trapped on the crease a little bit. Squares himself up. It hits him on the leg. And it's only just a clip on the pad, isn't it? Would have been close to the line of off stump, or maybe whether it was just outside the line, but beautiful delivery from Mitchell Stanley.
The fact you can see the off stump there will have given the umpire the impression that it was in line, whether it was or whether it wasn't. And then he just dropped his head, just hit the thigh pad, didn't it? I don't think height was an issue, even though it hit his thigh pad. And he shows no dissension as Anuj Dal comes out to join Lewis Rees.
Well deserved though for Mitchell Stanley. He's bowled really well throughout the game. 3 for 69 now. He's certainly had an impact for Lancashire. Certainly created opportunities.
Griff was telling me at lunchtime that the century stand between whoever it was between.
Is it Kane and Montgomery?
Yes, it was. It was the first century fourth wicket stand for Derbyshire against Lancashire since 1937. And they haven't played each other every year, but that's balmy. Anuj Dal, 3 slips in the gully, and the first ball is on the pads going down leg side. Come on, Mitch. You're better than that.
You've got one.
He was never going to get that. And he finishes the over very nicely indeed. A wicket maiden indeed for Mitch Stanley. And Derbyshire 290 for 5 after 96 overs. They still trail by 61. Lewis Rees has 12. Anuj Dal just faced that one delivery. You know what's going to happen here, don't you? These wickets will fall and the scores will be level after 3 days of cricket, which is never ideal in a first-class cricket match. Somebody needs to have some sort of advantage if we're going to see any kind of excitement tomorrow. You would have thought.
Anderson to continue, which will not be a surprise after his previous overs. Lewis Rees allows that one through. 2 slips and a gullet. Is a deep backward point now for Lewis Rees, who has found a couple of boundaries heading that way.
Of course, in the third innings, Lancashire could come out and blaze a few runs. It's early in the season to be setting up games of cricket, though, isn't it?
Anderson in, Lewis Rees. Again, just allowing that one through, playing no shot. It's going to come back round the wicket, changing up the angle, keeping Lewis Rees thinking about what he's going to do, whether he's going to shape it away, bring it back in. Batting on off stump and outside the crease. Quite away as well as this one's pushed across. Lewis Rees. Again, no shot. Comes through to Matthias for no run.
Important pairing, these two, because despite the fact that in a number of publications Zach Chappell is described as an all-rounder, he isn't. He's a player capable of a big innings, but he pretty much plays one way.
Anderson in, shot of a length. It's a nice shot from Lewis Rees. Will he find a 4? No. Brilliant fielding from Paul Coughlin down there, I think it is. Or is it Marcus Harris? Marcus Harris. Brilliant fielding from the Australian. Keeps it down to a couple.
Chappell has a high score in the 90s, which was on debut for Leicestershire at Derby many years ago now. Ben Aitchison's got a first-class half-century. Mohammed Abbas averages 6 and Shoaib Bashir averages 8. So there's a bit of a fight going on in the changing room.
Which one will be 10 and 11?
Yeah. No, you go first. You go first. I'll wait till Anderson's finished his spell.
Anderson back over the wicket, changing the angle. And he puts another catcher in as well. This one just bringing it back into Lewis Rees, who playing the patient game more in this over. No loose drives. He's allowing these through to Matthias. Maybe he knows that this could be Anderson's maybe last over in the spell. He might have one more. Just thinking about getting through this spell. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Anderson pushing across. Lewis Rees, an appeal for a caught behind. There's no real interest from James Anderson. And the finger isn't raised. And that's the end of that over. 292 for 5, Derbyshire, trailing by 59.
It was like one of those domino runs, wasn't it? Somebody cheered and everybody sort of, either side sort of went, ooh, but
we'll go with him.
Then, bless him, Anderson sort of put his hand in the air half-heartedly. Lewis Rees wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, more just pushed across him again, wasn't it? Brilliant bowling from James Anderson. A couple going across, a couple coming back in. Certainly found a little bit of movement with this new ball.
Rich Stanley, the wicket in his previous over, comes in full delivery, driven by Anders Dahl as he digs it out, but straight to Anderson at mid-off. Middlesex have been set 262 to beat Worcestershire at Lords. They're 47 for 1 after 15 overs. Bat sensibly and they'll win that game, you would have thought. Kent are now 9 down against Northamptonshire and trailed by the small matter of 520. Gloucestershire are making a fist of it at Bristol. Pitch looks like it might have flattened out again. after it got a bit spicy. Stanley is in. Oh, beats Dahl. Just pushes forward, past the edge, through to the keeper at a decent lick. Yeah, Gloucestershire 101 for no loss, following on having been bowled out in their first innings for 175. That after Durham, of course, set them 600 or made 605 for 5 declared. Madness. And there is cricket everywhere apart from Trent Bridge where it's raining. This next one, ooh, back foot shot from Anish Dahl straight into the ground. Might have hit his foot. Could have gone anywhere really. Just dribbles out into the offside. Hampshire lead Yorkshire by 225. They're 151 for 4 in their second innings. Somerset on their targets 47 to beat Essex. They've just started their second innings after bowling Essex out for 245. Sussex have been set 328 by Warwickshire at Hove. They're 6 without loss in pursuit. And Leicestershire making a really good go of it down at the Oval. They're 464 for 5. Stanley is in. That beats him again. That moves away from him off the pitch. Through to the keeper at 85 miles an hour. Yeah, Leicestershire 6-4 for 5. They're only 56 runs behind Surrey at the Oval. That's a really good effort from them. Glamorgan, whose target is 478, which is, well, they're never going to get that, clearly. They're off for rain, though, at Trent Bridge. They're 83 for 1. So the champions being frustrated at the moment. Stanley is in. Oh, that's a wide ball, and Dahl was sorely tempted to try and cut that away. I'm not sure he could have reached it in the end because it actually was quite wide to start with and went wider off the pitch.
Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't given wide actually. Jack Chantry, the instant fast bowler, looking at the footholes straight away.
Yeah, so they're entirely down to the footholes. Was that a square leg? As Stanley comes in, that might be off a pad down towards fine leg. And umpire Chantry will indeed signal leg by. So Anish Dahl yet to get off the mark with 12th extra. 293 for 5 at the end of the over. I'll tell you who it was at square leg. It was Tom Bailey. Derbyshire trail by 58.
Yeah, that is going to be the end of James Anderson's spell. Oh, brilliantly. Again, 2 for 62 now, his figures. Well, we could have had 1 or 2 more with a little bit of fortune.
All these intervals are set in stone. We're going to get an update in a minute because they've moved again. I believe tea's back to 4 o'clock, isn't it? 4 o'clock tea, that's assuming we get all the way through. Close of play, 10 to 10.
We'll see Tom Bailey from the Sir James Anderson end. Finds the outside half of Dahl's bat, who defends into the offside for no run. I think it's the first time we've seen Tom Bailey from this end of the ground. Tends to bowl from the media centre end.
First time I've seen George Balderson as well, who's on the field as a 12th man. He just sent in a throw there to Hurst that was possibly the worst throw I've ever seen. It dived to his right to get it.
Bailey in outside the line of off stump, a little bit of shape away towards the slip cordon. Dahl allowing that one through. There was the 4 overthrow, 6 it ended up being, didn't it, yesterday?
That was a poor throw as well, yes, that's fair enough. That's a fair comment. That wasn't great.
Straight over the head of Matty Hurst.
Not great. He's only a normal substitute fielder. He's not a substitute, if that makes any sense, as far as we're aware.
Bailey in, hitting a nice line and length straight away is Tom Bailey. Dahl defending into the offside.
I assume they'd tell us if there was a proper substitute.
Yorkshire are using them up. I think they've used 2 this game.
2 in this game. They used at least 1 because Bairstow went off in the previous game. They're just a bit of squad rotation. Just a bit of squad rotation by Yorkshire.
Jai Richardson as well, the overseas.
Well, he had a sniffle, didn't he, Jai?
Yeah.
Bless him, he had a bit of a sniffle. And
I think the second substitute's got the same illness, they've said. As Dal's defended into the onside, they take a quick single to get through with no worries.
Well, we hope they get better soon, don't we? We hope they all get better soon. That's the main thing. They look after themselves. Dear, oh dear.
Bailey's going to come round the wicket now to Lewis Rees, the left-hander. 2 slips, a gully. It's going to be a fine leg. A backward point, cover, mid-off. And I think James Anderson will make his way to mid-on once he's just discussed the plans with his bowler. 294 for 5.
Alan Dahl's shoelace came undone then. That's almost reached the threshold for a proper substitute, doesn't it? If you can come off for a sniffle.
Bailey in, down the leg side, and that one goes past Matthias as well. It's a tricky one for Matthias. It's 4, but it's given by the umpire. It just bounces just in front of the Lancashire wicket-keeper, who never makes it any easier.
He's pulled off a few good stops, hasn't he? He did certainly yesterday down the leg side. He was leaping all over the place.
Yeah, he was excellent yesterday, wasn't he?
He won't be happy with buys there, though, will he?
No, it always feels harsh, doesn't it?
Go against him.
That far down the leg side. Tom Bailey to complete his over. Onto the pads of Lewis Rees, who turns that away to George Balderson, who's in mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. 298 for 5, Derbyshire.
Thank you, Callum. Phoebe's going to come in alongside, and then you can have Scott Reed in a few minutes' time as well. So cheer everybody up, I'm sure. With Derbyshire on 298 for 5. Rees 14, Dal 1, trailing by 53. Welcome back to Phoebe Graham.
Well, Stanley is looking very threatening here, isn't he? I think Derbyshire are holding tight at the moment, only 5 down. Lancashire will be looking to take a couple of more wickets in this session.
Ball relatively new as well, as Dal drives off an edge down to third man, 4 runs. Easy, really. Lewis Rees got a couple of boundaries that way off James Anderson. Possibly in Anderson's final over, and now Stanley's had the same treatment. He will be a bit more expensive because of his pace. I mean, once it goes off an edge, if it doesn't go to hand, it's flying away, isn't it?
Definitely, and he hasn't got that protection down there with it being 4-day cricket, so no third, no deep backward point. And that's what you want to see, really. You want to get... They've got 3 slips in and a gully. But Dal finding that gap between that slip cord and still
perfectly
finding its way through there. Bit of frustration here from Lancashire.
Stanley is in again. That one is clipped nicely. That'll be 4, but that's a much nicer shot. Full ball and clipped up towards a wide mid-on. And Dal gets back-to-back boundaries. They move on to 306 for 5, and Dal moves to 9. Excitingly, or otherwise, Derbyshire have now got 5 bonus points, matching Lancashire's tally. And we have 10 more overs to go. I'm not sure whether they're going at a sufficient rate to get an extra bonus point. Lancashire, 1 more wicket would take them up to 6. Takes them a while to put them on that board. Stanley is in. That's a short ball wide of the off stump. Dal actually ducked, but I don't think he needed to. It was a good way wide of the off stump. There are still people in the shade. Look, I don't know, they might stay dry, but you can sort of creep forward when the sun comes out and then scuttle back to the back of the stand when it rains.
Definite frustration of yours, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't really understand it.
You want to be out there in the sunshine.
No, I don't want to be out there. Stanley bowls, and Dal deals with that one quite nicely. It was rearing up towards his chest as he dabbed it down into the leg side.
Yeah, uncomfortable length, wasn't it, to play that?
So I don't understand the people. They've got their reasons, I'm sure, but sitting in front of the hotel because they're a mile away from the middle with the pitch just slightly towards the point rather than the hotel. And if the wind does blow, you're right, and you get in the teeth a bit there. I know it's not. Well, look at the Union flag; it's drooped. Stanley bowls. Dal gets his bat on that one, pushes it up to Harris at mid-on, and there's no run. But you can sit where you want. It's clearly, clearly, I'm not going to start dictating where people should sit. I think it's nice that you can actually pick from just about every stand open, which is good.
Pavilion definitely looks the top spot though, doesn't it?
Yeah,
sun blazing, beautiful to look onto.
Bit of shelter. Stanley bowls. That one's short and wide. It's played into the ground, I think, and goes over the head of Josh Bohannon. Did go into the ground, didn't it?
I think it could have been a catching opportunity.
Really?
Just watching the replay here.
I'll see it again.
Bowls it short into the pitch.
Well, you might be right. But it went over his head. Josh Bohannon.
Quite an expensive over in the end.
Perhaps if Luke Wells had been there.
That's it. You've got to get your people in the right places,
rather than Josh
don't
Bohannon,
you?
it might have gone to hand. But 4 more to Daly moves on to 13. Rees on 14. 310 for 5. The deficit now just 41. Well, you were right, Fred, but you've got young person's eyes.
It was the reaction of the players after the leaping attempted catch from Bohannon. It would have been a spectacular grab.
I'll get some stick from whoever's watching the stream for Derbyshire now for failing to spot that. I'm doing my best. They're removing one of the slips.
Yeah, it looks like it's just a bit of a change of field here, so...
Oh, he's going short, is he?
Yeah, they've got square leg going out into the deep. No, square leg's coming in out the slip. So
he'll be out again in a minute.
One slip and a gully. Full delivery, works that down to fine for a single. Bit of a shuffle in the field again. Tom Bailey is coming into Dahl, so yeah, we've got 2 slips and a gully now. First and second gully, and then a deep fine. Ball's outside the off stump, comfortably left by Dahl.
Another of Derbyshire's half centurions in the opening match. How's Dahl? Rees made a century. Dahl guessed. Dahl came. Oh God. My memory's not as good as it should be either. My eyes are poor. My memory's shocking. I've no idea what I'm doing here. Where am I? Jewel was the other half centurion, of course.
In and plays at this. Just beats the outside edge of Dahl again. There's been a lot of those today. It's a lovely delivery from Bailey. Just shapes away very, very late. Almost too good was that delivery. And that movement so late as well. Dahl had got himself into a decent position. It was the ball that beat him. Bailey in and big edge, diving to the right. And it goes through the slips once again. And trickles away for 4. Looked like it might have just been short of second slip. A few bit of laughter there from James Anderson.
42 runs down there now, according to the wagon wheel. It was similar in Lancashire's innings, though. 38 runs down in that area. In fact, that was Lancashire. It's now 35, Derbyshire.
In and drives beautifully down the ground for 4. Slightly fuller delivery. And Dahl plays a lovely shot for 4.
Just 32 behind now, Derbyshire. Harry Kames hopes that that Derbyshire could overtake Lancashire. Nowhere near as fanciful as they might have been yesterday evening. Not that they were that fanciful yesterday evening. Yeah.
In, drives again, caught and bowled. He's got him.
Perhaps they are fanciful.
Bailey gets the victim of Dahl after beating the outside edge a number of times. Dismisses him, caught and bowled. And Lancashire have Derbyshire 319 for 6.
22 ball 21 for Anuj Dahl with 5 boundaries, a number of them through the slip area. Derbyshire 32 behind. As I'm fairly certain it'll be Zach Chappell to come out to replace Anuj Dahl. I haven't seen anybody cross the rope yet. There he is, look. Big Zach. As Jack Morley takes a drink out for Lewis Rees, who's 15, has taken him 48 balls. Straight back to him, wasn't it? The caught and bowled Bailey. Just had to make sure he could hold his body still for long enough to take the catch as a slow motion replay. Yeah, he did well. Did well. About waist height. Big smile on his face. As you would expect.
Yeah, he's earned that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Tom Bailey has bowled really, really nicely here. And he's just been persistent, as he always is. 150 off his 21 overs. And Lancashire are chipping away. It's only a 32-run lead now. Derbyshire 319 for 6.
And it'll be Mick Stanley to continue from the Statham end. Be bowling initially to Lewis Rees, new batter Zach Chappell at the non-strikers end. As this next one is wide of the off stump, the first one is wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper. Lights are on again. Ooh. Doesn't look great to the southwest. But even if we go off, I'm fairly sure that we'll be back.
Yeah, we've got that on-off sort of day with the rain, haven't we?
Yeah. Frustrating. Difficult for either side to get into any kind of flow, really, as this one is defended by Rees up towards James Anderson. Notice that well, it's still not back on at Derby, where Derbyshire's women are 124 for 6, halfway through the 40th over against Middlesex. It can't be far away from being innings closed, I wouldn't have thought there. And of course, a wicket falls and they go off for rain. They've been off for some time. Stanley on his way in again, and that one is off Lewis Rees's pad. Takes all the pace out of it, and Matty Hurst just bends down to pick it up. A quartet of Derbyshire folk over on the far side. I think one of them is Rory Hayden. But if I couldn't see that that was a chance given by Anuj Dahl, I've got no chance of working this out through all these panes of glass. Chris Wright's there as well. Somebody in some shorts, for goodness sake. In goes Stanley and bowls. That one's pushed into the offside by Rees. And there's no run as it's picked up by Tom Bailey. The worst thing about weather like this is that you sort of look out and there's blue sky to our left, there's blue sky to our right, but unfortunately to the far left where the weather's coming from, it's clearly closing in again, which is disappointing. I still see the dome of the Trafford Centre though. which I only discovered yesterday that you could see from here. This next delivery is bang on target from Stanley. Defended into the leg side by Lewis Rees. But the city centre is clear view. Yesterday it disappeared at one point under the clouds. It's got to stop raining sufficiently sometime this evening for me to get out of the ground to a hotel, and from a hotel into a pub. That's the big issue later on today. This one's turned away down a fine leg by Lewis Rees. It won't go all the way, and he'll come back for a second. Is that Hartley down there? It was somebody. I think it was. 2 runs off the final ball of the over. 102 overs gone now, which is important in terms of bonus points. Lancashire have got their second bowling bonus point. 321 for 6 with Rees on 15, and Zach Chappell about to face his first delivery.
Yeah, it feels like he's been out there a while now. Didn't face any of the previous over, and Tom Bailey got the wicket of Dahl on the last ball of his over, caught and bowled.
Do you want to join in with the sweepstake? I'm going 3 defensive shots and a big swing for Zach Chappell. That's his kind of that's the kind of way he plays.
Okay, this could be quite exciting to watch.
I went 2 in the last match and it didn't work out.
Well, they're leaving all the driving options open, so they've got 3 slips, a gully, mid-on, nice and open for him to attack that area. Same with mid-off.
Sensible. Very sensible. He's a big, strong lad. When he does hit it, he can go a long way.
Bailey into Chappell, who defends that tentatively off the front foot. A sensible start, big ends in the sweepstake.
He made 33 not out off 33 balls in the only innings Derbyshire had against Worcestershire, but of course they were already 600 by that point, so you can pretty much do what you want, can't you, as a batter? It's important that he hangs around here.
Yeah, big partnership here for Chappell. Fuller from Bailey, and he works it off his legs through mid-wicket, and they come back for the second. And it'll just be 2 out in the deep.
And even more excitingly, before I drag Scott kicking and screaming onto the microphone, even more exciting, this morning there was the sight of Shoaib Bashir having balls tossed to him by Caleb Jewell and smacking them into a net. And then Aniran Donald, who's the white ball skipper and was the best player in the T20 Blast last season, telling him how to bat. I'm very excited to see what results that will yield.
Chappell's still on strike. In comes Bailey. Wide of the off stump and comfortably left by Chappell.
Could have had a swing at that, couldn't he? Could have had a swing at that.
Well, he's looking calm at the crease. He'll be happy. He's got a couple off the over so far. Bailey in. Advances down and drives that straight to cover.
There we go. Got his eye in.
It wasn't a far away prediction there. You said 3 dots and the 4th.
He was almost forced to play that shot into the leg side, wasn't he? By the
yeah, the delivery was too full.
He's great. He's great fun to watch, Zach.
Well, it's 2 from 4. Just made a change in the field. Wells out deep backward point on the ring. Still 3 slips and a gully. Bailey in, defended to cover. Good piece of work by Bahanan. Running round to his left.
Let's have a first-class average of almost 21. And that 96, his highest score, was on debut for Leicestershire back in the day against Derbyshire. 7 half centuries. Good ratio of 4s to 6s as well. 214 4s and 21 6s. I like that.
In and soft hands. And it bounces just before gully, diving to the left. And Tom Hartley does a nice piece of work fielding that. And he survives that ball. Well does Chappell. Had to play at it. Just managed to have those nice soft hands, so dissipated all the energy of the ball into the ground. Another good over from Bailey, just 2 from it.
Loitering behind me, I don't like it. You want to come in now? He wants to come in now. It must be about to rain.
Yeah, we've got a new rota as part of the production schedule managed by Scott Reed.
You say rota.
And I think you've just done a 50-minute stint there, haven't you?
Well, I'm not going to complain though, Phoebe. You know me.
Stanley in and worked off the legs for a single as they run to look to come back for 2, but a good piece of work out in the deep prevents the second. And I'm now joined by Scott Reed.
Good afternoon, Phoebe. It's a thankless task, this, isn't it? Trying to please everybody, trying to make sure all my friends and colleagues are happy.
We've got a busy schedule production team here with 4 of us for day 3 of county championship cricket.
Key day.
Key day. Anything can happen day 3.
Yes. How are you, Phoebe?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Is this a bit weird for you, this kind of this part of the year, with compared to the last few years?
Yeah, I think so. It's the start of the season and not playing. Still checking everything like I used to, but actually not significantly involved. So
feels a bit odd.
Yeah, it feels a bit odd.
Yeah,
but I enjoyed following the women's Metro Bank yesterday and seeing Lancashire do really well. Dominated against Durham. And it was good to see all the scorecards around the game. So I enjoyed watching it from afar, definitely. Stanley in and defended by Chappell.
Did you miss it?
Not yet.
No? Okay. So that first game yesterday, wasn't it? You weren't looking, think, oh, that'd have been nice to have been involved in that.
The only time I missed it slightly was when I got a voice note from Tara Fee. I don't know if you've seen this viral clip that goes round of Olivia Dean singing The Man I Need. And they did the clip to me on a voice note. I was like, oh, wouldn't mind being on that bus with my mates. Stanley in and wide of the off stump. But I think if that's the part of the game I'm missing, it's probably the right decision to step down. Yeah. Did have my first bowl yesterday as I'm playing for the MCC next Friday at Lord's. So I thought,
nice. Okay.
It's worth getting my arm turned over just to make sure that I've not forgotten the motion of bowling, which I can confirm I haven't. I ache a little bit today. So yeah, we'll see what entails for the season. Stanley in and squares him up. Just gets a bat on that and it squirts to gully for no run.
You couldn't possibly have ended on a better high, could you? Really, last year?
Absolutely, 2 trophies for the girls, and you can see they're just going to go from strength to strength now. I mean, Gabby Lewis picked up where she left off. She's got 130 not out in the final and 130 yesterday, so I think that's the only score she can make now for Lancashire. It's unbelievable. Stanley in and short. Chappell ducks that. Big ripple of applause from Lancashire fans. That's good to see. That was a much better bumper from Stanley.
Yeah, 85 miles an hour. Or just a fraction under 85 miles an hour from Stanley. I think the keeper in the slips quite like that, didn't they?
He's got set a field for it. So deep fine, deep square, and then Bohannon in close with a helmet. In and defended for no run. Another good over from Stanley. He just keeps going at the moment. He's bowled quite a number of overs on the bounce. Just one from it. I think James Anderson's just having a little chat now. Could he bowl another? We'll see.
Yeah, Anderson for Lancashire has bowled a decent amount already, hasn't he, in this game? 23 overs, 2 for 62 for Anderson. That's the end of Bailey's 22nd over, Stanley's 22nd over, 3 for 82. Bailey's about to start his 23rd of the innings as well, 1 for 52. Paul Coghlan, 14 overs for 64, was a little unlucky that he's not got a wicket in that column. Hartley, 14 overs for 33. Bailey from around the wicket bowling to Rees, that's left. Through to Hurst, and then Harry Singh, 9 overs for 16. Sin Coghlan yet. So he could be the next option for Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, just bowled 2 at the very start of the day, which almost feels like a different world now. We've had that many on and off for rain.
Bailey bowling whipped away for 4 by Lewis Rees. Out through deep mid-wicket. Big hit for 4. Rees has timed the pants off that. He's moved on to 20. 328 for 6.
Yeah, he's just worked that through the legs. Bit full from Bailey. He's taken full advantage of that as Rees. 20 just off the 57, so he's not actually had many bad balls to face as Rees. He's navigated some really, really good bowling today from Stanley, Bailey, Anderson. It is a relentless bowling attack that Lancashire have.
Well, Stanley's bowled 7 overs in this spell, 1 for 13. He's bowled brilliantly there for Lancashire. I just wonder whether that might be kind of the limit of a spell from Mitchell Stanley. He was running in pretty hard, wasn't he? Banging the deck there at really, really quick pace. Might be coming towards the end of his spell. Bailey's in down the leg side to Rees, who's had to negotiate quite a bit of Stanley's bowling. Bailey kicks the ground in frustration. They've come back for 2 byes and nothing on that. 2 byes is the call, so Rees remains on 20. Score moves to 330 for 6, and now just 21 behind with 4 wickets remaining in their first innings. We've got 57 overs left today. Slowly edging towards that Lancashire first innings score, and then at this position looking to try and get a sizable lead if they can. That's defended towards mid-on by Rees. Up to Anderson. And there's no run. You can see Paul Coghlan now just stretching up, actually. He's feeling it gully, and he's using Harry Singh as a resting post while he swings his legs back and forth. So, yeah, maybe that's the end of Stanley's spell. And Paul Coghlan limbering up to have a go. Here's Bailey over the wicket. He's not offered a shot there, Lewis Rees. So that instantly gets Bailey up and the slips up. Umpire Surev shakes her head. Both bowler going up with the batter not offering any shot.
It's not a bad shout, but I think it is high. It catches him on his thigh pad. On the back leg, though. Mind that going up to Hawkeye.
Bailey in to Rees, back and across and defending. That's the end of the over. So a big LBW shout at the back end of it, mainly because Rees didn't offer the shot. So you're instantly kind of flirting with danger there, aren't you, with that? But he survives. So he's a real gritty knock, this from Lewis Rees, but we've seen quite a bit of that from Derbyshire. They've worked ever so hard for the runs that they've got. You look at the amount of balls faced, time in the middle, the spells that they've had to get through. Came and Montgomery, yesterday, especially in that morning session, and the way that Derbyshire battered through the afternoon, they've all dug in, almost chalked off the Lancashire score, and they're harbouring ambitions of pushing in front in the not too distant future. 3:30 for 6, leading by 21. Sorry, trailing by 21. We are going to see another one from Mitchell Stanley.
Stanley with ball in hand, charging in. Driven by Chappell. Slightly fuller, a big chase out there in the deep. It's a good piece of work, but they comfortably come back for 3 in the end.
It was Marcus Harris with the throw up towards the keeper. It's a well-run 3, isn't it, to squeeze that third out there. For a second when they were turning back, I thought might just be in a little bit of bother, but in the end they say they get through for 3. It's good running.
Yeah, they ran every single run there, super hard. But yeah, a bit full there from Stanley. Reese looking a little bit more comfortable at the crease. He's playing a few more shots. He's probably getting the deliveries to let his hands through the ball. Stanley charges in again. Oh, just beats the outside edge of the bat. It's a wonderful piece of bowling. Brilliant response from Stanley.
He must be enjoying watching this from the fast bowler, Phoebe.
Yeah, he's bowled remarkably today. Only one from his spell. This is 8th over in his spell today, but has really deserved more. He's bowled some very good deliveries that haven't paid any dividends. Fuller by Stanley. Just digs out the Yorker, does Reese. You can hear the sound of the bottom of the bat as it, I'm sure, shudders in his hands. A lot of you will know that feeling. You have to dig that Yorker out and it almost breaks your bat and your hands at the same time. Managed to score a run for it. 4 off the over so far. Stanley into his 8th over of the spell. He's got a slip, second slip, gully, deep fine, deep square. Bowls a nice length there, plays it well, does Chappell off the back foot. James Anderson chasing it, and they've gone for 3. Comfortably come back again. It's a lovely piece of batting there from Chappell. Just drives on top of the bounce. Down the ground to mid-on for 3.
Yeah, Anderson and Harris are quite wide, aren't they, at mid-off and mid-on, so anything straight is going to get some runs. Anderson and Harris both charging after the ball down towards the boundary. But there's runs there if they can find that straight.
Driven to the leg side, just through to mid-wicket for 1 run. I think that caught the inside edge of the bat. Wasn't a clean strike, but managed to rotate.
Yeah, these two have done that pretty well, haven't they? In this over, they've run nicely. Twice they've run 3, and a couple of singles either side of it.
It just helps build that momentum when you're not scoring boundaries as well, and keep the scoreboard ticking over. And Emirates Old Trafford is known for being so wide and big as a ground. Running 2s and 3s is what often helps post those totals. In and drives again. On the up, down to mid-on. James Anderson having to chase once again, and he big slide, he stops it. Brilliant piece of fielding. We'll run 3. That's a great piece of work from the skipper.
It's a top effort, that, isn't it? He's got a lot of grass to make up. He puts the dive in as well. He's done the whole thing there, hasn't he? Leading by example.
Yeah, he put one hell of a chase there, sprinting for the ball, and the only way he could have stopped it was that diving push back from the ropes, and he did it all. No stopping James Anderson.
potentially maybe 1 over too many in that spell for Mitch Stanley, maybe.
Yeah, he's walking very, very slowly now to mid-off. He's not enjoyed that one bit, I don't think.
Will be Paul Coughlin replacing Tom Bailey, actually. Bailey's spell 4 overs, 1 for 16. Maybe a bit of left arm spin from Tom Hartley. Not seen much of Hartley. Maybe to replace Mitch Stanley. We shall see. It will be Paul Coughlin. 341 for 6. Only 10 behind now. 4 wickets remaining. Callum Flynn's alongside me. Where's this game going, do you reckon, Callum?
Just seems to be fizzling out to a draw, doesn't it? Positive one for Derbyshire, I think.
Coughlin bowling. Playing and missing is Chappell. Through to a tumbling Matthew Hurst.
Yeah, they look like they're going to get a lead of some sorts. No, like you say, it'll be kind of one of them where Lancashire might have to just try and back through most of day 4.
Coughlin sets off again. He's still searching for his first Lancashire wicket. Into Chappell, big appeal for LBW, and he gets his first Lancashire wicket. Zach Chappell out for 11, and Paul Coughlin's worked hard for that and deserves his first in Lancashire colours. Derbyshire 7 down, trailed by 10, 341 for 7. Coughlin strikes. Chappell, LBW.
Yeah, brilliant from Paul Coughlin. It's in the front pad. Chappell looks a little bit disappointed, looks at his bat. I don't know if he feels like he got a little bit of an inside edge, but he was very unlucky yesterday. 2 drop catches off his bowling. He runs in with a lot of energy, a lot of heart. Doesn't stop running in, does he? Looks a real good character for Lancashire. I'm sure he'll be very happy to get that first wicket in Lancashire colours.
Yeah, chance put down yesterday. Took a good catch, actually, didn't he, at gully off the bowling of Mitchell Stanley. Maybe Chappell's not all that impressed with the decision.
Bowls never are.
Well, quite, yeah, quite. It says in the book you're out, so he has to make his way off. Ben Aitchison, the new batter. They've got quite a lengthy tail, haven't they, Derbyshire? So Lancashire might be harbouring ambitions of wrapping this up reasonably quickly. Aitchison due in next, then it's Bashir and Abbas.
Yeah, that'll certainly be the plan, won't it? Like you say, Abbas and Bashir to follow. We don't know who will come first out of Bashir and Abbas. I'm sure a lot of the time they have been firmly in at number 11 in previous sides, especially at international level. Ben Aitchison, the new batter. Lewis Rees still at the other end, 22 off his 64 deliveries. He's battling through. He's faced some good spells of Stanley and Jimmy Anderson.
Here is Coughlin to the new batter. Aitchison, 2 slips and a gully. It's fallen wide and it kind of dies on its way through to Matthew Hurst. Awkward for him to take, and you can see actually there he's taken a blow, maybe on his wrist or his forearm. He did take, I think, a bit of a nasty bounce from Matthew Hurst. Oh, he's still struggling there, isn't he? He's clutching onto his right hand a little bit. Took a few blows last week at Northamptonshire as well. Yeah, in the black and blue. It's Coughlin to Aitchison, pushing off the front foot. And there's no run. George Bell last week at Northampton, he was fielding at forward short leg, and it was Harry Conway. And it was, he walloped it, caught it really cleanly, right out the middle of the bat, and it hit Bell right on the chest. Oh dear me. I mean, he's not a big target, George Bell.
No.
He's doing his best to try and get out of the way of it, but he caught him right on the chest.
You're not volunteering, are you? He's going field under the helmet, are you?
Coughlin in again, balls. Playing a miss from Aitchison. He's having a swing, Ben Aitchison. Might be a bit of that maybe from Aitchison the Bass.
Yeah, don't see why not either.
No.
Try and get runs, try and get him quickly.
3:41 for 7. Final ball of Coughlin's over coming up. His first of this spell. Into Aitchison, pushing away off the front foot to mid-off. And Paul Coughlin gets himself a wicket maiden for Lancashire. 3:41 for 7. Got about an hour, just over an hour until the tea break. 55 overs remaining in the day. Derbyshire trail by 10. We've had our first result of this round of fixtures. Somerset beating Essex by 10 wickets. That's in Division 1. The games in Division 2, which have seen some big first innings scores, well, Durham's Declaration, and then bowling Gloucestershire out, and then enforcing the follow-on, and Gloucestershire batting much better second time round, 141 for 2, but they're still 290 runs behind at 141 for 2, and Kent back into bat, and they are 7 for 1. Crawley out for 5. We've made 26 in the first innings. So Kent 7 for 1, following on trail by 499 against Northamptonshire.
A couple of big scores knocking around in this round of fixtures. Let's see a bit of spin from Tom Hartlett. First time today we're going to see the Lancashire left arm spinner. Slip and a short leg. A cover and mid wicket. A deep square. Long leg and a backward point. Long on and long off as well to Lewis Rees. He just defends into the onside. Looks like it's a plan of just give Lewis Rees a single. Try and bowl at Ben Aitchison. Harlett in, full of a length, Lewis Rees on the sweep. He gets enough of it. He does all the way for 4. It's a lovely shot from Lewis Rees. Paul Coughlin out there with the diving effort. But Lewis Rees gets enough of it. 4 runs for the Derbyshire left-hander. Takes him on to 26.
Lovely sweep, wasn't it? Caught that beautifully for 4.
Yeah, nice positive shot from Rees. Might suit him as well. Tom Hartley spinning into his pads. Might be a shot that he goes to against the spin. Just trailing by 6 now. Derbyshire, 345 for 7.
Umpire Jack Shantry just taking a little look at the ball. It was rattling around the concrete, wasn't it, underneath those red barriers and out towards the car park near the nets. But ball is okay, not too battered and bruised by that experience.
Tom Bailey's been brought up from long off now to mid off. As Hartley outside the line of off stump. There's an appeal because Lewis Rees hasn't played a shot, but I don't think it's coming back from the footholds that much. In comes Hartley, bowls Lewis Rees on the sweep this time. Not getting full bat on it, gets a single.
Mentioned those 2 other games, the Durham Northamptonshire game, the other Division 2 game, Middlesex against Worcestershire. So they've got a run chase of Middlesex, 82 for 2, and they now require a further 174 runs to win. They've lost Josh DeCary's Sam Robson. They've got Max Holden and Leos Duploy batting. So Middlesex on a run chase, 174 more runs to win with 8 wickets remaining to beat Worcestershire.
Hartlett into Aitchison, who drives nicely. Just beats cover. Jimmy Anderson at mid-off does a very early dive. He's on the field before the ball ends up gets to him. He just reaches out and stops it from going for 4. Aitchison getting off the mark there with a single. Hartley into Rees, who again is on that sweep out of the footholes. It's a bit fuller of a length. This time misses out. Looking to go more in front of square that time. Derbyshire now trailing just by 4, 1 hit away from the lead. 347 for 7, so 3 runs off a batting bonus point.
Those half hours off fly by, don't they?
They do.
Blimey heck. I just want to be on air really for Shoaib Bashir's batting. That's all I want in life. I don't ask a lot. I've been seeing him warm up this morning. I'm very excited. Is it me?
Yeah, it is.
Paul Coghlan from the pavilion head bowling to Ben Aitchison, who pushes that one back towards the bowler, in the vague direction of him, certainly. And there's no run. So Derbyshire just 4 behind now. The latest bit of jeopardy is, will they get 3 runs in 11 deliveries to get to 350 and pick up the 6th bonus point from the game, for what it's worth, as Coghlan is in, and Aitchison's been caught. He played a fairly aggressive looking cut shot. The ball was far too close to his body, and it was a simple catch for Matty Hurst, and Derbyshire are 347 for 8 now, still 4 behind. Aitchison goes for 1. Disappointing.
Yeah, Paul Coghlan picking up his 2nd wicket in Lancashire colours, under edge from Ben Aitchison. He's just trying to cut that away for 4. A little bit too close to his body.
Far too close to his body. I mean, it's easy for me to say up here. Now then.
Now we could be interesting for the 3 runs.
Who on earth? Yeah, well, yes, quite. I mean, they could end up being 3 runs short and 4 runs behind. And it is Shoaib Bashir, everybody. He had that little practice this morning, and he's going to come out at number 10. Which might be a place too high for him, but I think it tells you all you really need to know about Mohammed Abbas. So this is exciting. 2 number 11s in the same team. Never really fits.
Can't remember seeing much of Bashir from memory in England.
No.
Colours either when he was batting.
No, I can't.
Well, he used to do mad declarations and everything, didn't he?
Yes. So. I can't ever remember seeing him bat.
Yeah, I can't.
So I saw that one this morning, and that was very exciting. Balls tossed to him by Caleb Jewell, and Aaron Donald telling him a little bit about his technique. We all know what an Aaron Donald's technique's like. He smashed a 13-ball 50 last season. Coghlan bowls, and he's played that perfectly nicely out into the offside. And there's no run. I can't get the game stick cricket.
Oh, yes.
On the phone.
Yes.
I'll give you the model. Because he's a very slight figure, but he's very tall.
Very tall.
He just looks like the batter off stick cricket. Now, if he can hit it as well as sometimes.
He pressing forward, right or left.
Straight back down the ground over the bowler's head. Little star comes off the bat. He waits now. Coghlan bowls to him, and he gets behind that one just about. Pushes it up to James Anderson. Did Jimmy play with him? He must have done, mustn't he?
Yes, Jimmy would
19 tests, Shoaib Bashir, so he'll have played with James Anderson.
I bet he's not played too many, actually.
No.
Jimmy been retired 2 years now, is it, for England? I think
Something
it's
like
two summers, yeah.
So when he joined Derbyshire, I think, off the top of my head, he'd played 19 tests and 38 other first-class matches. Shoaib Bashir, quite a remarkable career for a 22-year-old, and that one is striking him on the pad. He likes it, Coghlan. Bashir walks away towards square leg. Umpire Redfern, unimpressed.
Just wondering if there's a little bit leg side. That's certainly the indication from Matty Hurst.
Did the star jumps, didn't he, Hurst, behind the stumps?
Certainly angling back into Bashir.
Yeah, if it carries on there, it's going to go down leg side, isn't it? Hit him on the knee roll.
You can see our stump pretty clearly, so At best, probably just clipping leg stump.
347 for 8. Coghlan in again. And that one is driven very pleasantly down the ground. He's going to get at least a couple of runs here if he doesn't get a boundary for it. It's been chased down by Bailey and he won't make it. And it's a 4 for Shoaib Bashir and the scores are level. 351 for 8. Derbyshire, the extra bonus point is secured. There's still one more over, of course, and Lancashire only need one more wicket to get maximum bowling bonus points. But this game at the halfway stage, past the halfway stage in terms of time, but the halfway stage in terms of an innings apiece, there won't be much between the sides. I wouldn't have thought, but that was a really nice shot from Shoaib Bashir.
Yeah, if anyone had the money on Derbyshire's 6 bonus point coming through on drive from Shoaib Bashir, I think put the lottery numbers on.
Yeah,
that was a beautiful shot.
Congratulations
from any top order batter.
You're now rich.
Yeah, loves an on drive, but Bashir, beautiful shot back down the ground past Paul Coghlan. Just looks like the type of character Bashir that just loves to be out there. Just always got a smile on his face. He just loves to be a part of it.
Yeah, he's loving life at the moment.
It's brilliant to see as well. Good to see him getting regular cricket. As Hartley's into Rees, who punches off the back foot down the ground for a single. They take the single as well. I don't know if Rees maybe thought about trying to attack Hartley into the leg side, spinning into him. Might have been easier for him to score quickly against the spinner, but they did take the single.
2 international spinners facing each other now.
Yeah, they'll certainly have spent some time together at training camps, and I don't think they ever toured together. I don't think they was ever in the same squad.
5 tests Tom Hartley.
Hartley into Bashir, who solid in defence. Back towards his fellow spinner.
I distinctly remember saying he won't want to get out Tom Hartley to Shoaib Bashir, who actually bowled him for 17. So
he was around the next delivery as well. As Hartley's in, Bashir advancing. He's got confidence from that on drive. Advancing, punching it back towards the bowler for no run. 352 for 8. Derbyshire currently lead by 1. 2 slips and a short leg. As Hartley's in, Bashir, big stride, covering any spin, smothering that into the ground. Hartley this time slower, a bit more flight in the air. Bashir just playing into out to James Anderson at cover, pushing it into the offside. Marcus Harris just gets pushed back from mid-off, allowing Bashir the single if he wants it. As he prods forward, plays it into the offside, and he does take a single through the point region. 2 off that Tom Hartley over. 353 for 8 Derbyshire.
Inspecting at Derby at 3:30 in the women's game, the Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 game between Derbyshire and Middlesex. Derbyshire won 24 for 6. No, I think it is confirmation that it's innings over potentially. Off 39.3 hours, Middlesex women hoping to get a bat. They're inspecting at 3:30 at the Central Co-op County Ground. The stream up and running for that one. If you want to have a little look in on that, get a couple of devices going at the same time. You can watch both matches. Shoaib Bashir actually has a high score of 44 in first-class cricket. Coghlan is in, and that one wraps him on the pad. Bat, possibly? No. No pre-signal from Sue Redfern, so he got a little inside edge onto his pad there, and it dribbles out towards Luke Wells at backward point, and he gets another single.
His technique doesn't strike me as a genuine tail ender. It looks like he's, really good setup, straight bat. Like you say, I think he just really enjoys just being out there. I can see him being that kind of player who just soaks it all in.
He's emphasised how important it is for him to be just playing cricket.
Yeah.
He wasn't playing much red ball cricket for Somerset.
Yeah, Jack Leach.
Jack Leach ahead of him. This next delivery from Coughlin sees Lewis Rees advance 2 or 3 steps towards him and then just swing from the hip. He missed the ball by a distance. It goes through to Hurst.
Did wonder when we might see some attacking intent from Lewis Rees, with Bashir currently at the other end and only Abbas to follow. Lewis Rees will know if he's going to put on some runs, he might have to do it quickly.
Indeed.
Should be a nice bit of entertainment for viewers in the ground and on Lancs TV.
For however long it lasts. Here comes Coughlin again. Rees just turns this into the leg side. It was aerial and not too far away from the left hand there of Luke Wells. I think that's Luke. No, it isn't. It's Tom Hartley.
Tom Hartley, yes.
It's Tom Hartley who's fielding it.
Got some tall figures in
yes.
this Lancashire.
And I saw the single figure on his back and took a punt, and it was the wrong punt. Luke Wells is actually down at fine leg. 2 more to Rees, moves to 30, lead up to 5. There's Coughlin. He's in again, and Rees has launched him out into the leg side and over the head of the man on the mid-wicket boundary for 6. A glorious, glorious shot from Lewis Rees. Just for a moment, George Balderson, who's on the field as a 12th man, thought he might be in the game. And then he quickly realised that was with the wind as well. So he's cleared the pigeons as well as the boundary. As Lewis Rees moves on to 36, 362 for 8. Paul Coughlin won't be too pleased with that.
It's a really good hit from Lewis Rees. It's a decent-sized boundary as it is, and it's cleared the rope by quite a distance. He might not have played much white ball cricket last year, but I think we're certainly going to see what he can do in terms of white ball style batting. Here now, Lewis Rees.
On the next delivery, he's beaten. Has he taken the edge? He has. He walks, and Lewis Rees, that's the 3rd time in this innings we've seen 6 runs scored off a ball, and the very next delivery takes a wicket. Rees goes for 36, and Derbyshire are 362 for 9 now, leading by 11. 74 balls for his 36, Lewis Rees. And in addition to that 6, he also hit 4 fours. But beaten by a really good delivery.
Yeah, excellent delivery from Paul Coughlin. Lewis Rees probably just trying to be a little bit clever and trying to play by numbers, with that being the 5th ball of the over. Men were being pushed back. Maybe he was just thinking of getting a single and allowing Bashir just to face 1 delivery, so he was on strike against Hartley. But excellent from the Lancashire debutant. He's picked up 3 wickets today. Like I say, he had a couple of drop catches yesterday as well, didn't he, against Harry Kane. He was unfortunate yesterday, but he's come back really well today. And I think he's going to be a handy cricketer for Lancashire.
Here is Mohammed Abbas for the first time in a Derbyshire kit, walking out to bat. We now have the Abbas and Bashir show. It could be interesting. I'm not entirely sure what to expect here. Mohammed Abbas is coming in below Shoaib Bashir. I think we probably know. It's interesting. Shoaib Bashir he's full of advice for the veteran. He will have batted plenty over the course of his career, of course. What's he got? One delivery to face. 9 runs and a wicket in the first 5 balls of this over. We've had a dot in there as well.
There's quite a bit of discussion as well, isn't there, with Josh Bohannon? I think James Anderson is currently off the field. I think that's why George Balderson is on. So Josh Bohannon currently captain in the side on the field. I think Paul Coughlin, leg slip in place. I think he's going to go full and straight, try and tail it back into Bashir here.
He waits and he's on the pad. There's an appeal. Not out, says umpire Sue Redfern. Possibly going down leg side. And Mohamed Abbas survives the first delivery that he faces as a Derbyshire player. In fairness, their two averages are very, very similar. High scores are very similar. 44 not out for Shoaib Bashir, 40 for Mohamed Abbas, who has an average of 7.24, whereas Shoaib Bashir's average is 8.47 in first-class cricket. Of course, where there is a big difference, this is Mohamed Abbas's 214th first-class match, and it's Shoaib Bashir's 37th. Now then, what will...
This could be fun,
are we going to see
couldn't it?
some bash from Bash, do you think?
I think this could be fun. Shoaib Bashir against Tom Hartley. I don't think he's going to try and tap it around and bat time. I imagine he's just going to look to try and score runs. I'd like to see Lancashire just bring the field up. The field's been spread. Deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square.
I don't think they need to give Shoaib Bashir a single, do they really? But
no, I'd like to see them fielders up and just make him play over the top. Hartley in. Nice shot from Shoaib Bashir on the back foot, cutting it out to the deep cover boundary. Gets a single. He's going to go and chat to his partner, Mohamed Abbas. Just let him know what the pitch is doing, what Tom Hartley's doing.
I'm coping easily with this, Mo.
Just get me on strike.
Yes,
get me back
you shouldn't have any issues. I mentioned that Derbyshire won 24 for 6 in 93.5 overs. That is innings close. The Middlesex will require 147 or 39 overs if they get back out there. Thanks, Fred.
Slip and the short leg for Abbas, who is struck on the pad from Tom Hartley. A gentle appeal question for LBW. It's turned down from Jack Shantry. Hartley back in slower this time. Abbas just pulling his hands away, making sure he doesn't glove it through to Matty Hurst with the gloves.
Thumbs up from Shoaib Bashir.
Shoaib Bashir fancies it. Hartley in around the wicket to Mohamed Abbas, who plays a nice shot off his legs. It's a full toss, but I think it's gonna. Is it just gonna run away for 4? It does. Makes the boundary rope. Mohamed Abbas clipping that one off his pads. Full toss, but it's still got to be put away. And Mohamed Abbas has done that.
Very nicely done. No more bonus points available now. 6-5 in Derbyshire's favour.
Two deliveries remaining in this Hartley over. Everyone inside what would be a ringing white ball cricket as Mohamed Abbas sweeps that away into the leg side. He gets another 4 back-to-back 4s. I think he's putting the thumb up now to Shoaib Bashir, saying, don't worry, I'm handling things at my end.
No singles off this last ball, thank you. I'm all right at this end. That was a marvellous shot. Pulled it from a long way outside the off stump, then he swept it a long way from the outside the off stump. Wow.
Just a couple of fielders get pushed out now. They are thinking of giving Abbas the single for... Imagine Paul Coghlan will continue. Oh, dragged way down from Tom Hartley. Don't know if that's slipped or if he's just trying to force a quicker delivery. But it's kept out.
Tossing him one up so he'd have a wild swish at it. It was this very strange delivery, wasn't it, in the circumstances? But Derbyshire pleased. Lead now 20. It's relatively insignificant. James Anderson back on the field to lead the troops. He's hoping he won't be out there for too long, I'm fairly sure.
Yeah, he'll hope to wrap things up as quickly as possible, but we know how frustrating it can be when you're only 1 wicket away from getting yourself back into the change rooms. No matter how long Derbyshire are out there, it'll keep frustrating the Lancashire fielders.
Conklin runs towards us from the pavilion end, bowls to Bashir and beats him outside the off stump. He'll beat better batters with that delivery. Well, Paul Coghlan, who now has 3 for 77 on his Lancashire debut. 2 catches dropped off him as well. He's taken a catch. He came out and biffed it a bit towards the end of the Lancashire innings too. He's certainly contributed. And he's in again, and Bashir just dabs it down into the offside where it will be fielded by Josh Bohannon, who still has the fielding pads on.
I won't like to keep them on with the size of him. He does well to get around the field when he's fielding in a normal position, doesn't he?
They're sort of normal sized, I think, aren't they? But unfortunately for Josh,
he's around my size as well, so
he's a little on the short
side.
So yeah, they look enormous. Coghlan bowls and Bashir just prods it out towards the point boundary. Luke Wells, who we haven't seen bowl at all in this innings, does the fielding, and Bashir moves on to 8. Joins Mohammed Abbas, whose strike rate at the moment is 150. 8 off 6 deliveries.
Yeah, I don't know if Wells is just carrying a little bit of a knock. I am surprised that he hasn't been used. I don't think he was used last week either at Northants. So, got a little bit of a golden arm as Luke Wells.
Coghlan to Abbas. Oof, that was one that had him leaping backwards. He just about got out of the way of that one as he arched his back. It's leapt off a decent enough length. I mean, he'd be delighted himself. He goes down and prods the pitch. That's the area I need to hit when I'm bowling, he's thinking to himself. But that was a really good delivery. He did well not to get a nick on it, in fairness. 2 slips, leg slip, gully, point, short leg, and that one's down the leg side. They're claiming a catch. Coghlan isn't. They just want to get off now, don't they? They just want to get off.
Do wonder, might be reading too much into it, but if Mohammed Abbas might change ends in the next innings. He's seen Jimmy Anderson bowl from his own end. Whether James Anderson will certainly know the conditions well here. Maybe he might look into that and just think he's best suited for that end as well.
Coghlan bowls to him. Oh, and he almost plays it straight to short leg. Somehow he gets the ball to the ground before it reaches Bohannon, who's scrabbling about on the floor. And another over comes to an end. 372 for 9 then. Derbyshire, both Abbas and Bashir have 8 runs, and the lead is 21 runs. Tom Bailey back into the attack. They don't want to give either the number 10 or the number 11 the chance to swat a spinner away. And it's an opportunity for Tom Bailey to add to his solitary wicket so far in this innings. And I'm sure he'll fancy his chances.
Yeah, Bailey coming on. He does often bowl some slower balls within the red ball format of the game. He'll often play some Metro Bank games. He doesn't play much T20 cricket. But he'll have to maybe just go to some white ball variations here and just try and get that 10th wicket wrapped up. 2 slips and a gullet. Deep point, deep square and a fine leg. Bashir playing that really nicely. Late, soft hands. He's thinking about 2 as he guides it off the face of his bat. You've got to credit his energy.
Not for long he wasn't. I think he did initially think he thought it might be 1, then he suddenly realised it might be 2. He is running with a 36-year-old at the other end, but he would have been running to the danger end, and I don't think he fancied pulling out the dive, which he would almost certainly have had to have done there. I said after the first game, he's going to be so entertaining to watch. Bowling, batting, fielding, Shoaib Bashir, just experience beyond his years.
Yeah, he wasn't hiding away in the field either, was he?
No.
He gets right amongst it as well.
Bailey into Abbas, who's playing outside off stump. His back goes and then his legs follow a little bit after. He's trying to slash that through the offside. Deep point has come up. Any kind of bat on that, he might have found himself with a few more runs to his name.
Sheer deep in conversation with Jimmy Anderson there. Good to see.
Yeah, he's would have played a few test matches at the start of Bashir's career and at the end of Jimmy Anderson's. Bailey in again, the Bass trying to throw the bat at that.
I think he might have played that shot after the ball had hit the wicketkeeper's gloves. He was certainly quite late on it.
I think Bailey just needs to try and adjust his line, just try and attack the stumps. You don't want to give any tail enders any width.
Yeah, if he bowls at the stumps, he'll get his second wicket, I think.
Yeah, maybe just full of a length. Try and aim for that block hole. Yorker kind of length. Bailey in. Abbas just indicating that stayed a little bit low. Whether he's just weighted back a little bit or... We have seen a little bit of variation in terms of bounce. We've seen the odd one just pop a little bit from the Sir James Anderson end, and from the Brian Statham end we've seen the odd one just stay a little bit low.
Harry Kane said last night that the odd one had, there's a little bit of variable bounce.
Because that's the Tom Bailey slower ball that we do often see in the county game. This time it's down the leg side. Abbas allowing that to bounce through a couple of times to Matty Hurst. Mitch Stanley bowled a longish spell before, but it just feels like it's a get Mitch Stanley on for an over and try and use that extra bit of pace to get that 10th wicket. Bailey in, Abbas nicely behind that one in defence. It's pushed out to the offside. It's no run. Derbyshire currently lead by 22. Derbyshire 373 for 9.
Little 11-run partnership building here. 8 of those to Mohammed Abbas. Derbyshire on 9. Always frustrating for a fielding side when they think that they should be rolling over the last man, which they probably should, and they can't quite either find the edge or hit the stumps. It's down to Paul Coghlan again. 3 for 78 from his 18 overs. Plenty of time left today, still 48 overs left today. Coghlan was a short one, and Bashir deals with that basically by turning away from it. Keeps his bat down. Redfern says that's the first one for the over.
Yeah, I just don't think Lancashire have targeted the stumps enough and gone full enough at the stumps yet. There's been a lot of width offered to these two, and I don't think the stumps have been hit enough so far.
Coghlan hit them this time. No, he's driven up towards tumbling James Anderson. And Bashir picks up another single and moves into double figures. He's on to 10, 375 for 9, 23-run lead. And rather than meeting halfway with Mohammed Abbas, he's walked the entire 22 yards to have a chat with him. All part of the inability of Shoaib Bashir to actually stand still for more than about 3 seconds.
Could be a bit of a compliment here for Bashir and Abbas. Lancashire trying to get the ball changed.
Oh, mate, just make them bowl with this one, for goodness sake. It's not that old either, is it, this ball?
No. 34 overs old.
Yeah. And the umpires have said, just look, there's a number 10 at this end, there's a number 11 at that end, just get on with it. Just
hit the stumps.
Bowl it at the stumps and we can all go back in for a warm. As long as they don't come into the commentary box for a warm, they'll be all right. So Coghlan with the ball in his hand on his way into bowl to Abbas, who drives and is caught at backward point. And it's another wicket for Paul Coghlan. Abbas goes for 8. Nothing wrong with that ball at all. Bashir is 10 not out, and Derbyshire 374 all out. It means they have, as it disappears off the rather brilliantly off the scoreboard, they have a lead of 23 on first innings, and for those counting, have one more bonus point than Lancashire. So we get to the halfway stage in terms of innings here, and absolutely, Callum, nothing between the sides.
No, nothing between, 23 runs lead. It's, like you say, it's nothing in the long format, but I think it was an excellent innings from Derbyshire. Harry Kane leading the way as the stand-in skipper, 83. Same with Brooke Guest, identical, 83. They both deserved 100, didn't they? Just falling short. Some good contributions by Anderson, who's, well, he's not in some bad nick, is he?
No.
And also Montgomery. But brilliant from Paul Coughlin. Finish up with 4 wickets. But I think very promising from Mitchell Stanley, 3 for 93 from his 23 overs. And Sir James Anderson just doing what he always does, 2 for 62 off his 23. The other wicket was Tom Bailey, 1 for 57 off his 24. So good effort from Lancashire actually today to get them 7 wickets, and now they'll be going in and looking to try and pile some runs on themselves, and maybe at a, it's going to have to be at a quick rate to try and force a result here.
I think potentially 44 overs left in the day's play, and the first of those 44 overs will be described in 10 minutes' time.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Guys, make way for the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Pass the Pringles.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the evening session. And when I say session, what I mean is marathon. 47 overs left in the day because they took tea, so we only lost the remainder of the deliveries left in the Paul Coghlan over as he dismissed Derbyshire finally for 374. I mean, this game has got 47 overs. Phoebe, help. This is going to be a long session.
Yeah, it's only going to be the light that will save it.
Yeah. Only the light can save us. Only the light can save us. I reckon it's a good 3-hour job. And it's already 10 to 4. So,
well, buckle in. Sunday afternoon, late evening, your viewing of Lancs TV.
Get Songs of Praise on record. You can watch that later. And Mohammed Abbas. In fact, we only lost 3 deliveries in between the innings, which is remarkable. Derbyshire's innings coming to an end, thanks to that wicket of Paul Coghlan after 114 overs and 3 balls. Mohammed Abbas then from the Statham end, he's going to be bowling to Luke Wells, the left-hander, and bang on target first ball. It's defended straight back to him, and there's no run. Now, Mohammed Abbas, in the second innings against Worcestershire, I think bowled really, really nicely. In fact, he bowled at the end of whichever day it was, day 3, I think it was, much like this. There wasn't 47 overs to go, and he bowled 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 1. Solid.
You'd be happy with those figures on any day.
This next delivery is wide of the off stump, just moving away slightly, perhaps after it passed the stumps. Through to keeper Brooke Guest. A couple of dot balls to start with. The umpires have changed ends, of course. Sue Redfern now down at the Statham end with Jack Shantry at the pavilion end at square leg.
Good opportunity for Singh. Didn't have a great first innings, just 3 scored, but Keaton Jennings obviously out of the team at the moment with injury.
Abbas bowls and beats the edge of Wells's bat. 11 for 2 at one stage. Lancashire, it looked well. We were from a Derbyshire perspective, I was very excited. And then there was a fight back from Lancashire, and then Derbyshire fought back, and it's been a really good game of county championship cricket.
Yeah, there was a brilliant partnership between Bohannon and Harris. Harris went on to score a century, Bohannon 73, so they put on a very good partnership between the two of them in the rebuild.
Absolutely. Abbas is in, and there's bat and pad together, pushed out into the offside. And who's the man who wants to go and field? It's Shoaib Bashir, who's at mid-wicket. It was Anuj Dal who picked it up in the end. Bashir at mid-wicket, as I say, then backward point for Anuj Dal, mid-on and mid-off. Lewis Rees and Harry Kane. The man down at long leg is Zach Chappell, and 4 slips. I'm going to take a stab at this. Aitchison, Jewell, Montgomery and Anderson. So that one is, he goes for an expansive drive. Doesn't take the edge. Interesting shot early in an innings.
Really is, with a challenging line as well, bowled by Abbas. Wells has advanced down and played a big drive. Fortunate to still be there. 4 balls into the second innings.
Derbyshire certainly won't mind him trying.
Oh, they're set up for it. 3 slips, 4 slips even.
Abbas is in again. That one's bang on target. He's bowled him straight through Luke Wells. Lancashire 0 for 1. And Mohammed Abbas, the delivery after he'd gone for the expansive drive, he's just bowled on the stumps. Straight as you like from Mohammed Abbas. Trademark Mohammed Abbas, you might say. Lancashire 0 for 1.
Yeah, he didn't look comfortable, did Wells, there in that first over. And this ball, beautiful. Just straightens on him.
Wow.
clips the top of off stump. Almost the bail it got is the most beautifully bowled delivery.
And isn't he delighted? Gets a big hug from guess who? Derbyshire. They're like identical twins who don't look anything like each other. Yeah, you're right. Just clips the bails, doesn't it? That's an absolute beauty. Barely disturbed the stumps. Look at Bash. He wants to get in first in the hug, and he manages it.
Wells holds the pose as well after that. I think that's always a sign that it's a very, very good ball as well.
Wow.
When you've got yourself into a good shape like that, but angling in, straightened up, off the pitch, top of off stump. You can't ask for much more, can you, from your first over from a Bass?
Wicket maiden, that's what he's been brought to Derbyshire to do. 2-year contract. And won the championship last season with Nottinghamshire, having had 3 seasons with Hampshire prior to that, in which he took plenty of wickets. We first saw him from a Derbyshire perspective playing for Leicestershire some years ago. Ben Aitchison.
Aitchison in, and a lovely delivery, just gets that extra carry off the pitch, goes up and over middle stump, beats the bat of Singh. It's been a very aggressive start here from Derbyshire. Got 4 slips in place, bowling a very pressing line from both ends. Aitchison grabbing in and defended on the up by Singh.
Just want to say thank you to Mick Wood, who emailed me earlier, and somebody else has also given us the same location of a potential place to have a chat this evening amongst friends.
Oh, lovely. So you've got a few options now socially. Happy days.
Yeah, so we're all sorted. Thank you, Mick.
Are you going to go for the back-to-back-to-back for your eating cuisine?
No, there's every chance.
In and punches at that, and it again flirts past the outside edge of Singh. It's a lovely delivery.
So due to get underway back at Derby fairly soon, 4 o'clock. Middlesex have been set a target of 124 from 28 overs in that one-day cup match.
Aitchison in and defended comfortably by Singh. Yeah, lots of cricket going on today, isn't there, around the country?
Surrey have got a Leicestershire rather have got a 44-run lead at Surrey, and they're still only 5 down. That's a very impressive effort from the last season's 2nd division champions.
Defended again by Singh. Yeah, probably not started how they want this summer or this season, Surrey.
No. They'll be determined to get their crown back, won't they?
Absolutely. It was a great game last year towards the end of the season between Surrey and Notts to who would become champions.
Yes, as somebody who follows Derbyshire, it was difficult to know who wanted to lose the most, really.
Aitchison in and comfortably left by Singh. That's the end of Aitchison's over. Lancashire 0 for 1 wicket after 2 overs. I guess the good thing about Nottinghamshire doing well is that Derbyshire then get to take a few of the players. Like, you've got a few good signings from Notts this year.
Matthew Montgomery, of course, who joined on loan during the one-day cup last season, got a couple of centuries. He's arrived from Nottinghamshire, and Mohammed Abbas as well. As I understand it, they were keen to keep Abbas, but a 2-year contract at the age of 36, and Mickey Arthur, who gave him his test debut for Pakistan back in the day, too difficult to resist for Mohammed Abbas, who's about to bowl his second over. He's in bowls to Josh Bohannon, who turns it into the leg side, and Lancashire have their first runs of their second innings. Zach Chappell does the fielding, and they go back for 2. So they're up and away.
Sue Redfern just having a word about his follow through on the wicket. At the moment, it's following through right in front of the umpire and the stumps to the middle of the wicket, and she's not happy about that.
Oh dear.
Which is fair enough. That's one of the rules of the game.
Oh no, absolutely. We don't want him out of the game. He's in. Bowls to Bohannon, drives down the ground. Lewis Rees gives chase. They come back for the second. I think that's all they'll get. It is. I should move on to 4 for 1. Gloucestershire hurtling towards defeat at home to Durham, and now 7 down, 180 for 7. Still trailing by 250. And Middlesex look like they're about to lose to Worcestershire. Middlesex 119 for 5. They need a further 143 runs to win that game at Lord's. As Abbas is in again, Bohannon goes back, punches it out into the offside. Harry Kane does the fielding, no run. So Middlesex, the only side to win in the first round, could be losing in the second round to a team that battled hard for a draw last week at the Central Co-op County Ground.
Well, yeah, there were lots of draws across Division 2 last week. Both these teams, Lancashire and Derbyshire, got themselves into great positions. They just couldn't quite get the wickets to win the games.
Abbas bowls, that squirts off the edge of Bohannon's bat down to Dal at backward point. There's no run. Yeah, well, Lancashire got even closer than Derbyshire got. Derbyshire were reasonably close. 3 wickets they needed. Lancashire held up by George Bartlett and Ben Sanderson, ultimately, at Wantage Road, where Northamptonshire looked like they're in a strong position to beat Kent. Kent 27 for 1, following on, trailed by 479. There's Abbas with just the 3 slips is in, and that one's left alone by Bohannon to go through to Brooke Guest. Sort of uniformly grey now, which is better than it being dark. I always think the lights are on here at Old Trafford, but the light is perfectly good enough, it seems to me. Just occasionally there's a bit of watery sunshine breaking through. Still raining in Nottingham, of course. As Bashir is in, and Bohannon edges it and is caught. And another wicket for Mohammed Abbas, 2 in 2 overs. And Lancashire are 4 for 2 now as Bohannon goes for 4. Caleb Jewell with the catch low down. Wow, what a start this is for Derbyshire, who are still in the lead in this match, just about. Low catch, Caleb Jewell takes it, and Bohannon goes.
Another great delivery by Abbas. A length you have to play at. And it moves ever so slightly off the pitch. And a good grab in the slips. But it's a big wicket for Derbyshire. Wells in the changing room, Bohannon in the changing room. Abbas has bowled a remarkable spell up front here. Only 2 overs into it as well.
I've got goosebumps. Because we've been waiting. We've been waiting. How close to the ground was it? Well, they're slowing that one right down. It was massively above the ground, though. It was knee-high, wasn't it, when he takes it. Concentration on the face of Caleb Jewell. I just want to say it was knee-high. Whoa! He just clings onto it with the fingertips, actually. Just clings onto it with the fingertips. We'll brush over the rest of that now.
Take that upstairs, please. Take that upstairs.
4 for 2.
Slow it down again.
Just have a look at the scoreboard, everybody. 4 for 2. Move on.
Aitchinson in to Singh. Punch through the covers for a single. Seen a couple throughout. I think with all the clips that get cut up and pushed across social media, there was one yesterday, Rachel Slater bowling to Heather Knight, and Amy Campbell caught it third slip. And it was one that you're just thinking, is it, isn't it?
That was mightily close. And in fairness to Jewel, he would have thought he'd caught it.
Yeah, I think sometimes it is difficult when your fingers just get under the ground.
I think if we had DRS, then we'd probably still be looking at it now, and they'd magnify the picture, and then you can't really see anything.
Aitchison into Harris and defended comfortably. They're up and about are the Derbyshire players.
Oh, steady on, boys, steady on. There's no need to show it again.
Just got the slow-mo on Lancs TV. The ball...
He's caught that. He's caught it.
In the fingertips.
Beautiful catch. Well done, Caleb Jewell.
Yeah, he's happy with that. Aitchison in and defended again. On a very pressing length. It's Aitchison.
Some you win, some you lose, I always think, in life.
So is this Holly Aitchison's brother?
Yes.
There you go.
Yes,
yeah,
Holly Aitchison's brother, who played in the she was played at fly half yesterday for England in their opening game in the Six Nations.
Yeah, had some great success with the Roses over the summer.
Absolutely. Moved back to Sale Sharks this season.
In and soft hands into Gully. Good piece of fielding there.
Yes, that is some sporting family, isn't it? First-class cricketer, international rugby player. Dad was, I think he was director. He was director of rugby at, I want to say, Waterloo. I should know. He has told me. They used to communicate to me via X, but I'm not on it anymore.
Left comfortably by Harris as the ball pushes across the left-hander. Yeah, so you can't get your notifications in from your fans then, can you?
My fans? There are none of those, Phoebe, there are none of those. No. I've had 8 emails from X telling me that the account has been unsuspended, but it hasn't. And you can't speak to a human anymore.
Aitchison in and defended again by Harris. End of another good over for Derbyshire. Lancashire 5 for 2 off the first 4. Not the start that they would have wanted. Wells clean bowled by Abbas, and then Bohannon taken in the slips.
Just received a photograph taken by a photographer. Well, photographs generally are, aren't they? Of that catch. I say catch. Poor old Josh Bohannon will be feeling very, very disappointed. I would suggest he might be chucking things around the changing room. I think he wouldn't have seen it, in all honesty. Here's Mohamed Abbas then, on his way in, and bowls forward comes Singh to push the ball out into the offside. And there is no run. And Lancashire 5 for 2. Thank you. It is Waterloo. You're right. Here comes Abbas. 4 slips in place, bowls, and that is bang on target again. Singh goes up on his toes to push it back down the track towards the Pakistan Test bowler as the sun comes out again at Old Trafford.
Oh, we've had it all today, haven't we? You normally do here in Manchester. Heavy showers, blue sky. Now a bit of sunshine for those wanting to sit in front of the pavilion in that beautiful Mancunian sun.
Take a bit of shade under the point. Here's Abbas. In and bowls to Singh, who goes back and pushes it out into the onside where it's fielded by the ever-enthusiastic Bashir. Will he get another go? I mean, it's early in his current spell, of course, but 5, 6 overs max at the start, and then go and graze somewhere down at long leg. Come back for a little burst at the end of the day. It's a very long session, still 42.5 overs to go today as Abbas is in, and that goes past the edge of Singh's bat. Bounced, or pitched rather, and just went away from him a touch. I didn't realise the director was a Lancashire supporter, I must admit. He's not listening at the moment, which is good news. There's some outrageous selective replays being played there. I think it almost certainly probably did.
He's getting a little bit out of the pitch, isn't he, Abbas?
Yes.
Very, very good to watch.
2 for 4 from 2.4 overs. That one's left alone by Singh to go through to Brooke Guest, who thought for a moment it was the final ball of the over. It wasn't. It was the penultimate ball of the over. A ball to dash. Stop it. Little message on Blue Sky. I'm still available on Blue Sky. There aren't many of us there, though, I don't think. But I do like ball to dash on Blue Sky. It's very kind of you to say what you've just said. And you, Joe. Here comes Abbas again. Then to complete his third over. Singh waits and pushes this one out into the offside. Nice stop by Anish Dal, who puts a huge scar in the turf. I thought it was with his knee. He just turned around. It was his right knee. And he replaces his divot, as is only correct. Singh has 2. Harris yet to get off the mark. Lancashire, who were 11 for 2 in the first innings, let's not forget, and came back 6 for 2 in their second and still trail by 17.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful start for Derbyshire. Couldn't ask for much more out of those first 5 overs with the new ball.
As we welcome listeners to Sports Extra. It's exciting.
Aitchison in and just misses the outside edge of Singh again. Bowling a wonderful line and length here. Singh having to play at everything.
He's doing all sorts out there.
Some of the Lancs bowlers will be in the dressing room thinking, how come we didn't manage to do that? Saying that, Stanley bowled a remarkable spell. We saw a lot beating the outside edge of his bowling as well. Aitchison in and played off the back foot by Singh. It does feel a little bit like survival out there at the moment.
Well, if they can set Derbyshire a challenging target, 35, 40, something like that. What is going on out there? Madness. Mohammed Abbas doing Mohammed Abbas things. Ben Aitchison backing him up beautifully from the pavilion end.
Defended by Singh, squares him up and it squirts down to third for 2. Yeah, bowling a really probing line here. Singh having to play at everything, even that one just with real soft hands was able to guide it down to third, but not making it easy for the Lancashire batters out here.
This man's key, isn't he? Harris at the non-strikers end, he's key.
Aitchison in and defended again into mid-wicket for no run. He is indeed. It's a good opportunity for Singh with Jennings and out at the moment with a little niggle. So big shoes to fill in the top order, but he's been around for a few years now as Harry Singh, a name that we'd love to see flourish into the first team and a big score come from him. Aitchison in and defended off the front foot. Bat and pad there as the slip cordon went up. Yeah, played a lot in the Metro Bank One Day Cup last year. Did Harry Singh?
I don't think Derbyshire have played Lancashire in the One Day Cup in recent times. I don't remember it anyway.
Aitchison in and driven beautifully down the ground. Straight drive for four. The big chase on from Kane, but it's a lovely strike for four. At the end of that over, Lancashire 12 for 2.
First boundary of the innings for the home side in their second innings. Still 11 runs behind after Lancashire were bowled out Derbyshire for 374. Late on, Anuj Dal 21 after Brooke Guest went for 83. Zach Chappell 11, Ben Aitchison 1, Lewis Rees 36, and Mohammed Abbas the last man out for 8. Shoaib Bashir 8 not out. As the 10 and 11 put on a few runs. And now Mohammed Abbas has started with 2 for 5 from 3 overs. That's Lancashire in this extended evening session. Still 41 overs to go this evening. Should the light hold and the weather play ball, just wants a little alteration here to his field. Mohammed Abbas, in fact, he wants a leg slip. So Martin Anderson, without removing his hands from his pockets, moves from fourth slip to leg slip. So 3 slips go down, and Abbas is in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Harris. Fielded by Bashir. And there is no run. Gloucestershire at least made it to tea on day 3 before losing, but they're 7 down up at Durham. No, down at Bristol. Beg your pardon, down at Bristol. 187 for 3, still trailing by 247. Middlesex 5 down, need another 141 to beat Worcestershire at Lords. As in goes Abbas and bowls. That one is pushed by Harris up towards Rees at mid-on. Kent 38 for 1, following on, still a massive 468 runs behind Northamptonshire, who you do wonder if they can't get another couple of wickets this evening. You do wonder if they left the declaration a bit late. 484 runs is a lot of runs. We'll only find out tomorrow. Here comes Abbas once again in bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Harris. Lewis Rees comes from mid-on to do the fielding. One result that Scott gave you earlier with that Somerset 10-wicket victory over Essex at Chelmsford inside 3 days in the First Division. Sussex are 3 down. They need another 194 to beat Warwickshire at Hove. Leicestershire now with a lead of 50 at Surrey. Good effort from last year's Second Division champions, 570 for 5. Hampshire have a 341-run lead over Yorkshire. As Abbas is in, and that goes past the edge of Harris's bat once again. He jerks his head back, and then he points to the spot where it pitched, just so that Harris could come down and give it a little tap. Lovely little bit of byplay. Just watch that head jerk back. Oh, he didn't like that one at all.
Great piece of bowling, isn't it? And Harris goes down once again to just tap that spot. Didn't like how it moved off the pitch there.
I know where you're landing it.
Abbas knowing exactly what he's doing. Fantastic bowler and brilliant opening spell here.
In again, and that one's left alone by Harris outside his off stump. The left-handed Australian allows it to go through to the keeper. They are now underway in the Derbyshire women's game against Middlesex at the Central Co-op County Ground. Middlesex having been set 119, as it turns out, of 26 overs. Had a bit of trouble with rain there. They're 3 without loss. The pass goes in once more, inside edge. The ball lands in Harris's pad, and the new laws are that once it's in the pad, it's the dead ball anyway. But he still didn't quite trust the laws there, so he picked it up with his hand and threw it on the floor. But you can't be caught when the ball lodges in your own pad. At 12 for 2 after 7 overs. And another maiden for Mohamed Abbas, I think it was. Well, I wouldn't swear to it, of course. It was. So that's 3 overs. No, it isn't. It's 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 5.
Aitchison in and defended off the back foot from Singh. Animated are the Derbyshire players at the moment. They can sense some things coming. Harris and Singh have a big job to rebuild, absorb pressure. Harris not off the mark yet, none off 11. Singh 8 off 20 deliveries, both trying to rebuild off some very good bowling here. Goes down the leg side and sort of hits the pads as it's going down the leg side.
Much excitement behind the stumps. Not much from Ben Aitchison, running his fingers through his hair again. He loves his hair. He's growing it. I have asked him why. Purely out of curiosity, you understand. Just growing it out. He's almost, as I said earlier, got to the Alice band stage.
In and defended on the up. It goes past mid-off as they run for a single. Nice bit of batting there from Singh.
I would suggest it's the kind of thing that the youngsters do, but when I was his age, I had long hair as well. It's difficult to believe, I know. And would still have long hair now.
I was going to say, would you bring it back?
But for life happening.
Could you bring it back?
No, that's long gone.
Aitchison into Harris. Down the leg side.
Thank you to Random Female for the kind words on. She's found me on Blue Sky. Excellent. I knew if I mentioned it enough, I'd get another follower.
I don't know if I've used Blue Sky.
Oh, it's very exciting. It's nicer. It's much nicer. You know
nice,
how
kind world.
X can be a little bit nasty at times, but yeah.
Aitchison coming over to Harris. He works it off his legs for no run.
Thank you, Mick. I knew somebody would tell me. One Day Cup 2022, Derbyshire played Lancashire. Here, I think. Lancashire made 221 for 4. Derbyshire all out for 182. Yeah, that sounds like a Derbyshire One Day Cup match to me.
Aitchison in and defended off a straight delivery. It's the end of another good over. Fantastic opening duo here from the Derbyshire attack. 13 for 2 at Lancashire. Both Wells and Bohannon out. They trail by 10 to Lancashire.
Phoebe's going to have a rest. Callum's going to come in. I've still got my bananas. Costa Rica's finest. They will be consumed at some point. Mohamed Abbas, 4 slips in place, comes in and bowls to Singh, who guides this out into the offside, where Dal will come around and do the fielding. It's almost Callum, isn't it? It feels, and Phoebe said it there, it feels like survival at the moment. This is There's some top quality opening bowling from both Mohamed Abbas, who's got the wickets, but also from Ben Aitchison.
Yeah, we moved wickets since we was at tea.
You know, I almost suggested
feels that kind of way, doesn't it?
It does feel like that. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Crazy what 1 or 2 quick wickets can do in pressure on, and like you say, it is about survival. Now for Lancashire.
Bass is in and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side this time. There's Shoaib Bashir, picks it up, drops it, doesn't know where it is, and finally locates it. Big smile on his face. Yeah, no, I lost it under my foot, he says to Brooke Guest.
Runs won't be an issue at all for Lancashire in terms of mindset. They won't be thinking about, you know, the run rate or anything, but you do want to keep ticking over, keep rotating. You don't want to get into a hole where you're both stuck at either end and pressure just soaking up, you relax, and then all of a sudden you're playing at one that you don't need to.
That one is defended into the offside by Harris. The floodlights are starting to take over from the natural light, I would suggest, judging by the shadows emanating from the players' feet. And Lancashire did have the heavy roller on in between innings, I noticed. Normally that deadens the pitch.
Yeah, it's not quite paid off just yet. Abbas and Aitchison still finding enough out of this surface.
This next delivery from Abbas, that's a very fine defensive shot from Harris, who pushes it straight back. Pakistan versus Australia. Let's Singh. So it wasn't Harris. But apart from that, it's Pakistan versus Australia.
Yeah, good test for young Harry Singh. He's played a number of first-class games for Lancashire. Didn't get many in the first innings, so he's got the opportunity to bat some time here.
9. And that one is played off the back foot out into the offside. Harry came. Does the feelings all kicking off on Blue Sky now? We've got a message here from oh dear, Rhinoceros, possibly. He says, when it rains, I skip stations and listen to the individual members of his favourite 70s band, Emerson, Doige and Fletcher. It's very kind of you, Rhino. Yes. What happens? Who do you listen to when it isn't raining? That's what I want to know. That's the big one. Here comes Abbas then. Final ball of the over. Turned into the leg side. Fielded by Bashir. Another maiden over for Mohamed Abbas. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 5. Mohamed Abbas. Lancashire 13 for 2. Harris yet to get off the mark, having faced 14 deliveries. Singh has 9. And they still trail by 10.
Yeah, Abbas wasn't quite at his highest quality, was he, in the first innings that we're so used to seeing. He's very similar bowler to James Anderson, where there's no real bad deliveries. They're always in the game, always challenging both edges of the bat. We're seeing the best of Abbas in this second innings, 2 for 5 off his 5. And he'll certainly bowl 1 or 2 more just yet. Ben Aitchison is going to continue. 3 slips and a gullet, and he beats the outside edge of Marcus Harris. Some good pace and carry there from Aitchison, just taking it away from the outside edge of Marcus Harris, who's yet to get off the mark, but that certainly won't make the class of Marcus Harris, and the international experience certainly won't make him feel any more pressure. Just be playing each ball as it comes. Aitchison in, Harris nicely driven to mid-off, who does the fielding.
You're all getting mentions on Blue Sky now. There's one here from Tom who says regards to Phoebe, Callum and Scott. Not to me, but those 3. Thank you all for your fine coverage. As for Lancashire, I despair, he says. Here's the cover from the Cricketer magazine in April, which is basically saying Lancashire the team to beat. So what's gone so wrong? He says, early days, early days.
Not been beaten just yet. Aitchison in, Harris allowing that one come right under his eyes. Plays it late into the ground.
And why did nobody tell me that Tottenham had lost? That would have cheered me right up. That's remarkable. I mean, they are so
really,
deep in it now, aren't they?
They are in the relegation spots now, aren't they,
as
as
well?
well?
They're neck in it. Remarkable.
West Ham got the win on Friday, so Spurs...
And Sunderland haven't been that great recently, have they? They've
Yeah,
got to a flying start, but...
dropped off a little bit, didn't they? Aitchison in, Harris leaving that one through to Guest with the gloves.
Yeah. Good day for Sunderland as well, with Newcastle losing at Palace. Cheered a few up.
Yeah, last minute as well, 95th minute.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
The fairy tale looks like it's going to end now. Birmingham beating Wrexham. They've just signed up for another 3 seasons of that documentary thing.
Are they just out of the playoffs, Wrexham?
Yeah. When they were whacked last week at home, only 5-1 by Southampton, which was very amusing. Absolute circus. That's all the Welsh listeners gone.
Aitchison round the wicket now to Harris, who comes forward, takes a single and gets himself off the mark. Pushes that one back past the bowler. 14 for 2 Lancashire. The 2 early wickets of Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon, 2 real experienced players. Derbyshire would love the wicket of Marcus Harris. 3 of the real experience for Lancashire. A lot of youth in the middle order.
Rhino's been back. He says when it's not raining, he listens to Yorkshire if they're playing. Not sure about that. If not, it depends which counties are playing and who the commentators are.
Aitchison in, back of 11th. Harry Singh defending into the offside for no run. That's the end of the 10th over. 14 for 2. Harris 1. Harry Singh on 9. 37 overs still remaining today. Lancashire currently trailing by 9. Going to see a change of bowling as well. Zach Chappell is going to replace Mohammed Abbas.
5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 5. His opening burst, Mohammed Abbas. I hope it's not too late for Mickey Arthur. He might even be on a flight back by now. He's due back in the country, I think, on Tuesday after his daughter's wedding in Perth. I'm sure he'll be keeping tabs on, well, we know he's keeping tabs on what Derbyshire are doing, how they're performing. Well, we'll know that they're performing very well indeed here at Old Trafford. They still lead by 9. They already have 2 Lancashire wickets. So what can Zach Chappell do here? Bowling from the Statham end. Around the wicket he goes to bowl to Harris, who lets that one go outside the off stump. And through to the keeper. Sorry, Rhino, it's a she. Sorry, I had no idea. See, I've already got into trouble. I do apologise. How am I supposed to know without... I haven't got time to look at profiles and things like that. And very lazily, I just assumed. I apologise. In comes Chappell. That's way down the leg side, and he has to perform a tumbling stop. Brooke Guest behind the stumps to make sure that it doesn't run away down to fine leg.
It's a brilliant take in the end. Actually goes further away to Brooke Guest's right after the bat as well. Seen a couple of them from Matty Hirsch yesterday.
Oh no, I've got into trouble with somebody else now as well. Here's Chappell bowling, driven, good stop. Was it a stop? No, it wasn't a good stop. It's raced away to the boundary. There was a dive down to his right-hand side by Matthew Montgomery, but it has raced to the cover boundary for 4.
I'm not too sure if you can call it half an opportunity, but it's certainly aerial.
Oh, it is in the air. It's in the air.
Just out
he just
reach,
couldn't quite get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other way around, and that would have been slowed down and described as a catch by the director, of course. But
First boundary for Marcus Harris, though.
I'm just going to chain myself to the desk. Yes, I'll make the apology for the second mistake that I've made in a moment, as Chappell is in and bowls. That's pushed into the offside by Harris. He moved on to 5 with the boundary, incidentally, and it's 18 for 2. The deficit just 5. Random female. Yes, you're right. Please don't assume all us Welsh people are Wrexham supporters. The whole Hollywood thing is so tiresome. Thank you. I'm never going to I will not proffer an opinion on anything ever again. Scott's face. Well, I'll try not to anyway. Sometimes I just can't help it. Chappell bowls, and that's defended on the back foot by Harris. Am I really coming off? Excellent. I've just been getting myself into all sorts of bother on Blue Sky in the last 10 minutes, so I could do with not talking out loud for a while. Final ball of the over and of my spell. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching Abbas and Aitchison, and now Zach Chappell bowl, and Chappell's in. He turns that one down to fine leg. That'll be 4, and Harris moves on to 9, joins Singh on that. Total 22 for 2. Lancashire just 1 behind now. And I'm off.
Yeah, bread and butter for someone of the class of Marcus Harris. Chappell just straying onto the pads of the Australian, who just allows it to come to him and just turns that away. Down to fine leg for a single. He gets it fine for 4 runs, sorry. He gets it fine enough to reach the boundary. Mohamed Abbas is going to come on from the Sir James Anderson end. Now, this is going to be the first time we've seen him from this end.
Good afternoon, Callum.
Good afternoon, Scott.
We've seen some good spells of cricket in this game. I thought the morning of yesterday of day 2 was pretty high-class bowling, wasn't it, from Anderson and from Stanley, and it was a real battle for Kame and for Montgomery, and this little spell here has been absolutely brilliant, hasn't it?
Yeah, Anderson and Stanley didn't quite get the rewards they probably deserved, did they, yesterday, but Abbas has certainly got the rewards that he's bowling as deserved, as he's going to come into 3 slips now to Harry Singh. He plays forward into the offside for no run. Yeah, it's a similar position what Derbyshire had Lancashire in the first innings. They had 2 early wickets, then Lancashire had to rebuild from then. They rebuilt that time with Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris, so it's going to be a bit of pressure on Harry Singh and Matty Hurst, Michael Jones, them kind of players to come. Abbas in full of a length. Harry Singh just coming forward late, playing defensively.
Yeah, Bohannon and Harris, after that couple of early wickets, as you mentioned in the first innings, put on 146 together, and then Harris and Jones put on 95 together. So you say it's not too dissimilar, the position. Like if you're losing a couple of early wickets and looking for a partnership to rebuild, it's a real test for Harry Singh this against Abbas.
Abbas is in. Harry Singh playing aerially through the offside. It bounces just short of backward point. He's just trying to stand tall and punch that through the offside.
But what an opportunity for him.
Yep.
Second game on the spin. Keaton Jennings has missed the first 2 rounds with a bit of I think it's a calf injury, but I don't think he's far away. I think Lancashire reckon he might be available for next week at Gloucestershire. So great chance for Harry Singh here.
Yeah, it certainly is, and there's no real scoreboard pressure, is there? Obviously there's the wickets and Derbyshire hunting for wickets. Abbas in, and he beats the outside edge of Harry Singh. There's a hands on heads from the slips, a few shouts, but there's nothing of any significance. It's a beautiful delivery from Abbas, angling into Harry Singh and nipping away off the pitch. Harry Singh lunging forward. Oh, it does well to beat everything.
Beauty, isn't it?
Yeah, he can just back time though here, Harry Singh. He doesn't have to feel like Don't have to worry about scoring runs quickly. Bass in. Singh playing from the crease on the back foot, defending into the onside for no run.
Just getting back into him, that delivery, didn't it, from a Bass. With some terrific kind of individual moments today. Anderson's dismissal of his namesake, Martin Anderson, was an absolute peach. The Abbas dismissal for Wells, beauty. Singh's thinking, I've got a little bit of good fortune there, I'm still there, because that was another jaffa, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a beautiful delivery from Abbas to Wells, wasn't it? Round the wicket, taking his off stump. Abbas in, Harry Singh on the drive through the offside. Just bounces just shy of the fielder and makes it a tricky one for him to field. There's a few laughs from his teammates out there. Harry Singh gets through for a single.
Matthew Montgomery got quite a horrible bounce, didn't he? Just in front of him. He stopped it, so, you know, it was effective.
The players say it's not the softest square either here at Old Trafford. You see the ends of the square, don't you, where they go that sort of grey colour. Just looks very hard, the square, even at this time of year.
Yep. Current players and former players. Well, always quick to point out, aren't they? Oh, don't want to feel in the square at Old Trafford. It will be Chappell. This is his second over. Trying to back up the work, the tempo that's been set, the level that's been set by Abbas and by Aitchison. Just waiting momentarily for Derbyshire fielder at backward point, just fastening up his bootlaces. He's got 3 slip catches. There's a fine leg, there's a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. Backward point. It's Chappell for Derbyshire. Balls to Singh, that's pushed away calmly into the offside. Montgomery's there to field and there's no run. 23 for 2. Lancashire. Look at the number of overs left today. I mean, if we get them in, it's just over a full session of cricket still to go. 34 overs left today.
Be incredible if we do get them in. Lights are on.
Yeah.
It's a little bit gloomy. But for now, the rain is avoiding us.
Chappell sets off again, striding in past the umpire and balls. Full and driven and caught. Chappell takes the catch, firmly hit by Harry Singh. He juggled it once or twice, or maybe even 3 times, but he kept a hold of it to Chappell. Singh departs, cleanly hit drive, hit it firmly, but Chappell's reaction, if not on the second or even maybe the third go, sees the end of Harry Singh. He's gone for 10 and Lancashire lose their 3rd wicket, 23 for 3.
Yeah, brilliant catch from Zach Chappell, maybe even on the 6th or 7th attempt, I think. He has a real juggling moment.
4, 5, 6. I think it was 6.
He has a real juggling moment, but they're never easy, the catches on your follow-through. Harry Singh just noticed that he was just hanging back. His weight was back quite a lot. When it was fuller, he was coming forward quite late, and he's driven that one on the up. It's probably in half volley length. He's probably a little bit disappointed that he's not got his weight over that onto the floor, but it's the 3rd wicket for Derbyshire. It brings Michael Jones to the crease, and pressure really is on Lancashire now.
Absolutely is. 23 for 3. Scores are all level. One more run will nudge Lancashire in front, but at the minute it's a little about survival. This ball still new, bowlers fresh. And the top 3 have all gone. Wells for 0, Bohannon for 4, Singh for 10. And Michael Jones, who picked up 44 in the first innings of this match on the back of his 71 in the first innings at Northamptonshire. He's out to join Marcus Harris. 23 for 3. It was a terrific catch, wasn't it, by Chappell, because it really was thumped firmly by Singh. At least 4 or 5 juggling attempts, but he clung onto it, kind of chest height, with his back to the batter, who I think was desperately hoping he might spill it. He didn't. Chappell into Jones, full and left, and through to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, it makes it more of a brilliant catch. When you watch Chappell, he really veers off onto the other strip in his follow through as well, so there's a real reach to his right hand side to grab that one. Any catch on your follow through as a seamer, it's normally a pretty good one. Bit of soaking up of pressure to do here for Michael Jones.
Taps the bat, waits for Chappell, strides in again, balls onto his pads, clipped leg side, caught at mid-wicket by Bashir. Jones can't quite believe that Bashir's clung on to that, but he has. Chappell has his second of the over, and Lancashire in real trouble here now. 23 for 4. Jones departs for naught. Chappell has his second, and Bashir takes a stunning catch at mid-wicket.
Yeah, talk about catches. That's a real catch from Bashir, diving to his left. And again, Michael Jones has got all of it, similar to Harry Singh. It'll be very, very unfortunate that he's not got a boundary and not beaten the man, but Shoaib Bashir diving to his left, very low, brilliant catch. And it's 2 in the over for Chappell, and that's the 4th gone for Lancashire. 23 for 4, scores a level. Lancashire in disarray.
How many times do you see it? There's nothing happened for a day and a half. Pitches look flat. Lancashire bowled beautifully yesterday morning, but then through the course of yesterday afternoon, evening, through the course of today, it's slow, it's sedate, there's nothing really going on. It's having to work hard for any opportunity. And then the bowlers come out fresh. Abbas and Chappell and Aitchison, and they've hit the ground running. And Lancashire have got a whole load of work to do ahead of them. 34 overs still to go. They've not yet scored a run in this over. So scores are still level, as Callum mentioned. And now they've lost 2 wickets in 3 deliveries. Hurst coming out to join Harris, who's watching at the non-strikers end, and Chappell on the brink of a potential double wicket maiden here. 23 for 4, Lancashire. Game has burst into life. Chappell balls to Hurst. That bounces on Hurst. He takes his bottom hand off the bat. Tries to drop it safely down the pitch, which is what he does. But Chappell's found something in this wicket, as indeed has Abbas. And that's hit the glove of Matthew Hurst. It might be wise just to say to the Lancashire physio to come out and take a look, just to take a few seconds out the game.
Yeah, it's something that, like you say, probably would suit Lancashire right now. A little bit of a drink, just take a minute. It's a battle of mindsets now for Lancashire. Mindset is going to be that of patience, determination.
Final ball of the over. Chappell to Hurst. It's left and through to Brooke Guest. End of the over. A double wicket maiden for Zach Chappell. And Lancashire are 23 for 4. Out of almost nowhere. 13 overs in, and the game has been kind of blown apart, hasn't it, really? That's Lancashire scorecard. Wells for naught, first out, bowled by Abbas. It was an absolute beauty. Bahanan caught by Jewell at second slip off Abbas for 4. Singh caught and bowled by Chappell for 10, and then in the same over, Bashir takes a great diving catch to get rid of Michael Jones. 3 bowlers used so far by Derbyshire. Aitchison's played his part, certainly. Abbas and Chappell have mopped up with some rewards.
Yeah, real job for the Australian. Marcus Harris now. Abbas into him around the wicket. Harris playing forward into the offside, defending for no run. He certainly won't show any signs of fluster or frustration. He'll be very patient under that helmet. He'd have been in many situations like this before throughout his career. He looks just about time, soak up the pressure. Abbas in. Harris defending back past the bowler. 23 for 4, Lancashire. And Derbyshire, looking at the rest of Lancashire's batting as well, you'd probably say they're all maybe one position higher than they should be, maybe. You know, all due respect to the likes of Tom Hartley and Tom Bailey, they can certainly hold a bat. And we've seen them score vital runs for Lancashire, but when the pressure's on, when the ball's doing a bit, and it's 23 for 4, it's a different scenario. Abbas in, Harris, plenty of time defending into the offside.
Yes, so state the absolute obvious. I mean, this isn't a really vital partnership. Harris and Hurst have got to find a way to stem the flow here. They'll feel one more wicket. Well, and they're into the all-rounders. They're into Hartley and Coughlin, who are all-rounders.
Feelers saying, you know, they've got to see out the day, probably these two. Abbas coming round the wicket still. Harris defending back to the Pakistan international. Yeah, it sounds drastic, but you probably do want to see these two see it out to the end.
I agree. Yeah, it's a lot of batting, isn't it? But
yeah, it's probably Matty Hurst. He likes to feel pat on ball. It's not quite his natural game to be in that defensive mindset, so it'll be a challenge for the Lancashire wicket keeper. Deep squares pushed out as Harris drives that one nicely through the offside, but it's fielded there at short cover.
Yes, if you've just joined our coverage, whether it's across BBC Sport website and Apple 5 Sports Extra on Lancs TV, Lancashire 23 for 4 in their second innings, and a rather calm, quiet day indeed. Back end of yesterday.
Yep.
3 sessions of cricket where it was all very pleasant.
And that one's ducked under from Marcus Harris. Finished the Mohammed Abbas over, 2 for 6 from his 7. He's been absolutely excellent. He's set the tone, hasn't he, for Derbyshire in this second innings.
Yes, it's all kind of burst into life with this brilliant opening spell from Mohammed Abbas. Backed up by Ben Aitchison. He didn't get any wickets, Ben Aitchison, but bowled beautifully, 5 overs. Barely went for a run. And then Chappell, double wicket maiden in his last over, dismissing Harry Singh. Corton Bowley thumped it back to Chappell, who took a terrific juggling return catch off his own bowling. And then Bashir takes a blinding catch at mid-wicket, low to his left, as Jones clicked one firmly to that leg side. Jones falling for naught. 2 wickets in the over. Lancashire 23 for 4. The scores are level. They've still not managed to push themselves in front. Back-to-back maidens for Derbyshire. Here's Chappell to Hurst, who defends, pushing the ball away into the offside for no run. Scott Reed and Callum Flynn. Dave Fletcher and Phoebe Graham with us as well today.
Yeah, we were speaking about draws, wasn't we, at tea? And do we think it was fizzling out to a draw? That's certainly, I think Lancashire would take that right now.
I suppose it's one of those where, I mean, there's nothing between the two teams on first innings. There's a 23-run lead for Derbyshire. Ball out for 374 as Chappell sets off again. It's full and wide and swings away from Hurst. And I guess that does put that pressure on the third innings of the match, doesn't it? Where you situations like this can develop. This pressure going into the third innings of a game when the 2 first innings are level, because that will, if things can go wrong, it can move away from you pretty quickly.
It's how you go about it as well, isn't it? Like, if you're 100 behind, you know you've got to play quite defensively. You're trying to bat to save the game first of all, whereas
Chappell's in to Hurst, full. Oh, he's looking to drive. He's been bowled. He's gone for a drive as Hurst. I think he may have got a little inside edge back onto the stumps. He's gone for naught. Lancashire have lost 3 wickets here. They've yet to score a run in this sequence. 23 for 5. We've still got 32 overs remaining in the day, and Lancashire are 5 down. 23 for 5, and Chappell is having some spell.
Yep, Matty Hurst will probably feel a little bit unfortunate. It's a genuine half volley, but you'd say 23 for 4. It's a little bit loose to be driving
looking for a boundary. Like I say, it is a genuine half volley, and it's just natural instincts to drive. He's found an inside edge onto his pad, but at 23 for 4, maybe he regrets looking for that scoring opportunity. This brings Tom Hartley into the crease at number 7.
Oh yeah, a little bottom edge, the ball trickling back onto the stumps. I just can't believe it. Derbyshire overjoyed. I know what you mean, Callum. With the score as it is, it looks like a pretty bold shot to take on.
Yeah,
but it's there to be hit, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? You've still got to put the bad ball away, and you've still got to try and put the opposition under pressure and try and hit them a little bit off their line of lengths. But he just didn't look fully in control of his drive. It looked like he was trying to overhit a little bit, kind of lost his shape. And definitely at 23 for 4, you've got to dig in, haven't you, at that stage? Scores are level. Lancashire effectively none for 5.
Well, Derbyshire are all over Lancashire here. What an opportunity they have. Still a full session of cricket here if the weather stays fine, if the light's okay. We've still got 32 overs left, so there's loads of time. A couple of hours of cricket to go. Chappell's around the wicket, bowls a beauty to Hartley first up. And it beats his outside edge and it's through to the keeper. And there's no run. How about this to get first up? Around the wicket, angling in, beating Hartley.
It's very similar to Mohammed Abbas, isn't it? To Luke Wells. Just angling in, taking it away off the pitch. The only difference is this one didn't quite hit the top of off stump.
23 for 5. Here's Chappell. 2 slips in the gully. In, balls to Hartley's playing. Ball carries through beautifully towards the keeper. Hartley trying to clear it from his mind and wander away to square leg. Chappell is right on the money here. Another over in which the bowlers have been all over Lancashire. Hanging on in there, but only just. 23 for 5. Final ball of the over. Chappell scores a level. In and balls to Hartley. Straight to ball, which he defends, pushes it back to Chappell. And another over goes. A wicket maiden to follow his double wicket maiden in the previous over. 23 for 5, Lancashire. I'll leave you, Callum. Dave Fletcher will come and join you.
Yeah, mindset now is key for the Lancashire batters. You look at someone like Marcus Harris at 23 for 5. He still doesn't look flustered. He still doesn't look under pressure. Tom Hartley there playing at 1. Second ball nowhere near the stumps, just leaving his bat hanging, and that's just noise inside the head. That's just maybe a little bit of pressure. Just question how he should go about it. You just need a clear mindset and a clear plan, and that's what Marcus Harris so far has, as he tucks that one away off his hips. He's going to pick up a couple, and it takes Lancashire into a very slim lead. Back
Callum,
2 now.
Have I missed anything?
Just a little bit, just a 2.
Wow. I'm not entirely sure what's happening. I'm getting messages off all sorts of people, as you can imagine. This is remarkable for so many reasons.
Just a little bit of a discussion between Harry Kane and Mohammed Abbas. 2 slips, a gully, deep point, catching cover for Harris, and Abbas just hitting him there on the thigh as Harris looks to turn that into the onside. It's certainly changed the momentum of the game, hasn't it, Dave?
Well, I'd like to offer some kind of explanation. The only thing I can think of, I mean, Mohammed Abbas has been outstanding, and I know Zach Chappell's got 3 of the 5 wickets to fall. I think that Ben Aitchison has bowled beautifully, but just having Mohammed Abbas in the attack and playing like this has lifted everybody.
Yep. As in, he comes round the wicket, finds the outside edge of Marcus Harris as he squares him up, just taking it away from him. He's going to run away. Nope. Just gets dragged back in. They're going to pick up 3. Good running from the Lancashire pair. Yeah, he's really leading from the front, hasn't he, for that first over. On the money straight away to Luke Wells with an absolute beauty. Angling in, straightening, taking the top of off stump. It's going to be another lengthy discussion now with Harry Kane, the standing skipper. They're going to move that catching cover back into the slip cordon. There's going to be 3 slips, a gullet, point, wide-ish mid-off, mid-on and a mid-wicket with a fine leg. It's going to be a real challenge this for Hartley as he's defending into the onside for no run.
I just want to say this, and I don't mean, there's no animosity in it whatsoever, but I will never ever get the chance to say this again. Lancashire are effectively 5 for 5. I've said it now and I won't say it again. Unbelievable.
Yep. 9 for 5 effectively just before you came on as well.
It's remarkable.
A pass. Running in round the wicket to Hartley, who allows that one through to the wicketkeeper. That one not threatening the stumps or the outside edge of Hartley.
I have seen Derbyshire not win from very, very advantageous positions. I'm not sure I've seen them not win from a position like this, with so much cricket left in the day. The forecast for tomorrow is all right. The sun's shining now. I haven't seen them win that often, in all honesty, over the past 10 years. But
that is the key with how much time left for Derbyshire to pick up these remaining 5. It's a nice shot from Hartley, who punches that down the ground, but it's fielded and cut off for any runs. That's the end of Mohammed Abbas is over. 28 for 5. Lancashire lead by just 5 runs. Marcus Harris, the key man in this now, who's with Tom Hartley, only Tom Bailey, Paul Coughlin, Jimmy Anderson, and here's the remaining one.
Mitch Stanley.
Yep, Mitch Stanley as well to come. So Derbyshire here, just note that Marcus Harris is the key wicket. If they can get him tonight, they really will be fancying the chances.
Zach Chappell, who's taken 3 wickets since he last conceded a run, comes into bowl 2. Harris, who just dabs that into the onside, and there's no run. Only once in the only once in the 21st century the Derbyshire won more games in a season than they've lost. That's the kind of run they've been on. I mean, they've been in the doldrums. Mickey Arthur, and that was Mickey Arthur's first season when they won more than they lost. As Chappell is in and bowls, and he's grabbed. I thought he'd actually. Did that hit his pad? That just hit his pad. I'm getting too excited now.
Yeah, I think it might have been an inside edge.
Yes, I thought there was some bat there, and for a moment
I thought it clattered the stumps at one stage as well.
I thought he'd edged it to the slip. So either way, we're getting a. Thank you very much. We're getting a slow motion replay. He's got to. Yeah, well, sort of hit his box, didn't it?
Bit of extra bounce from Chappell.
Calm down, Fletcher, calm down. It's only a game of cricket. It's only a game of cricket. In goes Chappell again and bowls a full delivery, and Harris defends that straight back to him. And there's no run. This is a remarkable sequence of dot balls and wickets being bowled by Zach Chappell at the moment. 10 dots, 2 wickets, plus another 3, so that's 13 dots and 2 wickets in his last 15 deliveries. And he'll tell me, well, I was just in the zone. He's in, bowls to Harris, who's beaten. Lunging forward, just a little bit of away movement off the pitch. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest.
He bowled one of them in the previous over, didn't he, to Tom Hartley. I think it was Tom Hartley's first ball
very similar again to Mohamed Abbas's dismissal of Luke Wells. Just this time not finding the top of off stump or not finding the edge of Marcus Harris, but he squares him up. It's a beautiful delivery from Chappell.
He's in again, Zach Chappell, and Bowles that is driven. There's a run off him, and it's going to be 4 runs off him, I think. No, there's a slide around the boundary down in the distance. That's an excellent piece of fielding. I think that's Matthew Montgomery down there, and keeps them down to a couple. There was a piece of fielding at the end of the last over from Harry Kane, which I thought was excellent. That's good as well from Matthew Montgomery, and it just... Everybody's just lifted a level here in Derbyshire colours.
Yeah, the mindset's changed, hasn't it? On fielding in the game now in red ball cricket.
30 for 5 as Chappell bowls a full delivery, and it was swinging into the stumps. He's done really well to keep that one out, Marcus Harris, really well. You could see the hoop on that from here. That was a magnificent delivery from Zach Chappell. It was right in the block hole. He's just got his bat down on it in time, Harris. Despite conceding a couple of runs, it's been another fine over from Zach Chappell. 30 for 5, Lancashire leading by 7. Harris has 16. And it'll be Tom Hartley on strike to face as Ben Aitchison returns.
Yeah, just going back to that fielding, you don't realise how much of an effect brilliant piece of fielding does have on the side. You know, it brings a lot of energy, certainly keeps the momentum. You know, when you concede the odd boundary or when someone fields and diving stops, certainly makes a difference. And we've seen 2 brilliant catches, one from Bashir at mid-wicket, one from Zach Chappell off his own bowling. Just creates an energy that you can't really fake. So Ben Aitchison back into the attack. Oh, he's beating the outside edge straight away of Tom Hartley, who drives loosely at 30 for 5. It's a loose shot in this situation. Tom Hartley trying to drive down the ground, back past the fast bowler. Ben Aitchison just takes it away from his outside edge. Lancashire really need to just dig in here. Don't worry about scoring runs. Just try and tire out some of the bowlers. Aitchison onto the pads this time of Hartley, who tucks that away into the leg side. That's been kept down to a single from Chappell.
DNR St Louis on Blue Sky is offering he said, I really think you missed an explanation for the Lancashire collapse, which is simply that the batters have refused to hit it away from people and stumps. I think there's slightly more to it than that, but I know what you're saying.
It's a simple game.
There's barely been a bad ball, has there, in this? How many overs we had now? 17 overs and 2 balls.
Aitchison round the wicket to Marcus Harris, who tucks that away into the leg side, gets a single, deep square. Shoaib Bashir comes in and does the fielding.
Zach Chappell just having a bit of an energy drink down below us.
Yeah, you do well to take the ball off him, I think.
Keep going, son.
At
Keep
this
going.
stage, one of them energy gels that they don't taste very nice.
Do they not?
At all, no.
You'd be surprised to know. I've never tasted, never felt the need for an energy gel.
No, not the nicest tasting things. That one's clipped nicely from Tom Hartley. Over pitch from Ben Aitchison. He finds a gap through wide mid-on. And it's hit away for 4. Nice shot from Tom Hartley.
Derbyshire's women not faring quite as well as Derbyshire's men. Middlesex need 26 from 11 overs to win their one-day cup match at the Central Co-op County Ground. You would have Middlesex as firm favourites, I would suggest, in that one.
Deep square and deep fine. 3 catches and a gullet into Hartley, who defends and finds its way into the onside. He picks up a single. Brings Harris onto strike. 17 off 41 deliveries so far for the first innings Centurion. How Lancs could do with him scoring 2 in the match. It's going to come round the wicket. 2 slips in a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square and a deep fine. He's just bringing deep square in, actually. I think that's a good move. Try and keep Tom Hartley on strike as well in the next over. Keep the pressure on. Aitchison in. Harris just defending into the offside, and that's no run. 37 for 5, Lancashire. Harris 17, Hartley 6.
Well, the rain that Gloucestershire ordered down at Bristol has finally arrived, with them 8 down and still 243 runs adrift of Durham following on. They will get enough play there, surely, for Durham to register victory. Middlesex 6 down, needing a further 112 to beat Worcestershire at Lords. Could be interesting there. And Kent 87 for 1 following on, trailing Northamptonshire by 419. And only by this time tomorrow will we know if the declaration came too late for Northamptonshire. Phoebe,
well,
what's going on?
Has
what
been
is going on? I'm
speechless.
Pretty much, which is not a good state. As Chappell is in to Harris, who drives handsomely for 4. Out towards the extra cover boundary. And Zach Chappell hasn't conceded a boundary for a long, long time, if at all, in this spell, but that one hammered away, and Lancashire move on to 41 for 5. Harris up to 17.
Well, yeah, it's been bowling really nicely as Chappell.
As a bowler, if somebody comes on and bowls magically from one end, does it lift the whole bowling attack?
Definitely, yeah. And sometimes you have days where you bowl exceptionally well and then roles change within the team.
That one's defended by Harris, back to Chappell.
But he's just backed up Abbas's and Aitchison's excellent work with the new ball. But it's not a position Lancashire would want to be in. 41 for 5.
Just the 3 bowlers used so far. Mohammed Abbas 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 11. Ben Aitchison 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16, and Zach Chappell 4 overs and 2 balls, 2 maidens, 3 for 14. He's in now and bowls. That's defended again by Harris. Straight back to him. It's Hartley. Thank you. No, you can say it out loud. I'm forever getting it the wrong way around. There's still 2 left-handers out there now. You're absolutely right to point these things out to an old man.
Yeah, Hartley coming in at 7 as well. Has got the ability to bat, but normally gets sent in the situations where it's time to express yourself as a batter.
He pulls that one around the corner. It's in the air for a while, but it drops short of Shoaib Bashir, who's out on the square leg boundary, and he gets through for a single, does Hartley. He moves to 11, 42 for 5. Don't mind him playing shots like that, though.
Well, they're the shots he does like to play. He likes to come out and be expressive. He's got a different role here, where he's just trying to anchor the ship, but he was tempted by that shorter ball. Pulled out of the shot, didn't he? I think it was a last-minute sensible decision from Tom Hartley. There have been some good dismissals here from the bowlers of Derbyshire.
This is Harris. Ooh, and he fiddles at that one outside the off stump before it goes through to Brooke Guest. Thank you, Peter Moore Lane on Blue Sky as well, for all the kind. I never read stuff like that out, but he says, I'm happy for you, Dave. It can't be easy having to watch Derbyshire for a living, with a little winky emoji. It's great watching Derbyshire for a living. And there are some lows, but when the highs come along, they feel extra special. As Chappell runs away from us now, bowls, and that's driven down the ground. It'd probably go for 4. Harry Kame is giving chase. I think it's an Aaron Donald who's on the field. He can't get there before the ball reaches the boundary, though, and it's 4 runs off the last ball of the over to Harris. It is an Aaron Donald indeed. Harris moves to 21 and Lancashire now 46 for 5. What they can't do, there's me giving advice to professional cricketers, which is always a bad thing. They don't want to be striving for a wicket with every ball, do they really? And I know they're not at the moment, but you've just got to realise the situation that they're in. Lancashire are basically 23 for 5. And there's a whole day and 28 overs left in this game. They don't have to finish it off tonight. There is no deadline for them.
Well, it's a huge task in Lancashire's dressing room now. And for the batters out there, Harris and Hartley, how can they rebuild and absorb some of the pressure that Derbyshire have put on them? Got 5 of their best batting lineup out. The only player that's really survived it has been the overseas in Harris, who's played a very sensible innings, 21 from 44, but been relentless of the Derbyshire attack with Aitchison in and left alone by Hartley, but another good delivery from Aitchison.
Really nice, just holding its own on the surface. Good bounce as well. This pitch has had good bounce from the start. That certainly would have helped Derbyshire, and his eyes would have lit up.
But yeah, it looks like it's been a difficult session to navigate for the Lancashire batters. Aitchison in and defended into the slips. Squared Hartley up and let his hands drop on that ball. That's it. Nearly pierced its way through the slip cordon.
I think the 2 evening sessions have been the ones where most wickets have fallen. Certainly on day 1. Derbyshire picked up 5, 6 wickets in the evening session.
In and a big waft at that from Hartley.
Last evening was an exception because Harry Kane batted really nicely. Not Harry Kane, Brooke Guest and Martin Anderson batted really nicely yesterday evening in difficult conditions. Too much sun now.
Yeah, beautiful blue skies now in Manchester as Aitchison in and swatted away through backward point for 4 runs. Just leant back on that with the width and bounce. Was able to guide that nicely through backward point for 4. Bad ball, still a bad ball, even when you're 50 for 5.
Yeah, 50 up for Lancashire. Not greeted with any kind of enthusiasm from the crowd inside Old Trafford. They probably can't believe their eyes either.
No, I think they'll be very disappointed with the top order here. Aitchison in and left alone by Hartley. Probably a bit like you spoke about yesterday, with Anderson navigating a really tricky bowling spell in the evening session. That is what 4-day cricket is about, is navigating those tough spells of cricket. So rather than it being 5 down, you're 2 down. And that's where the disappointment will be. Aitchison in and defended off the back foot for no run.
Seeing off the new ball so that it stops doing quite as much as it clearly was first up for Mohammed Abbas and for Ben Aitchison. It will start to soften. It's only 20 overs old now. Just got to stay patient, the Derbyshire bowlers, as I'm sure they will. I mean, they'll be the adrenaline will be coursing through their veins at the moment with the position they've got their side into.
You can see the class of Harris here, 21 from 44, knows how to dig deep, how to navigate these tricky periods as he's on strike.
Chappell bowls too many drives it out into the offside. There is a fielder out there at backward point. It's an Aaron Donald on the field as a 12th man. I think he's on for Mohammed Abbas, who I can't see out there. Now, having been at on the backward point boundary, he's coming out to the square leg boundary, so he's got a bit of running to do here now. From one side of Old Trafford to the other. Matthew Montgomery's just put his sun specs on.
It's beautiful, glorious evening.
He's got his back to the sun though.
Well, you just never know when those catches go up in the air.
Yeah, you don't want to get blinded.
Got to be ready.
There's Chappell in and bowls to Hartley, who turns this away into the leg side. With the second successive ball, it will be an Aaron Donald who does the fielding. This time he doesn't have to go from one side of Old Trafford to the other, because Anuj Dal's going out onto the backward point boundary in his place, and he's gone into mid-wicket. Matthew Montgomery swaps over, so he stays in the covers. 2 slips and a gully. Man down at long leg in front of the point in the shadows. That's showing Bashir. So it's disappointing when he's not close to the bat. Mid-on and a mid-off as well. As Chappell is in, and that one's grubs along the ground after pitching. Harris just leaves it alone. And Brooke Guest takes it up, picks it up off his bootlaces. But no shot required. As Chappell slowly walks back to his mark. It's the 6th over of his current spell. So we might see a change soon. As it goes in around the wicket, left alone again by Harris. He's on 22 off 47 deliveries. Hartley has 16 off 21. And these two came together with a score on 23 for 5. They've taken it up to 52 for 5 now.
Feels like we've been through all the seasons.
Yes.
Throughout the day as well. Bowled 3 balls this morning before it absolutely downpoured, and we've now got beautiful blue skies.
Chappell bowls again, wide of the off stump, and again Harris leaves it. He knows it's all about staying out there for as long as he possibly can. The runs will come.
He just knows what he's doing, doesn't he? He knows his game plan, knows how to stick out tough situations. We saw a fantastic knock from him in the first innings. The only Lancashire batter to go on and score a century. Had a brilliant partnership with Bohannon. But aside from that, there wasn't many scores throughout the scorecard for Lancashire. So this will be the main wicket for Derbyshire to get.
Chappell bowls over pitched and wide of the off stump and driven away for 4 by Harris out to the point boundary. Disappointing way for the Chappell over to finish. He's started to look a little weary now. Zach Chappell 3 for 25 from his 6 overs. Harris has 26. Hartley has 16. Lancashire 56 for 5 as he takes all his sweaters from umpire Sue Redfern.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a freebie to finish his spell there. Overpitched.
Have a look round to see who's stretching and getting warmed up, because Mohamed Abbas is off the field. Wouldn't expect him to come back even at this stage, having bowled 8 overs.
Oh, he's done his bit, hasn't he?
No question.
You happy with that?
Yes, very happy.
Only 2 wickets though. 8 overs, 2 for 11.
Steady away, isn't it? Steady away.
Steady away.
1.38 runs and over.
Well, Van Aitchinson still in the attack. 3 slips and worked off the legs from Hartley as they take a single. You can see the Derbyshire attack just tiring here. Lost a bit of energy in the field. Started to create a bit of a partnership here of Harris and Hartley between the two of them. Lancashire 57 for 5 with a lead of 34.
Expected to be Anuj Dal next cab off the rank, but he's not stretching or anything at the moment.
I'm right in thinking Anuj Dal's a very good paddle player.
Yes. I believe so.
Yeah, I've heard this.
Nationally ranked.
Yeah,
I believe.
Aitchison in and left alone by Harris. Flirted with the idea of playing a shot there, but knew the sensible option was to leave. Yeah, I've heard that he goes, in the winter, goes around the world playing in these paddle tournaments.
Yes, I believe he is. It's not a game that I'm that familiar with. You'd be better off talking to my sports editor. It's not really a proper game, is it?
It's an unbelievable game.
No,
so much
Phoebe,
fun.
Don't you start at me as well.
Aitchison in and left alone again by Harris.
We didn't need another racket game, though, did we?
It's been around for a long time, actually. It just has only just broken through into the UK. It's been massive in Spain, Portugal for a number of years.
Yeah.
You still don't look sold.
No, I'm not convinced at all. I don't think I'll ever be convinced by paddle.
Have you played
if I'm
it?
honest.
That'll be
Have I played it?
That would be the way that you are persuaded, I think.
My question to you in response is, do I look like I've played it?
Aitchison in and worked off the legs, round for a boundary. Flicked off his legs for 4. Harris playing a lovely knock here, moves up to 30. Are you a fan of tennis? Do you like playing tennis? Oh, anything other than cricket's going to get a big
No,
here,
I don't even play cricket anyway. I don't do anything. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Jake. Yeah.
Producer just signalling.
I don't mind a drink every now and then, but I'm not really a sports player. I'm too old for all that.
Aitchison in and left again by Harris.
I'm almost flattered. No, I'm almost flattered that you even think I'm capable of doing any of these things. I guess I'm not really.
Me and my fiance took on my sister and her husband and paddle over the Easter weekend.
Did you?
Yeah.
I bet it got a bit feisty, did it?
No. It was all played in good spirit.
Really?
Aitchison in and defended comfortably by Harris.
I did send my sports editor a message this morning, and he said he didn't reply till this afternoon because he'd been running a marathon. I mean, what's going on?
I actually got my first calf injury post retiring from cricket, so I finished playing cricket in, let's say, end of September, and then I went on MCC tour to Brazil November, but between that period didn't do a lot of training, so I was rebelling against the season, and then did my calf, so been building myself back up. I feel like I'm ready now for running.
You pulled your calf playing cricket?
I did, yeah.
Right.
So we're back up and running now, so paddle's back on, golf's back on.
Handicap?
I think the bike might come back out of the shed. 21 I'll play off.
That's all right.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
Hack my way around the course. Yeah. But yeah, it's time for summer sports to restart up again.
Yeah.
I'm excited to get back out on the bike and maybe play a bit of tennis as well. Whole new world when you're not playing cricket every single day of the week, isn't it?
Absolutely. When you're allowed to diversify. Yeah. I watch all sorts of different sports in the summer to the winter. Derbyshire brought into the attack by Derbyshire from the Statham end, and initially he'll be bowling to Tom Hartley, who turns that one into the leg side and picks up a single as it's fielded by Caleb Jewell. 4 wickets in the first innings for Bashir.
Yeah. Did he bowl well?
I thought so.
Good signing. Are you happy with?
Yes. Yeah. Well,
Bashir coming to Derbyshire?
It was one of those signings that was almost a no-brainer, really, when he became available and Derbyshire signed him. He's still being paid by the ECB till September. And I think he has a lot to offer as he bowls. That one is driven down the ground by Harris for a single down towards an Aaron Donald who's still out there. Interesting, when we had that little break and the batters were having a drink, and that's good backing up there by Ben Aitchison. Chris Wright, the bowling coach, was down on the boundary's edge, presumably offering a little word or two of advice. He was there with Jack Morley, one of the 12th men, if you can have more than one 12th man. As Bashir bowls, and off the back foot, it's punched down the ground by Hartley for another single. It's all calmed down a little bit, which is good for Lancashire. Derbyshire won't mind too much. The lead is 41 at 64 for 5. And Bashir's in again. That one is turned down towards the man at short fine leg. That's Zach Chappell who's there. Lobs the ball back to Bashir, who allows it to bounce. Still 24 overs to go after this, for goodness sake. Bashir with that little hop at the start of his run-up. And Harris pushes it out into the offside, and Harry Kane does the fielding. Derbyshire skipper, who did admit they were a little disappointed not to have won their opening game of the season against Worcestershire, had the opportunity, but Matthew Waite got in their way. It's Bashir's in again, a little quicker, and that one's turned down to fine leg where Zach Chappell makes an absolute meal of fielding it. They get through for a single. The over comes to an end. 65 for 5, 19 to Hartley, 32 to Harris. 4 runs off Shoaib Bashir's first over, and I like this. Wicketkeeper Brooke Guest has spotted something, so he immediately goes across to tell his spin bowler what he's spotted, what he thinks he's spotted, what he might be able to do. And Shoaib Bashir goes out to graze in the long grass near the boundary. Mohammed Abbas is back on the field down below us. So I think it's the starting 11 who are out there again now. Haven't seen a substitute in either of Derbyshire's games so far. Not even seen a sign of one. Nobody's got a cold or anything.
Not a fan of the substitutions then?
I think it's a disgrace. Personally, this is first class cricket.
Aitchison in, and it's the pads of Harris. Full delivery. It was going down.
I don't even like, you'd be surprised to know, I don't even like these impact subs in franchise cricket. I mean, that stops it from being cricket. It's 11 against 11 for me.
Aitchison in and defended by Harris. Probably don't disagree with you, to be fair.
No, feel free to do so, but yeah, I just think it takes something away from it.
What do you think to subfielders coming on to the pitch? Do you mind that?
What I would do, and it would probably stop it, the match referee, who as far as I can see does nothing. I've no idea what match referees do.
Aitchison in, defended again into the covers for no run.
And I've already said that during this game, I think. I'd have them down on the sidelines like the fourth official in football. And every time a substitute fielder comes on, he has to get his board and raise his board and have the 2 numbers on so that we know who's coming on and who's gone off, and we don't have to work it out ourselves. It would give them something to do to earn their money.
Could work quite well, that.
But
definitely.
I'm being hooked again.
Aitchison in and defended. Definitely need something like that in the 100, don't you, where it's all singing and dancing and...
What? Sorry, I was reading. Sorry, what was that?
That's all right. There's a lot going on, but
there's so much going on.
Just saying, in the 100, it could be added in, where it's all singing and dancing and...
You can do what you want in the 100.
Oh, right, we've got a...
Absolutely.
Not a fan?
Never been a fan. It will be a T20 competition within the next 3 years, and then it will still be... well, I still won't watch it.
Aitchison drifting down the leg side. Wayward ball, but straight into the keeper's gloves for no run. Well, I will disagree with that, because I think it's a brilliant tournament. I think you see some very, very good games of cricket, and it's brought in new audiences.
Well, it hasn't, has it? There's the issue, because it hasn't, because the audiences that watch the 100 have been taken away from the T20. Lancashire's crowds have dropped. Nottinghamshire's crowds have dropped, and they've all moved across to the 100, which is fine.
Aitchison Fuller and worked out of off the stumps by Harris.
Scott's getting nervous now. But what I would say, it has been good in the respect that a lot of people have suddenly shown an interest in playing cricket, boys and girls, yeah? But the time of year it is that it finishes at the end of August, so they go to the local club and say, I want to play some cricket, can I play some cricket? And they say, come back in January because we're just packing up for the winter now, which is very disappointing. They've got to do something about that so that there's somewhere for that audience that wants to play cricket to go, for me.
But it must be a different audience then if it's attracting more young girls and boys into the
Well,
sport.
no, but that's what I'm saying. No, because if the T20 was played in August, they would have those crowds, and if the amount of money that's been put into the 100, don't spend the money on fireworks. Spend it on something sensible. Am I going yet? That one turns past the edge. I'm going now.
Yeah. Just beats the outside edge of Hartley. I think we'd talk all day and disagree on that all day. Luckily, we've got Scott Reed coming in who might form a different opinion as Bashir is in, and it just drives that past cover for a single.
Oh dear. His team's got Lancashire 66 for 5 and he's left grumpy.
Paddle gone. 100 gone. We're killing sports.
Where it started, was it paddle?
Paddle's where it all went wrong.
Right. Oh dear.
But delighted that I'd think he'd played tennis or golf. Bashir in and driven back for no run.
Paddle's all in vogue at the minute, isn't it?
Oh, it's a brilliant game. Have you played it, Scott?
No, I haven't. No. But I know plenty of people who have.
Bashir in and defended. Fanera, would you fancy a game?
Yeah, I'll have a game, yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay, we'll have to get a
game on that, no problem.
Little game, little 4-ball. It's a bit like golf, you've got to find 4 people though.
It's a 4-person game,
yeah,
right, okay.
Yeah. So you need to find yourself a partner and then we can play against each other.
I'll play with Fletch.
In and expansive drive, but no outside edge. Both arms in the air from Bashir. He's a little bit of convinced that there was something in that.
Nice piece of bowling, isn't it? Bit of bounce here for Bashir as well. That's nice.
It's just a celebration of the ball. Beautiful drift bounce. A bit flatter this time and defended back to Bashir, and that's the end of his over. Lancashire 66 for 5. Scott, what are your thoughts?
Well, thoughts there's still a lot of cricket to go tonight. 22 overs. Goodness me. Where's those clouds? Don't appear to be heading in our direction. Because actually, it looks quite bright, doesn't it, from where the weather's coming from there?
It's turned into the best part of the day now.
Yeah, it's not really required from Lancashire's point of view. Harris and Hartley have got a bit of a start here, haven't they? They put on 43, trying to stem the flow of those wickets. Lancashire were 23 for 5, and were, and indeed still are, in all sorts of trouble. Can Hartley and Harris just try and eat out a decent chunk of these final 22? We're chatting about maybe Harris and Hurst having to bat through 30 overs really for Lancashire to feel remotely optimistic about tomorrow, but these two have got to find a way to get through 22 overs. Give Lancashire some kind of hope going into the 4th day, but first and foremost just surviving, isn't it? But they've done well. It's a start. Let's see how long they can take it on for. Anus Dahl is coming into the attack. The bowling options used by Derbyshire in this innings: Noah Bass 8 overs 2 for 11, Ben Aitchison 9 overs for 25, Chappell 6 overs 3 for 25. So a couple from Bashir and one about to be started by Dahl, who's in from the James Anderson end. He's around the wicket bowling to Hartley. That's defended, and there's no run. Just one or two shadows being cast from the players, which is from the floodlights. Not much sunlight coming through, so maybe that cloud that's just hovering above us is a little more gloomy than what I thought at first. But the floodlights are on, have been for a while. Slip in a gully, catching cover. Dahl to Hartley, flicks that off his hip. Up towards backward square leg for a single. Hartley moves to 21, and Lancashire 67 for 5.
So the whole discussions around paddle started because Anuj Dahl plays a lot of paddle tennis, so he plays in tournaments around the world throughout the winter months. I think he may be nationally ranked as well.
Oh, that's impressive.
So very handy player in the paddle world.
Here he is, balls to Hurst. That's tapped back towards him, and there's no run. So it's that his competition's being played by paddle now. Right.
I think it has caused a bit of conflict with cricket training, but it's essentially him keeping himself fit through the winter months, and often works with Derby to manage his cricket schedule around the paddle through the winter months. So not a bad life, really.
Dahl to Harris. Off his hip towards square leg for a single. Do you kind of just basically wallop it against a wall?
Yeah, it's a combination of probably tennis and squash.
Right.
In a cage.
In a cage.
Yeah, so it's a tennis court but caged, and then you can use the back wall a bit similar to squash to keep the ball in play. So yeah, it's a really good sport. It means you get a lot more rallies than you get in tennis.
Dahl to Hartley, off the back foot, punching away to cover, no run.
And my sister ended up having a few lessons, so she taught me a few of the different tactics. So as a pair, as a double, you move together forward and back, depending on whether you're going to advance the net and volley or hold the back of the court.
Okay, right. So it's not just a case of stand there and wallop it.
No, I think there's quite a bit of tactics involved. But massive in Spain and Portugal before it came over here.
Dahl to Hartley, playing and missing.
I think quite a lot of the cricketers are invested in a lot of the paddle courts and systems. Like I think, Vaughan, Butler, Root, they're involved in paddle courts around the north. So yeah,
maybe this is something you should look into.
Well, yeah, the career could go in many different directions. Couldn't it, Scott? That's another one. Let's put that on the list.
It's an ever-growing list of career options. Right.
It'd be silly not to add more on.
Well, yeah.
You don't need to be taken away.
No,
at this
definitely
point.
not. No, you need to keep all options. Well, for the more the merrier.
At some point, a direction needs to be made, but
you're not there yet.
We're not there yet. Only just retired.
Right, you're in a cage. I didn't realise you were in a cage. You're getting locked into this cage, or is it?
No, it's open, so you can also, if it goes out of the cage, you can run out and run round and play it back in.
Give over.
I think that's the pros that do that, yeah.
All right.
Shit in off the back foot. Punched out to the deep. There'll just be a single out there with the deep cover.
Oh, it sounds quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, lots of people that I know do play it. They get all very excited by it. I just assume that's because it's fashionable, so that's why they were interested in it.
It could be, but I think it's here to stay.
It's here to stay. It's like
the
100.
Sheer in and worked off the back foot by Hartley, down the ground to long on for a single.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'll look into it.
To find out which commentators around the circuit play it, and then actually a day 2, day 3 activity. A little bit quicker as Harris works that off his hip into short fine for no run.
I mean, looking at our wonderful friends and colleagues that cover county cricket, I'm not sure many would play it. I'm sure many could play it.
For sure, a bit more flight and drift as he works that down to long on for another single. Built a nice partnership here of Harris and Hartley. Came
They
in at
have.
a tricky time, did Tom Hartley.
It was horrible, wasn't
23 for 5.
it? Dear me.
Managed to nearly put on a partnership of 50 of these two, which I'm sure the Lancashire dugout will be very pleased about. Bashir floats that. Oh, big appeal, LBW. Shake of the head from Sue Redfern. She's not been too generous with any appeals today. We'll have another look at that. Potentially pitching on leg. Goes to sweep. It was definitely in front of the stumps, but I think it might have been pitching on leg. Good call from Sue there.
It's a decent shout, isn't it? It's a close call, but seems fair enough.
Straighter delivery that Hartley defends into cover. Another good over by Bashir, who asks the question again, but I think you can always tell from the shot that's played as well. Sweeping Bashir, it's leg side and pitching on leg, even though it was in front of the stumps. And a good shout. Still only 5 down. Lancashire 71 for 5.
Bowled very nicely in the first innings. Bashir 20 overs, 4 for 76. First class best figures, that I think, wasn't it, for Bashir? He's settling into a little spell here from the Brian Statham end. We've got Dahl to continue from the James Anderson end.
Just had a message from one of our listeners, a big fan of the game actually, Kate Cross. She's just messaged in to say, so much paddle knowledge.
You've shown a lot of paddle knowledge.
Yeah. Only had as much cricket knowledge, hey?
It's Dahl to Harris. Let's play back towards Dahl. There's no run. Is Kate a paddle player, do you know?
Don't know. I hope she's still listening. Hope she's still tuned in. Be pleased with the rebuild here, but won't have been happy when she turned on to see Lancs 5 down.
No, that was pretty grim from a Lancashire point of view. Derbyshire, well, they were bouncing around the outfield then, and they still are largely. Here's Dahl into Harris. Defended away to the offside, and there's no run.
They were absolutely relentless, weren't they, with the new ball. I'd like to have seen just a little bit more resilience from the Lancashire batters, potentially a couple of soft dismissals. Luke Wells got a good ball. Matty Hurst was a little bit unfortunate with an inside edge leading on to the stumps.
Dahl to Harris. That's pushed away back towards Dahl again. There's no run, just a half little step forward by Marcus Harris. Defends.
Harris has really shown what it takes here to dig in, to build an innings. 35 from 76 deliveries. It hasn't been easy.
It has not. And the way it was shown by the Derbyshire players yesterday as well. It was certainly yesterday morning especially. Dahl to Harris. Play down towards Gully. Good stop by Martin Anderson. But Harry Kame and Matthew Montgomery were put under real pressure yesterday morning, and certainly in that first hour, but through the morning session really. But Kame, Montgomery, Guest, Anderson, Rees, all having to really scrap to get runs for Derbyshire. These two trying to replicate for Lancashire here. 71 for 5 around the wicket, bowling again to Harris, who defends. The ball's trickling back down the pitch and gathered by Dahl.
Just had another message from the listener, Kate Cross. She said, ask Scott Reed for his top 4 comms paddle team.
Oh my goodness.
What a question that is.
What a question that is. Well, I mean, I've largely ruled out the entire county cricket commentary team, if I'm being honest. I'm not sure I'm willing to put anybody forward for that. Dahl in bowls, left by Harris, through to the keeper, no run, end of the over. Mark Church, I reckon Church probably would be able to do a turn in with paddle. Yeah.
I'll take Kevin Howells. Me and Kevin take you and Churchy.
Really? I think you've been doing a lot of heavy lifting. There's a lot of pressure on you if you're teaming up with Howells.
I think he'll be good. I think he's
Okay.
got good hand-eye. As long as you can volley.
It's the back and forth element that I was slightly concerned with. 71 for 5. Cheers, Phoebe. Callum Flynn will come and join us. Here's Bashir in and bowling, driven away by Hartley. It's a good stop, low down, extra cover by Harry Kane. And there's no run. 71 for 5. Callum Flynn's back alongside us. Last time me and you were together, it was 23 for 5.
Drastic recovery since that.
Bashir in and balls. Hartley going back, thickish edge. Deflects down to backward point, and there's no run. It's a lead of 48. At least we know what this partnership will be, because
Yeah, it's easy to work that one out now.
Scores were level when these two came together. Lancashire were 0 for 5 effectively. Bashir balls. Hartley shuffling right back. Force the ball away. Dahl comes round from backward point to field. There's no run.
No, they've recovered pretty well so far. Harrison Hartley. Hartley's played a couple of loose shots. Hopefully he's got them out of his system now. He's looking pretty strong.
Bashir to Hartley forward this time, defends. There's no run. He was bowled by Bashir in the first innings for 17, Tom Hartley.
The big ask to play in innings like this. Tom Hartley's someone who normally brought in late in the innings, trying to finish off.
Bashir to Hartley back again. Snaps it out towards the leg side. Bashir goes across to his left to field.
There's a bit of a finisher role, you would say, in the white ball game, so it's certainly not his natural instincts to defend, but so far he's doing a good job for Lancashire.
Bashir balls, shuffling back again is Hartley. Pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 71 for 5. Jake, who's directing on Lancs TV, says suggested Kevin Hand. I could see Kevin doing it, but again, it's London, isn't it? So it's trendy. So he's probably going to do it. But yeah, I reckon Kevin could probably do a bit of
paddling.
Yeah. So Kevin and Church.
Just ruled yourself out here.
I ruled myself out. I mean, I started giving it a go, but in terms of those that actually might be half decent, Hand and Church.
Henry Moran, I reckon, on the TMS team.
Yeah, we need to go up a level, don't we? Yep.
There's Dahl into Harris round the wicket. He defends into the offside for no run.
Yeah, we need to move from county cricket to the kind of international cricket. Henry would be great. I mean, he's as fit as a fiddle, isn't he? He'd be running around like no one's business. Young lad. But again, I'm not sure. I'm struggling from there. Not sure Norcross will be away from the bar long enough.
Dahl in to Harris, who turns that away onto the onside. He gets a single. That Chappell doing the fielding at mid-on.
I feel like a long 17 overs, isn't it, for Lancashire?
Yeah, certainly will. If they can get to the end of play, only 5 down, it'll be an excellent little session since being 9 for 5 effectively. Dahl into Hartley, who defends, back towards the bowler. The key is Marcus Harris being there overnight. That's the key for Lancashire. He's the one they need to stick around.
Alison Mitchell, another suggestion. Yeah, that's it. So we've almost got 5 there in answer to Kate's request. We've got 2 from county cricket. We've got Church and we've got Hand. We've got Moran and Mitchell from TMS. That's we're almost
There's
there,
a game in itself, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bragging rights.
Yeah, stick Kevin Howells in. Happy days.
Dahl into Hartley, who drives. That one goes through the backward point region. There's a fielder out there. He gets a single.
Lead is 50.
Yeah, the gentle applause for the 50 partnership. 91 balls that's come from. Just short of an hour. These two have been together, so it's been a good hour for Lancashire trying to recover from that start. Harris plays that one off his legs into deep mid wicket. Gets another single. Just a deep mid wicket staying out there to Hartley and Harris. Maybe just a bit of a ploy to get the batter thinking about a short delivery. Still a slip, a gully, catching cover and an extra cover. That one's played at by Tom Hartley wide outside the line of off stump, and it goes through to Guest. He's playing a miss. And that's 74 for 5 Lancashire, 37 for Harris and 23 for Hartley.
Yeah, Lancashire should be hoping that things have settled down a little bit. I mean, Paul Coughlin last night talking about how important the new ball is. I mean, I guess the new ball's important in any game, but he reckons in particular in pitches like this, the new ball's important. Lancashire kind of hoping it's 30 overs old, that things might just ease a little, but there's still so much cricket left today. A lot of concentration, a lot of batting to do for Harris and for Hartley.
Yeah, it's such a mindset thing now for Lancashire. Mentally, they just need to stay switched on.
Will be Bashir. He's around the wicket from the Statham end. It's worked away off the pads by Harris for a single, just tucked away to square leg. And gently moves on to 38, not out, 75 for 5.
Imagine the change of ends has come because of the two left-handers, and the footholds are a little bit bigger, aren't they, from that Sir James Anderson end.
There's a slip catcher in place as Bashir balls, leaning forward. He's Hartley turning it to mid-wicket.
He took his 4 wickets from the opposite end in the first innings, so I can only imagine it's because of them footholds outside the line of off stump to the two left-handers.
Bashir to Hartley, drives down the ground. Oh, it's fielded below us by Abbas. Single for Hartley, takes him to 24. Brings Harris on strike. Yeah, slip catcher in place, short fine leg. There's a deep square leg, deep point, backward point. Short cover, short mid wicket, mid on and mid off, a halfway back. Harris bends his knees and tries to fiddle it away through the offside. Trickles out to backward point, and there's no run. Bright sunshine now coming through.
We might have a chance of getting a lot of these overs still in. 16 to go after this.
In balls, throws it wide, cut away by Harris. Gathered by Montgomery, who comes up from the point boundary. Harris to 39. Lancashire 77 for 5.
Could Derbyshire just bring the deep square fielder up just to test the patience of Tom Hartley? 77 for 5 on the lead by 54.
Bashir balls. Hartley, it's forward. It's a beautiful delivery by Bashir. Dragging Hartley forward. The ball pitches, spins away into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Lovely piece of bowling by Bashir. Around the wicket. Hartley coming forward, teasing onto the front foot. Ball pitches, spins past the edge. Lovely delivery.
Yeah, spinner's dream seeing a delivery like that. The only thing it's not done is found the outside edge. The revs that Bashir's getting on the ball, creating that spin and that little bit of extra bounce. You can see it moves quite a bit as well from that angle. Excellent from Bashir. Good end to the over. Down continuing round the wicket into Harris. He just misses his line by a fraction, where Harris helps himself to a single into the leg side.
Just looking at one or two of the games elsewhere in Division 2, Gloucestershire are still hanging on in there. They've found a partnership to try and drag them towards the 200 mark. They were 100 without loss, and then 159 for 7.
Dahl, and it's straight through. Tom Hartley, full length delivery, straight through the defence of Lancashire's number 7. Tom Hartley goes for 24. Lancashire now 78 for 6, only leading by 55.
He's got one to sneak through, hasn't he? And use Dahl. Coming back into Tom Hartley, maybe just keeping a little low on Hartley as well. Look from behind the bowler. Yeah, he did. It's a good partnership, where Lancashire are trying to fight back in the in this innings and stay alive in the game, but that breakthrough opens it right up again with Paul Coughlin heading out to join Marcus Harris.
Yeah, certainly did just look like he stayed a little bit low, didn't it? And a little bit of shape back into Hartley as well. He found himself a little bit unfortunate, but it's going to bring out Lancashire's debutant, Paul Coughlin.
It's amazing how things can turn, isn't it? You look at 15 overs left, partnership, Hartley and Harris. Lancashire eyeing up the possibility of trying to get to the close with a few wickets in hand and seeing where there are overnight, and all of a sudden it feels like an awful lot more batting to do, at least an hour of cricket ahead of us if the light holds, and Lancashire 6 down.
Yeah, just when you felt like Lancashire were just turning that momentum a little bit and wasn't quite as intense out there for the batters. It wasn't. They got through the Abbas and Aitchinson and Chappells. It was just getting a little bit easier for Lancashire, and then they go and lose the 6th wicket, which now will give Derbyshire that extra energy again, that momentum. They'd love another, won't they, before tonight?
Oof.
Especially Harris. It'll be a brilliant position from where we thought the game was heading 2 hours ago. Dahl to Paul Coughlin, who's on the drive. Drives nicely through the offside. He hits the cover fielder. That's Bashir right in the mix of things. He really does enjoy himself out there.
Just to complete those scores in Division 2, so Gloucestershire 205 for 8, still 225 runs behind Durham. Kent, second innings following on, 123 for 1, trailed Northants by 380.
Dahl in, Coughlin behind his defence, defending just past the bowler for no run.
So far a better response second time round by Kent. Ben Compton on 48, Sam Northeast on 53. But obviously a long way behind. And the other Division 2 game, well, there's a run chase set for Middlesex to beat Worcestershire, but they're 9 down at Lords. They're 186 for 9, requiring 76 runs to win, and Worcestershire need 1 wicket.
Dahl into Coughlin, who's defending into the onside for no run.
And at the Oval in Division 1, Leicestershire 661 for 6 against Surrey. Ben Cox 153 not out. Stevie Eskenazi made 100. Rishi Patel making 164 as well earlier in the innings. Great effort by Leicestershire.
Yeah, I think I've seen online Ben Cox, I think it's over like 2,500 days since his last century as well, so brilliant effort as Dahl's in. Coughlin defending back past the bowler, 78 for 6, brilliant over from Dahl, getting the breakthrough, breaking the 55 run partnership of Harris and Hartley straight through the defences of the Lancashire spinner.
Already seen a result today for Somerset, beating Essex by 10 wickets. Sussex are 222 for 5 against Warwickshire. They require a further 106 runs to beat Warwickshire. They have 5 wickets remaining, and the Yorkies a 38 for 2 in their second innings, require 388 more runs to beat Hampshire, who need 8 more wickets. Gloucestershire 9 down now, so Durham on the brink of a 3-day win in Bristol by an innings and plenty. Here's Bashir to Harris from around the wicket. Harris going back. Plays the ball back to Bashir.
Yeah, Sunday night in Durham in Bristol for the Durham lads.
Yeah, perfect timing that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Finished by about 6:30.
And a boozer for 8.
Bashir to Harris. Watching that one pitch and spin away. Leaves it through to Brooke Guest. And back with bright sunshine again. 78 for 6, Lancashire. Bashir to Harris. Cuts that one successfully away for 4. Out towards deep backward point. Nicely tucked away by Marcus Harris. It's a one-man show at the minute for Lancashire. Had some support from Hartley, but Harris moves to 44.
Yeah, brilliant shot from Harris. He's excellent with his hands, and now he opens them up on the offside to find the gap.
Bashir to Harris onto the front foot and defends.
Wasn't that bad of a ball from Bashir. Didn't miss his line of length that much, but Harris excellent with his hands through that offside.
Bouncing back in, bowling again. Forward goes Harris, driven down the ground. Bashir away to his left to try and stop it off with his own bowling. Harris takes a single, moves to 45. So Paul Coughlin on strike, facing Bashir for the first time. Takes his guard from umpire Sue Redfern.
Surprised there's just no one around the bat here. 6 down. Late on in the day. Thought there might be a close catcher in there under the helmet, just to make sure Coughlin's strong in his defence, and more just to play on the mind of the Lancashire debutant.
I think he's coming in.
Oh yeah,
Callum.
he is coming in.
I think he's Matt Montgomery, strapped on the pads and has got the helmet. So they've got Montgomery now at forward short leg. There's short straight mid wicket, deeper mid wicket. There's a deep backward square leg. One slip in place. Bashir's off spin over the wicket to the right hander. 83 for 6. Bashir bowls. Coughlin forward, defends, just drops it down the pitch. End of the over. 86 for 3. 14 to go. Harris 45. Coughlin on 0. And I'll leave you, Callum. Dave Fletcher, come on, join you.
Yeah, Lancashire only leading by 60 runs. And have a lot for Harris and Hartley to thank for that. They put on 55 runs together. Harris currently 45, not out, backing up his century in the first innings. How Lancashire would love him to score his second century of the match, and maybe a few more as well. Dowell's going to continue round the wicket to the Australian international. Dowell in, that one's tucked away into the inside off the legs of Harris. He gets a single. Must be happy with this, Dave.
Tell him yes, that's still happy.
Yep.
Might not show it. Yeah, it's been an excellent effort. As you said, perhaps just an over or two ago, definitely didn't expect this match situation 2 hours ago, did we?
No, no.
We were looking at halfway through the game in terms of innings.
Dowell into Coughlin, who's on the pull, and he plays it nicely in front of mid-wicket. Plays it all along the ground, and he gets 4 runs.
Lovely shot from Paul Coghlan.
29 off 36 in the first innings. Paul Coghlan sort of showed us the way that he may well be about to bat before he was caught and bowled by Ben Aitchison. I think he's a batter who likes to get on with things.
Yeah, he looks a very energetic character out there in the field when he's bowling. Looks like he wants to be amongst it. Just dials in, back of 11 this time. In behind his defence, into the offside for no run.
The game against Worcestershire, Dal took 2 wickets in 2 balls to finish off the Worcestershire innings, and then was on a hat-trick at the start of their second innings when they were following on. Would have been a hat-trick over 3 different overs. He didn't even realise he was on a hat-trick, he told me afterwards, but he didn't get it, sadly.
Dal in on a nice line and length, settled in. Coghlan in behind his forward defence. He's going into a nice little rhythm. There's Anuj Dal. 1 for 11 off his 4.4 overs so far. The wicket of Tom Hartley. Coghlan again defending, being patient. Need a lot more of that. Lancashire.
He took the last 3 wickets to fall in the innings for no runs. 3 for 22, his final figures. A useful operator. And a battery of medium-pace bowlers, really. And we haven't seen Martin Anderson in this innings. I'm not sure whether we will, because he just sort of clutched at his hamstring a little bit.
Yeah, he didn't bowl many, did he, in the first?
We won't see Lewis Rees either.
Dal in, driven nicely by Coghlan, who gets it wide enough of mid-off to come through for a comfortable single. That's the end of that over. 89 for 6 Lancashire, and that takes the lead on to 66.
Doing some stretches next door. It's a long day for him in there. Camera 1, 3, 5 in 10 seconds. 4, 2. That's all you can hear when you go through it. It's remarkable. Surprised he can talk at the end of a 4-day game.
Well, we're here with our 30-minute breaks and stuff like that.
I know, it's easy, isn't it?
Yep.
Stream's been terrific so far. Shoaib Bashir, no, it's been really, really good. Shoaib Bashir, 6 overs for 16, bowled nicely. He'll be bowling to Coghlan, who's on 5. Coghlan drives, and that might be 4 runs. Lewis Rees is chasing it. The ball's just overtaken him, but then it slows down, so he'll come back for 2. He moves on to 7, 91 for 6.
Derbyshire won't mind that at all. But Coghlan driving on the up, hard hands. Played it nice, but Derbyshire won't mind seeing that at this stage.
Mohamed Abbas is warming up down below us. Bashir is in. He sweeps. There's an appeal for leg before wicket. He likes it to show Bashir. He did actually turn around and look at the umpire at one point. Then he continued his celebration whilst running towards the ball, which had dribbled out into the offside.
Yeah, I think there was too much going on for this to be given outside the line of off stump.
He's got outside.
So
A bit of height as well, but it was struck him in the midriff, and you could see all the stumps behind him. This next one is just dabbed into the offside by Coghlan, who'll trot through for a single as Aitchison comes around from slip to do the fielding. A long run from one side of Old Trafford to the other for Zach Chappell. Going in at almost leg fly slip there, isn't he? He's neither one thing nor the other. In comes Bashir again, bowls to Harris, who turns it into the leg side, and Jewell does the fielding. 3 off the over, 2 balls to come. And then a further 12 overs left this evening. Bright sunshine here at Old Trafford. Harris turns this into the leg side. 2. Zach Chappell, and they pick up another one. 93 for 6 with 1 ball left.
Yeah, well played from Harris in the end. He plays it so late. Bashir thought he might have had an LBW shout at one stage. The Australian, very patient, watching the ball closely onto his bat. Bashir's just going to go around the wicket, this final delivery. Good plan, I feel, into them footholes. Got a short leg as well.
Just moved Anisdale round at deep backward square leg. The short leg's gone to leg slip. Matthew Montgomery. And Bashir, final ball of his over. He's in and ball's fairly straight. That's turned into the leg side. And they pick up another single. Anisdale will pick the ball up. Will he keep it, or we're going to see Mohammed Abbas? He's been warming up furiously down below us. Dal is keeping his cap on and not walking towards umpire Jack Chantry, so it looks as though we're going to see. Up we are. He's removed his cap. Mohammed Abbas is coming back. Could this be the decisive spell? I wonder. Bowled magnificently before 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 5.
Vintage Mohammed Abbas, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
What we're so used to seeing across the county championship over the last few years, over for Hampshire, Nottinghamshire, and now for Derbyshire. It's a good move, I feel.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Especially with Paul Coughlin in now as well.
Gives him a chance, doesn't it? Gives him a chance. Gloucestershire have lost by an innings and 225 runs. Had that been finished before?
No, there was 9 down at the time.
There were 9 down, yeah. 205 all out.
So the Durham lads will be happy.
Yeah.
Night in Bristol.
Good night out, Bristol. I'm told. Shoaib Bashir's tied his sweater around his waist.
Well, Bass in at the Sir James Anderson end. Coughlin flashes that one through the offside. A bit of a loosener from Mohammed Abbas. A little bit of width, short of a length. And Coughlin throws his hands at that one. Nice shot through the covers for 4 runs.
Very much a loosener. It had a look of a loosener, didn't it? I'm not sure he didn't concede a boundary in his earlier spell. First ball back. Boundary. On the brink of 3 figures, Lancashire now.
Deep square and deep point going out. Now, 2 slips and a gully. Still in as Abbas straightens his lineup. Much better length as well. Coughlin just tries to flick that into the onside for a single, but it's a leg by. Going to come round the wicket to Marcus Harris. He's going to have 2 slips, a gully, a deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Round the wicket he comes, and Harris defending, bat and pad together. Solid and very patient from Marcus Harris so far.
It would appear that Bayers Swanepoel has received his NOC from the Cricket South Africa board. Worcestershire expecting him to be in their squad to face Kent on April the 24th, bye week next week. He hasn't played in the first 2 rounds of matches after leaving that final, jumping on a plane from Johannesburg.
Mid-game. Pass in. Harris driving nicely through the offside. He gets through for a single, goes to the right of Harry Kane at mid-off. Yeah, it was like mid-game, wasn't it?
Yes, it was before the game. He bowled all his overs.
Ah, well.
And shook hands with some people in the dugout and left. When he arrived in Worcester to discover that he hadn't had his no objection certificate signed off, so he couldn't play.
pass into Coughlin. He finds the edge, but it falls just short of second slip. Coughlin, hard hands, just leaving him out there outside the line of off stump. Didn't really need to play at that one. He finds the outside edge and it falls just short.
Yeah. Just to the left of second slip, Caleb Jewell.
Abbas in, finding the outside half of the bat. Paul Coughlin just opening up the face, gets a single into the offside. Derbyshire won't mind that. Coughlin on strike is, I think it's going to be a double change as well. Looks like Zach Chappell's taking the jumpers off.
Lewis Reese is popping off for a minute. He's taking the helmets with him, and Aaron Donald is replacing him in the field. Actually, that would have been more work for the match referee. Instead, he's sitting somewhere in this building with his feet up and a cup of coffee. A couple of quid. Zach Chappell, who bowled superbly earlier on, took 3 wickets without conceding a run at one point. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 25. And they've now got the 2 men who did the bulk of the damage in tandem. Not sure they bowled in tandem at all earlier on. Zach Chappell replaced Mohammed Abbas. "11 overs left in the day, and here is Zach Chappell from the Statham end on his way into bowl to Coughlin, who leaves the first ball alone outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. Innings picked up in the run rate as well with that partnership between Harris and Hartley. Felt like a reasonably big wicket, Hartley's, when Anashdal dismissed him. Got through his defences. 2 slips and a gully, and goes Chappell once again. And that is clipped aerially into the leg side to the right of mid-on. It's being chased to the boundary by an Aaron Donald. They get back for a couple. BB. Still cold.
Still cold, yeah, but it's beautiful now. Best part of the day. 10.4 overs remaining. It's certainly been Derbyshire's day today. Managed to get the lead on Lancashire.
Can they nip out a couple more? That'd be handy, wouldn't it? But Chappell bowls and Coughlin plays it. Try to cut it away, but bounces straight to the ground off a bottom edge.
Well, not too many more. You said it doesn't suit your afternoon if they get Lancashire all out. The game finishes too soon. Well,
no, but it definitely won't finish this evening now. I think we can safely say the lead's 80. They're not going to get those in.
Be an entertaining hour, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'd rather just did it slow and steady and go over the line if indeed they are going to get over the line. As Chappell bowls on the back foot, goes Coughlin and forces it back towards the bowler. If they suddenly did something spectacular and finished this, it's just the extra work that you have to do with the interviews and all that kind of. I mean, it's nobody's.
Not worth the win. It's not worth the win, Derbyshire.
Having decided to go for a night out tonight, it'd be far better if we just got through these 10 overs and 2 balls, came back tomorrow. Chappell's in short, and it's pulled around the corner. Anashdal. Well, I don't think he saw it until late, and certainly Mohammed Abbas wasn't going to move anyway. He was just standing there with his hands in his pockets. It's 4 runs to Coughlin, who moves on to 20 off 23. Very reminiscent of his innings in the first innings when he scored really quickly. Ended up with 29 off 36. He was the last man out, caught and bowled by Ben Aitchison when he skied one.
He played that short ball really well. Handy all-rounder.
I'll say. been a really good cricketer.
I think the short ball tact is not a bad one against Coughlin.
That one's full of length and pushed up towards mid-on by Coughlin, fielded by Aaron Donald. And it's the final ball of the over as well. 6 from it, 107 for 6. The lead is now 84. I'm starting to work out what the most I'd like to see Derbyshire chase here. And they're only 6 down. I'm going to be chasing too many on the last day. And with Anderson and Bailey and Stanley steaming in, partly weaving his magic. Coughlin, who picked up 4 wickets, didn't he, in the first innings, so
yeah, I think if
it's not a done deal.
If Lancashire can post a total here, anything north of 170, 180, it gives them something to bowl at.
No question.
And with the attack that they've got, I'd feel confident that they can break through Derbyshire's attack, as Abbas is defended by Harris.
I think we can safely say that when the 2 first innings had been finished and we're thinking, well, it's going to be a draw, it won't be a draw anymore.
No.
One of these 2 sides is going to pick up a win.
Makes it more exciting though, doesn't it?
I'll say.
Have to tune in tomorrow and listen.
So if I post too big a total, I'll be watching it from behind at the back of the box.
Opposite in and left alone by Harris. Still bowling a lovely channel is Abbas. Looks so threatening up front. Bowled from the Brian Statham end with the new balls, now coming from the James Anderson end. Ball 37 overs old now, so not quite doing as much as it was earlier. Although it does nip away then, and Harris plays and almost gets himself in all sorts of trouble, so don't want to speak too soon there about Abbas's bowling. We're just watching it on repeat here. Just keeps angling in, and Harris actually just leaves his bat there, wafts at it slightly.
Went for a little walk towards square leg just to remind himself not to do it again.
In and defended by Harris.
Bit of a thriller at Lords. Middlesex still 9 down. They need another 58. Joe Cracknell's on 43. Navia Sharma on 3.
Abbasson defended with a very technically correct front foot defensive shot from Harris there. Yeah, what are the scores across the board?
Well, Durham have won by an innings and 225 runs. Kent are still only 1 down following on. That's a good effort. 148 for 1, but they trail by 358. So they're going to have to bat all day tomorrow. That's at Canterbury against Northamptonshire.
Abbasson and driven out towards deep point as Harris moves on to 49.
Raining at Trent Bridge. Morgan 2 down, need 365. Yorkshire 2 down, need 375 at Leeds against Hampshire. Leicestershire are just batting on and on and on. It's a remarkable effort. 685 for 8, leading Surrey by 165 at the Oval. Sussex need 99 more with 5 wickets remaining against Warwickshire at Hove. The Essex-Somerset game finished years ago. Here's Zach Chappell from the Statham end. 2 men out on the leg side boundary. Bowls a length ball that's defended by Harris. Coughlin fancied a single there, but really wasn't one. Ball picked up by Lewis Rees. The applause coming from Matthew Montgomery, who's waddling around in the fielding pads. He's not wearing his cap and he's shielding his eyes from the sun at cover. 2 slips, and second slip's considerably closer to the bat than first. That one's down the leg side, short ball. Harris has nothing to do with it. 108 for 6 it remains. And out on the point boundary as well, the floodlights shining brightly. Just about make out the floodlights and this gloriously blue sky. Looks like we're going to get the remaining 8.5 overs or so in. Just coming to the official close of play time. Chappell is in, and that one's on leg stump and turned down to fine leg by Harris, who reaches his half century. And what a magnificent effort it's been from him. Without him, Lancashire in all sorts of trouble in this game. A century in the first innings and now a half century in the second, off 105 balls in 2.25 hours or so, 2 hours 25. 6 fours in that. And he's batted exceptionally well in both innings. And he came in at 11 for 2 in the first innings and 4 for 2 in the second as Chappell bowls. That one is driven by Coughlin. There's a shot at the stumps from Harry Kane that misses. It's a good backing up there by Lewis Rees, actually put his body in the way. Coughlin gets in for the single. Moves on to 21, 110 for 6.
Yeah, it's a wonderful knock by Harris. He's had to navigate some very good bowling by the Derbyshire attack. That new ball spell from Abbas and Aitchison was absolutely incredible, and Harris just showed the class that he is. Dug in, navigated the situation well, and is anchoring this innings here for Lancashire.
Chappell bowls to him and he turns it out towards the backward square leg for a single. Moves on to 51, 111 for 6. Hartley, Bailey, Anderson and Stanley still to come. No, Hartley's already been on, hasn't he? Who hasn't batted?
Hartley, Bailey. No, Bailey, Anderson.
And Stanley.
Stanley, there you go. That's the 4 wickets they need.
Yes, okay. I did an extra one on there. That one has been pulled around the corner nicely by Coughlin. Down towards Abbas on the deep backward square leg boundary. And he keeps hold of the ball because he's going to be bowling next over from the Anderson end. Coughlin will keep the strike. He's on 22. Harris has 51. 112 for 6. Lancashire lead by 89.
I'd keep bowling that short ball to Coughlin. He's not going to not play at it. And if you're looking for wickets, which Derbyshire want to keep taking wickets, then there's absolutely no harm in bowling 1 or 2 of those and over. Coughlin. Harris, however, ducks and dives them.
Yes, he's not been tempted at all, has he?
Not played game whatsoever. Exciting to watch his Coughlin, though. I think he'll be a good talent throughout the summer for Lancashire. Abbas in and defended with prowess for Coughlin. Prowess, maybe.
Either or.
Either or.
Yeah, either or, I think. Got a slight issue with the shoelace. Paul Coughlin.
Abbas does have the fine, deep square, 2 slips, gully, deep backward point. So he's charging in, defended again.
It's only the odd ball now, isn't it? Whereas at the start of the innings, it was almost every ball that was doing something and going past the edge or causing problems. It's just the odd ball that does now, with the ball effectively 40 overs old, halfway through its life.
Nips around every now and then, doesn't it?
Yeah. This is where the bowlers really earn their money.
They do indeed. Abbas running in for the 10th over. And goes up off the pads and it rolls back towards the stumps. But the spin and deviation takes it wide of the off stump. As Coughlin ran back to kick it out of the way if it was needed. A comical scene.
I don't think he knew where it was to start with, did he? It's sort of gone up in the air, and then I don't think he thought there was going to be that much spin on it, and he just guarded it back, didn't he?
That's when you think it's a silly game. Abbas in and big drive, beautiful off drive there from Coughlin. Through extra cover, on the up. Lovely strike through extra for 4.
He's played a couple of the first ball that Abbas bowled in this spell. He drove it away for 4. It's a repeat shot.
He's got some status at the crease, hasn't he? Coming in at 8, looks like he belongs. Always a good sign. Abbas, what's he got to respond to that then? Beautiful delivery, just misses the outside edge again. Shapes in, nips away.
There is again the old one, isn't it? He does it, he's shaking his head as he walks back to his mark. He can't quite believe he hasn't taken the edge, but beautiful delivery from Ahmed Abbas.
Yeah, you do get a little bit off the seam here at Emirates Old Trafford. Wobble seam's always a good option, cross seam. Abbas in full, big appeal. It was going down. But everyone up. Not given. Lancashire 116 for 6 off 40 overs. Much better scenario than we'd have thought. 23 for 5. That ball is going way down the leg side as we see it on repeat. Even the slip corner moving towards the shape of where the ball was going. It's always a big sign for the umpire.
Ahmed Abbas is one of those bowlers. He doesn't appeal a lot. I think largely to try to make sure that the umpire knows when he does appeal.
He means it.
Yeah.
Well, don't be fooled by that, because that definitely wasn't out, was it?
That wouldn't have hit the stumps.
But
Hit him in front, but it was going down. Chapel bowls and Harris drives into the leg side where it's nicely fielded by Rees. No run. Abbas himself was very excited, but he'll be shown it later on, I'm sure, by the analyst who's actually taking the team. Alex Hughes in Mickey Arthur's absence. There's Chapel, he's in again, balls, and that one's just flicked away off a pad by Harris down towards fine leg. See Redfern signals leg by.
as in he's the head coach whilst Mickey Arthur's away, or?
Just for this week, apparently, yes, he's in charge.
What a step up for the analyst, hey?
Yeah.
But you won't have met many analysts that have stepped into head coach roles.
No. No. He's former player for Derbyshire, Alex Hughes, but
that probably gives the credibility then for the analyst to step into that role.
I was a little surprised that Ben Smith, who's the batting coach, who also is head coach of Central Stags in New Zealand, didn't get the nod. Well,
I think you would be fuming, wouldn't you?
well, Chris Wright, who's the bowling coach, has only been a bowling coach since he retired at the end of last season. So, in comes Chappell again, and that's a short delivery. Can't hold on to it. They can't even reach it. Brooke Guess, and it goes all the way for 4 byes, straight over the bowler's head. It was just a little flinch from Coghlan as he moved out of the way of it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it came off a body part here.
I think he just got out of the way, didn't he?
I think it might have come off his arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, top half of his shoulder, potentially. Certainly the best bowler I've seen Chappell bowl today. Nasty, that. Shoulder line.
He's going to bowl this time, and it's another short one, and it's turned away by Coghlan down to fine leg, and this time it's another leg by. 122 for 6 now, the lead up to 99. So Derbyshire are going to need to get into 3 figures if they're going to win this game tomorrow. They're going to get 4 more wickets before they do that. 23 for 5 to 122 for 6. Chappell is in again and bowls, and that was just dabbed into the offside by Harris. Backward of square. The second new ball's a long way off, if the new ball is indeed the key. By which time Lancashire will have built up quite a healthy lead in 40 overs, you would have thought.
Yeah, it has got easier throughout the day, as you'd expect, as the ball gets older. No real rocket science there.
Comes at a full toss that's punched away for 4 runs by Harris. He wasn't going to miss out on that. Chappell going for the Yorker, missing it. And away it goes, and skipper Harry Kane crosses the boundary to pick the ball up, and he must have just a couple of thoughts in his mind. How do we get one of these two? Get one of these two. It's down to Bailey, Anderson and Stanley, or Bailey, Stanley and Anderson, I think it was in the first innings.
Yeah, he was trying something different there, wasn't he? But
just missed the Yorker, didn't he?
Ended up being a nice, simple, low full toss that he was able to work for 4. The Bass will continue from the James Anderson end. We'll be joined very shortly by Scott Reed again. Abbas in and defended by Coghlan, who's 26 from 35. Another nice partnership here by Lancashire. They've brought a lead of 103, but earlier in the day they were 23 for 5, so not the start they'd have wanted with bat in hand, but they've had a nice partnership of Harris and Hartley. We're seeing a bit of a rebuild here. Harris has played a superb knock, 55 from 110 balls. Abbas in and left alone by Coghlan.
Yes, to back up his 125 he got in the first innings as well, so he's mirrored what he did in the first game of his first game of last season, which was at Middlesex. He got a century in the first innings and then a 50 in the second innings. That was his Lancashire debut 12 months ago. He rocks up for his first game of the season and repeats the trick.
Seems to be a habit of anyone that comes and plays for Lancashire. Gabby Lewis has done exactly the same in the women's game. Last game she played, she scored 130 not out. Abbas in and defended by Coghlan. And she played an innings that won the Metro Bank One Day Cup for Lancashire women, and then came back yesterday, scored 130 against Durham. I think they posted over 300 and bowled Durham out for 150. So picking their overseas well at the moment at the club.
Yes, yeah, it's handy little thing to get right, that, isn't it?
Definitely.
They'll be starting as favourites, I guess, won't they, to defend that 50 over competition? Do you reckon?
Be up there, yeah. There's a couple of good teams. In and worked cover for no run. Squares him up there, does Abbas. It'll be Lancs, Blaze, Surrey. They're probably your three favourites, and then maybe Hampshire and Warwickshire as the contenders. First year Yorkshire will have played in Tier 1. I think it'll be quite an exposing year for them. They've got a few good players. Good to see Lauren Winfield-Hill back playing Tier 1 50 over cricket. Back Rachel Slater, brilliant left armour. Beth Langston, Stair Callis, some great names back playing Tier 1 cricket, which you want to see. I don't think they've got the same strength and depth as other squads. They lost to Somerset yesterday, which was a close game. So yeah, it'll be an interesting season underway. Abbas in, shorter ball. Bit of an appeal, but I think it just went down the leg side. Keeper does well. But both first and second slip with hands on hands.
Yes.
Doing headstands.
Good stop winning by Brooke Guest, actually. Kind of hurtled it down the leg side.
In and driven out off the back foot through cover. So again puts away the bad ball. Does Coughlin is playing a great knock here.
Thumped away, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Shorter delivery, put his hands through that, no movement of the feet. Ripple of applause from the Lancashire dugout.
Yes, there's not been much of that in the last couple of hours, so they'll have enjoyed at least something to cheer about. As you mentioned, Phoebe, this last couple of partnerships have, well, they've been absolutely desperately needed, in truth, by Lancashire. I think has that brought up the 50 partnership as well between these two, that 4. I think it did. So Harris has been at the heart of it with Hartley and now with Coughlin. It's Chappell around the wicket, bowls. Oh, he's had a little feather at that. Through it goes to the keeper. Oh, he's playing at that. The ball pitched and shaped away into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Chappell's ball well, hasn't he?
He has, and every now and then there's just one ball that's just that little bit spicier than the rest. That was the one of this over. Saw it with the new ball earlier on, but still getting something out of the pitch of these pace bowlers. Chappell being brilliant, 3 for 39 off his 9.
Yes, including a double wicket maiden and a wicket maiden. In back-to-back overs. It was all going on. Chappell in balls to Harris, flicked down to fine leg for a single. It was all going on in the best possible way for Derbyshire, and an unfolding bit of a nightmare for Lancashire at that stage. 131 for 6, lead of 108. It came from nowhere, didn't it? That spell, you know. I did mention yesterday morning that Anderson and Stanley, especially in that first hour or so, was a really good spell. Lancashire were terrific, and it was a real survival for Derbyshire. But since that, yesterday afternoon, this evening, basically most of today, I didn't see that coming. Did you?
Not at all, no. I mean, it was brilliant bowling by Chappell and Abbas. And I think, yeah, sometimes it's easy to say from a bowling perspective and say how brilliant the bowlers have bowled, but as top 5 batters, you're going to have to navigate good bowling, good balls, the new ball, the ball doing bits at this time of year, and I don't think it was navigated as well as it could have been by the top 5. Tricky as it is, that's the job, and that's what Harris has done so brilliantly here.
There's Chappell. It's over the wicket to Coughlin, just back of a length, defends it. Drops back down the pitch. I'm not sure that Coughlin exactly knew where the ball was looping to. Just bouncing in front of him. 131 for 6. Yeah, Wells got an absolute beauty from Abbas. Out for naught. Harrison looking to drive. Drove it straight back to Chappell. Caught and bowled. Bohannon was caught low down at slip. It was a very close call as to whether it carried or not. And then Hurst and Jones following in quick succession. Hurst looking to drive, bottom edge back onto his stumps. Jones looking to whip it through mid-wicket, caught superbly by Bashir. And then Tom Hartley ball by Dahl, one that came back in, maybe kept a little bit low on Tom Hartley as well, just sneaked through. And Lancashire have these two trying to get to the close of play. 4.3 overs left. There's a forward short leg in place. Here is Chappell, balls to Coghlan, and that man's in position for that type of delivery that gets up and makes life uncomfortable for Coghlan, but he steers it safely into the ground. And there's no run. He's a big lad, isn't he? Chappell, he comes running in pretty hard.
He does indeed, yeah.
Plenty of leg side catches as well as the kind of short square leg. There's a regulation square leg, there's a fine leg, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket. Oh, he's leant back and deflected it off the face of the bat down towards the third man boundary and comes back for two. Played that very nicely.
He did indeed. I think he only just managed to get bat on it. It just clears the keeper. But quite flair in the way that he played that. Up and over. Root or Butler-esque in the way that he guided it up over the keeper. They've just straightened third now. And brought third in 10 yards. If he plays it again, we'll see what Chappell comes out with.
Goes short again. Goes to try and play it again. And through it goes to Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over. He went for a second time, didn't he? And then great reaction on his face as well from Paul Coghlan there. What a great little cheeky smile. End of the over, 133 for 6. He's having a right old chuckle with Marcus Harris. Coghlan on 32, Harris on 56, lead of 110. 4 overs left. We're going to be back tomorrow, which at 23 for 5 could look like that might not happen. What do you reckon tomorrow? If there are 4 wickets left, lead of 115 or whatever it might be. We're in for a procession tomorrow. Is the inevitable going to happen at some point tomorrow? Can Lancashire get something on the board and put Derbyshire under a bit of pressure?
I mean, if they can get another 50 partnership out of Bailey and Harris or Bailey and Coghlan and have a lead of 180, I think it puts a very good game into the mix. They can survive this session and bat for one more session. Aitchinson bowls that wide down the leg side and it trickles away for 4. 4 byes, and it's a bit unfortunate that that goes on the keeper's scorecard as it's wayward down the leg side by Aitchinson. Only 3.5 overs left in the day, so that's all he's got left to try and bowl this Lancashire attack out. In comes Ben Aitchinson this time. Wide of the off stump, left alone again by Harris.
I suppose Lancashire could have believed that, haven't they? They can try and get some runs on the board tomorrow. Going back to that morning session yesterday, Harry Kane, Matt Montgomery got Derbyshire to lunch at 65 for 1, the wicket falling the previous evening, and they played really well, and it was a really kind of gritty knock from them both. It could easily have been a session where Derbyshire were 60 for 3 or 60 for 4. Lancashire got to believe that they can try and do something similar tomorrow.
Aitchison in and digs it short, and Harris ducks comfortably. See that coming a mile off, can't he now, Harris? Doesn't even play game. Coghlan, on the other hand, would have a go at that, I reckon. Try his uppercuts and his hooks. Aitchison in and way down the leg side again. His arrow and target is a little bit off this over. He's shaking his head in disarray. Not happy with himself here. As he comes round the wicket to the left-hander, that should solve everything, I would have thought. Probably clean him up now. That'll be the curse as Aitchinson comes in. That was a much better line and length there. And just taps it down into the ground as Harris. And walks down the pitch and does a little bit of gardening. There's a spot there he doesn't like. It's hit it a couple of times and deviated off the pitch.
It's caught his eye, that, hasn't it, Marcus Harris, that little spot.
Much more threatening angle round the wicket once the ball loses its swing. Thought it'll be going into wobble seam as Aitchison bowls that nearly up. It has been called a wide as it's off the strip and goes off for 4. Don't see many wides in 4-day cricket, but just seem to lose the grip of the ball there. Just put that one to bed, I think, as a bowler. Aitchison comes in for the final ball of his over. Brilliant finish, straight through to the keeper. 3 overs left in the day.
Yeah, 142 for 6, lead of 119 runs. 3 away, Lancashire from getting to the close of play with 4 wickets in hand. Harris has got to be there, hasn't he, tomorrow morning for them to have any kind of real hope of setting something that might be tricky. Coughlin's playing a little blinder for knock in, 32 to go with his 4 wickets in the first innings. This is his Lancashire debut. Trying to contribute with the bat at the back end of this 3rd day. They've got the field set again, scattered towards the leg side on the boundary, plus the deep third, the deep backward point as well. Here's Chappell, does go short this time. Coughlin ignores it, ducks underneath it, swerves backwards, allows it to go through to the keeper.
I think what could be quite interesting though is if there's a total that Derbyshire need to get over 2 sessions, 180, 200, 210, because they bat long but they bat slow, it then brings into the second session, do they need 50 runs and Lancashire needs 6 wickets? And I think that's where it could prove a really good game of cricket if there is something on the board for them.
Chappell in balls, it's short, it's pulled, it's in the air, and it's taken. Is it? No. Don't know what that's come off. It's not come off the bat. It must have deflected off the helmet. Yeah, it's hit presumably some part of Coughlin's shoulder, then deflected onto the helmet. So he's not out. See where this has hit Paul Coughlin. Oof. Yeah. Right on the helmet.
Yeah, flush on the helmet.
It was.
Hit him sort of side of the grill.
Well, I'll have to go through the kind of concussion checks here on Paul Coughlin.
Absolutely not. Probably a bad time to get a message out. It looks like he is okay, but always worth checking with the physio at this point. Don't think it'll be anything they don't know in terms of what's being communicated to Harris right now by Balderson. Stick it out. 16 balls, stick it out. Just checking the helmet now. Elliot from the Lancs medical team. This is moment of fame. Coughlin looks like he's okay. I think it's just a check of the helmet rather than how he's doing. He looks like everything's all good and he's ready to go out again. Balderson not in the 11 today, is he?
No, one of 2 players that missed out from last week, so there's no Balderson or Singdale, who both played at Northamptonshire last week. Coughlin on debut, and Mitchell Stanley coming in with a couple of changes like Lancashire made from the plus it was the 3rd change. Bell dropping out obviously for Harris as well.
It's a tough selection meeting between Croft and Anderson, isn't it? They've got a good squad, particularly when you look at the bowling cartel.
Yeah, not short of options there, are they? Even without Mitch Perry, the scheduled overseas, it's not coming now. Coughlin's okay. Chappell goes short again, but wide of off stump. Able just to leave that, poor Coughlin. 142 for 6.
Starting to walk slower and slower back to his mark. His Chappell is in his 11th over of the day.
Well, that little spell earlier on when he got Jones and Hurst in quick succession was terrific, wasn't it? Short again, ducks underneath it, through to the keeper, no run. He's running pretty hard and has produced a couple of really good spells for his side here. 3 for 42, his reward so far.
Yeah, he's hobbling back a bit as well. I think it just is hard on your feet at the wickets at Old Trafford. You can see that even though it's been damp out, there's dust that flies off the bowling mark here. It's a tough, tough surface to bowl on.
He's back in. Short again. Coughlin right up onto his toes, drops it into the offside. Through they go for a single. Coughlin moves to 33, so Lancashire's lead now 120. 143 for 6. One ball left of this over, and then 2 remaining tonight, and we're going to get them in, which for a finish gone 7 o'clock is a decent effort.
Particularly at this time of year as
Exactly,
well.
yeah.
Done well. April, playing till 8 o'clock. You wouldn't have called it a month ago, would you?
You would not.
You forget that we've been through the depth of winter.
Chappell over the wicket. Harris in defence, pushing to mid-off, calmly away. End of the over. 1-4, 3 for 6. Harris on 56, Coughlin on 33. 2 overs remaining. He'll be looking forward to getting his feet up, won't he, Zach Chappell? He's hobbling around at one point. Look at all those sunglasses there, back of Sue Redfern's head. That's a lovely selection.
Looks like she's stealing them.
She does. By 2 for the price of 1. Sunglasses on the back of their head and all sorts of bits and bobs in the pockets. The umpires must be weighed down by all the stuff they have to carry.
Right, this will be the last over of the day from Ben Aitchison.
Yes, he was a bit wayward, wasn't he, in his last? He struggled a little.
Wild.
He was a bit.
He'll be pleased he's bowling to the right-hander in Coughlin because he lost his radar to the left-hander. He was all over the place to Harris, so he'll be set up, steaming in now from the James Anderson end. Ooh, beautiful delivery, just misses the outside edge.
Well, that's a good start, isn't it? Bit wayward in his last one, but I was right on the money there.
Yep, he certainly was. 5 more balls from Aitchison to survive into tomorrow. In and defended into mid-wicket. Doesn't take the single. You'd like to think Coughlin acts as the night's watchman here and just farms 5 deliveries and takes a single so that Harris is protected for tomorrow. He's managed and navigated it well himself, but why bother risking Harris's wicket here? Only 4 deliveries left from Aitchison. In and driven to mid-off and is sent back by Harris. Harris has got the same thought as me. Coughlin's still ready to get off strike. Probably a silly single there. I think sometimes when you get hit in the head, it does disorientate you. You can see there, why would you run a single that's gone straight to mid-off?
Because they have these checks, don't they? We get asked certain questions, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think as a player, you're trying to send the physio away as soon as possible.
Right.
In and just misses the outside edge again. That's another seed. Richardson. I guess the tack of the short ball. Oh, it's a beauty, isn't it? Just watching that back. He's getting just enough shape. Angles in, nips away. It's been a brilliant over so far. Same again, on repeat. Too good that for Coughlin. But he's still here. One more ball to survive.
Well, he could do with getting a single, couldn't he, really, if he's going to play his part. Further play his part. Oh, it's a lovely ball, isn't it?
Really, really wonderful piece of bowling there.
What do you reckon? Try and get a single or leave it to Harris?
I have to just survive this from the
fair
previous deliveries. But punches that out for a single. Does well, does Coughlin. Does his job wonderfully. And we have 6 balls remaining.
We do, yeah. Still going under floodlights. You can see shadows from the players. But unsurprising at 7:05. But 1 over left, and it will not be Chappell. He's got his chance to put his feet up. In fact, he might not even be out there. He might already have his feet up in the in the dressing room. It's going to be bowled by Bashir. So he'll finish things off. Well, what a fascinating final session that's been.
Haven't they got the new rule that's in this year that if Bashir gets a wicket, you don't close shop? You have to finish the end of the over. Is that
interesting you say that, Phoebe? Because yes, on the first day
they close shop.
They close shop. So the final over of the first day, Mitchell Stanley bowled Caleb Jewell, and they all went off. And I thought, hang on, I thought that rule had changed. But apparently it's coming into effect next season. So it's going to be in international cricket, I think, by October, as Bashir's in, driven away off the inner half of the bat from Coughlin, so he takes a single off the first ball. 140.
We were ready for it, weren't we?
We were ready for it.
Oh, excited for that. But also, yeah, anyway.
So it's, I think it's from October, apparently, that rule comes in, so that will be something for next season.
Well, something to look forward to, hey?
But as a bowler,
you want to keep going, don't you?
As Bashir's into Harris as defended, it seems to make sense because you're almost kind of punished a bit for taking a wicket because, for example, Derbyshire had to send somebody else out in that final over, and Lancashire get another one, then it can change the balance of the game, can't it? Bashir bowls full toss, and even in the final over of the day, it's whipped away through the leg side by Marcus Harris for a couple. So what's the lead now? 124.
Well, they don't seem to mind who's on strike for this last over, whether it's Harris or Coughlin. I've been thinking just take a single there and make sure Harris is here for the rest of tomorrow. But 3 more balls, he will bowl at him.
Here he is around the wicket into Harris, played back towards Bashir.
He has navigated the whole innings himself, so I'm sure he'll manage these last couple of balls.
He's on 58. Short leg comes in front of the batter there. Montgomery under the helmet, crouching down below the batter. Forward again. Blocks it back to Bashir. So 1 ball to go of this third day, which has taken a rather sharp twist in the evening session. But Lancashire have found a way of trying to fight back here, and there's still a little hope from a Lancashire point of view going into tomorrow. A couple of slip catches and the silly point crowding round the bat. Bashir sets off and stops and will start again. Hopping his way back in. Harris waits, Bashir in. And he just rocks onto the front foot. Doesn't offer a shot. Allows that to go through to the keeper. And that brings to an end a third day, which has taken a pretty sharp turn after the tea break. And Lancashire closed on 147 for 6 in their second innings, leading by 124 runs. Derbyshire, we must say, have been terrific in that session. That was brilliant bowling by Abbas, Aitchison, by Chappell, ripping through Lancashire's batting lineup there. But Harris has remained, at the minute, some stubborn resistance for Lancashire. You got some support from Tom Hartley and now from Paul Coghlan. Bailey, Stanley and Anderson still to come. But the damage done potentially early on in the innings. However, hope is not yet lost. Chappell 3 for 43, Abbas 2 for 26, 1 for Anuj Dal as well. Has put Derbyshire into a strong position. But those two partnerships, Harris and Hartley, and Harris and Coghlan, which is still going, 55 and 69, those two partnerships have given Lancashire just a little inkling of hope, Phoebe, going into tomorrow.
Definitely, and it's needed those two partnerships to create some sort of lead, and I think Lancashire will be looking at the 170, 180 mark to try and post a total for tomorrow. They've got the bowling attack to take down Derbyshire, but they just need a total on the board, so they'll look to bat the session tomorrow morning, and I think if they do that, then they'll put themselves in a good position to take the game to victory.
Let's see how the fourth day unfolds. Thank you, Phoebe. Lovely to have you with us for the first time this season. Thanks to Callum Flynn for the last 3 days as well. And Dave and I will be back to steer you through the fourth and final day tomorrow across Lancs TV, the BBC Sport website and app. Lancashire, as it stands, lead by 124 runs with 4 second innings wickets remaining. That's it from us. We'll catch you tomorrow morning.